all of these. Ooh. Back in the saddle. God damn it. Gonna be here a minute. It does that. It like perfectly combos. So when you're paying attention to a cookie clicker, there's actually like shit to do. It's kind of a problem. Sack in the battle. Black in the waddle. Knack in the cattle. Back in the saddle. You're still working on the bingo center? I mean, noob. That's the nicest thing I can say. I don't know. I'm just smacking this cookie with my finger. Hi, last argument first. How are your cookies doing? Have you clicked them recently? Remember, a happy cookie requires a good clicking every now and again. And done. Okay. More grandmas. And I can just kind of let my cookies garden thing do things. My stream title's wrong? No, it's not. What are you talking about? We're playing Dwarfs. Stop accusing me of crimes that I'm not committing currently. See, definitely a Dwarf Fortress stream. I don't know. Stop. I wasn't playing Cookie Clicker for the last 10 minutes. None of you saw that, okay? You were getting about math fewer than me. How many cookies are you getting per second, chat? Oh, God, not another cookie to click. Okay, well, I clicked the cookie. It's fine. It wasn't a frenzy. It was just a lucky cookie. I mean, I'm only getting about 485,288 decillion cookies per second, which is actually bad. It was a lot better, but I ascended with 5 billion heavenly chips. So, you know. That is a tribute, yes, because it is early autumn. Sorry, Stone. I need to turn my background noise on. Hold up. Jumping over to my noise. Let's give it some sounds, some calming ambience. Yeah, that'll do. And all of those leaderboards are open. Am I from Ukraine? No, I am not. Unless you're asking somebody in chat if they're from Ukraine. I am from the greater Vancouver area of British Columbia, Canada, and most of my family was Irish. There's a Ukrainian restaurant pretty close to me that I like, though. Anyway, the humans are saying how I feel right now. Dude, that's more cookies than Elon paid for Twitter. That's almost the same. There's also a Ukrainian Orthodox church across, like literally across the street from me, that every Sunday for a $5 donation to their church, and now it's a $10 donation because $5 goes to the war effort, but for a $5 donation to their church, you get 2 sausages, a cabbage roll, and some pierogi, which is absolutely worth it. Absolutely worth it. Well, I mean, if you look at the stream title, right, it says !Ukraine because it's a command, which links you to the Blind is Helping fundraiser, which is a thing that has no real end goal and has no incentives, but is just going to be there until it doesn't need to be there anymore. That's what that is. Generally, if something has an exclamation point in front of it, it's because it's a command that you can type in if you want. Hell also does a thing. Yeah, but that one's not in the title. Patreon also does a thing, you know? Like, podcast also does a thing. God damn it, I got another frenzy. All right, it's time to just minimize Cookie Clicker. Game's a goddamn problem. But you know what isn't a problem? Is B-Lug has kept that sub alive for 35 months. It's good to see you, dude. You have to put it at the beginning of the thing. Chat, can I get a big round of beers for B-Lug keeping that sub alive for 35 months? Ah. Council of Men. Let's go. Everything's happening. All of the sounds. What is happening? You must go to work. Go to work. Don't work too hard, pilot. See you in like 9 hours or something. It's good to see you, Belug. Hope you're doing all right. Lug that beer over. Let's go. And Stone, let me know when you're ready for me to scroll. Everything just happened all at once. Scroll, scroll, scroll your boats gently down the... Hey, look, a hen. 10 ren blood, some grapes. How long is a year in Dwarf Fortress in playtime? Depends on your frame rate. Highly depends on your frame rate, but it also depends on... Hold up. Your frame rate also heavily depends on chickens are approaching the apples and dwarves rapidly and arguably. Run with glorious luminescence, ponder these existential problems, but always remember to touch the green grass. Stories about dwarves end when someone truncates, I think that's the word, spinning so jaggedly down is fat Schlagen. Warning, don't stick forks and other culinary electrical Furby orifices. What? Please. Existing in space. Haiku, don't surf. Cliff, don't climb tall trees when Clive Johnson visits. Clive Johnson's uncle says don't protect your balls from GLaDOS. Anyway, comet materia from inside Uranus is sweating. And storm. More Ovaltine. Ovaltine is... All right. I'm all caught up. I'm using this tile set right here. That was all Paper Cuts Hurts Me's fault. There you go. That's the tile set. It'll auto-download if you click the linky. Where's the other guys? Arm. Very slowly walking. Good to know. But yeah, it depends on your frame rate. By default, usually if you're running at a high frame rate, yeah, maybe about an hour. I would say if you're not pausing a lot, but Discord is still recovering from 420. Discord is always recovering from 420. The best part about me losing Discord partner is I could actually theoretically make a like weed room because I can actually have a not safe for work room now. But then it would just mean that I'd never be able to qualify for it again, though. And I'm also not convinced that anybody would actually post in it, so. One year is about an hour and 40 minutes, so about 2 hours at good frames. Yeah. Well, in this fort, a year is about twice that. Maybe a little under twice that. That's about 2.5 to 3 hours for this fort for a year to go by. Oshi? What are we Oshiing about? No, you can just change your FPS to higher. You don't need to use DFHack to do that. Literally just go into the like FPS settings and make it higher. You do not need DFHack to do that. In fact, I think you can do that with a hotkey even. Like, I'm pretty sure it's like just Control plus. Just raise your frames, but you're also not really supposed to raise your frame rate too much because you can cause some weird errors and such if your frame rate is too high, because like everything is tied to frame rate in Dwarf Fort. Oh, dwarves are right to trade. It is time to trade with dwarves. In the ice cream flavor, yes, this is also true. I mean, you can say that you can do it in DF hack because it's a button in DF hack, but you don't need DF hack to do it. So I'm a little bit nervous about those wheelbarrows. The reason I'm nervous is because the wheelbarrows tend to have stuff that I'm not allowed to sell in them. I have to be very careful here. So the total population of dwarves in the fortress currently is 47, and the dwarves that are alive are Letharticus, Lilim Katsu, Anonymo the Second, Anthony the Scoid, Maldin, Mothfry, Krabicus, Athros the Second, Merc, Red Octobear, Diamond Destruct, Elamino, Massive, Volleylol, Tygozwar, Stone, Blue Space Weeb, Paranoid Metroid, Whitcode, Satsuki, Do It, Taylor B, Gibbles, Pilot, Clevenair, Rory, Jimmy Tibby, Navy, Mar, Space Pirate 256, Arch, Zindros, Axon III, Dragon, Hoshan, Cussy, Bloodcat, Wogarden, Disco III, Laura, I'm not even going to, Cryvon, and Banana. I'm sorry, what? Yes, well, I mean, technically, because a donkey is an ass, so yes, it would be an ass brain. Sometimes you just need an ass brain. Forgotten Horned skinless ass with a turtle shell that breathes fire flavor. The best flavor. Enjoy your lurks, Daily. Puppy. Spicy, yes, naturally. Well, I mean, that's what the hot peppers are for. You gather those on the surface. But yeah, if anybody does have questions about DF and Dwarf Fortress related things, I can probably answer. Can also give live tutorials if people want for some reason. They do that. Orange. Actually, I think you got your face caved in by as part of the lover who decided to get who decided to get really mad when her child tantrumed and punched her husband, and then she punched him and killed her husband, and then they all went blah, and then a bunch of people murdered a bunch of people, and she died, and you died in the process because you were, well, sleeping with her. So, death from coitus, I think that would be. I think you got killed in that whole kerfuffle. Kerfuffle, by the way. Good word. Should be said more. Trader is requested at depot, which would be useful. And Erdem says, I'm your liaison from the Mountain Homes. Let's discuss your situation. What request do you have of our merchants? I'm just going to keep requesting what I have been requesting, which is all of the fancy bars that we need to continue our pattern drawing on the surface. You see the Among Us. Kind of looks like a Cyclops sleeping. I mean, he's got two eyes. It's just got a very thick unibrow. It's actually based on my drawing that I got from Zach and Tarn, which is up on my wall in a frame. Well, I mean, I want tanned hides and shell crowns. Shell crowns? That's oddly specific. Why shell? I look forward to our meeting next year. Our fortunes rise and fall together. And there's the other tribute stone. Yes, my one-of-a-kind work of art, which is an image of a dwarf sleeping next to a tree and a cat, I think, behind it. I think it's a cat. It's got a very funky look on its face, so. Shell crowns are in this year, yeah. Shell crowns are snazzy. We don't have any shells here, though, so. And when I do fish, I don't get any shelled fish, so. Which is good. I mean, like, shelled fish have a lot of waste, and they're kind of a pain. If anybody's interested, I can go grab it and show it to you. But the piece of art I got from Zach and Tarn. So I discovered something super neat recently. Most of you probably know this. I live in Vancouver, Canada, right? I learned that the local helicopter pilot there's I think 3 of them, helicopter pilots for the traffic helicopters, because there's 2 of them. There's 2 traffic copters and there's a handful of pilots for each. But one of them has a Twitter account, and they post like airborne photos of Vancouver a couple times a day. These are lovely. This has become my favorite Twitter account. It's like, oh look, it's my city, but like from the sky every day. It's a fantastic Twitter account. Absolutely fantastic. My house is almost in that one. Wow. All right. It's kind of neat. Big fan. All right. Got the tribute. On to the next one. Every year, the Dwarven Outpost Liaison wants you to choose a dwarf for elevation to become an official site, etc. Ever since that started, the caravan has become super small without useful stuff to trade with you. Ooh. Well, that's also because when they do that, they don't let you make requests for certain items. You really don't want a Baron? Get a Baron and then immediately expel him. I maybe have done that. Just expel him back home and then you don't need to deal with them. Or like, do the classic pancake treatment, where you turn the Baron into a pancake. Not all pancakes are willingly made into pancakes, I mean, don't elevate a super stupid dwarf. Just elevate a dwarf that will demand things that are easy to make in large quantities. Yes, it does have negative effects if you kill your Baron. I mean, honestly, what I would do is make it into a storyline. Say that your dwarves don't want to have a Baron in the fortress, or elevate a Baron who's in your elevate a dwarf who's in your military. Like, if you have a military and you're fighting things, elevate a dwarf who's in your military and send him off to war constantly. Get him kidnapped or something. Like, you can do things aside from just kill him, right? Like in, I think it was Mothfall. I had a dwarf become a Baron, not because I elevated him, but just because he became a Baron. Oh, wow, I haven't seen one of those in a minute. But just because he became a Baron, because the previous Baron died, and I guess it was a family member. Anyway, this dwarf ended up going to a goblin pit while he was elevated to Baron and got kidnapped and was kept as a prisoner for like 4 years before I figured out where he was. So you could do that. Just go get him killed or kidnapped, or, it was a quick robot. I mean, my mouse was right there. As you can see, my mouse was right there. So all I had to do was grab the mouse and bot's gone. Magic. How to ban a bot. Blind IRL edition. Just done. Also, I don't know if you can actually kind of see it on this. I have a fucking farmer's tan from gardening. Like, it is noticeable. Look at that line. Anyway. Spent a whole day in direct sun. Haven't done that in a while. All right, so there is stuff I'm not allowed to trade in here, so I have to be careful about what I press enter on. Not allowed to sell crutches. Sunlight, yeah. I mean, sunlight's nice. How's things, Animal? You know what's weird? You know that tweet that I quote tweeted that you responded to? Because you said that's almost in your backyard. The person who tweeted that tweet out initially deleted it. Don't know why, but they deleted it. I think I'm actually just going to do it this way instead of just selling the bin. Things be going well? Hell yeah, man. How's work been? I mean, I've said this a lot over the past few hours, but I spent most of the weekend gardening. I did some YouTube stuff and edited a podcast over the weekend and was in a podcast this weekend. Yeah, mostly all I did this weekend was garden. I planted a bunch of potatoes, planted a bunch of cabbage. My dad was joking that me and my mom planted a Irish garden because it was like potatoes and cabbage. Potatoes, cabbage, and a few other things. So I will be posting gardening updates. Now there's a gardening room on Discord called Planting and Farming. So if you want to post pictures of things that you plant and or farm, I don't know if you do that, but it's there. Not directed specifically at animal, but just kind of anybody. All right. Got some side projects starting up. What kind of side projects? What are you carrying? An instrument up into the fort. Oh, Koboldite Pillith. Probably from the tribute, I would guess. That's cool. But yeah, I had a really good week on YouTube, which, you know, doesn't mean very much money, but it's nice to see the YouTube channel actually do well and get some spiky growth. Got like 100 YouTube subs in one day, which was nice. But don't know how many of them will ever make it over here. Maybe a few will. Starting to upcycle some stuff you would otherwise throw away, like some records, and turning them into bowls and things. Turning records into bowls? I'm gonna have to go over there and, well, thank you for letting me know that. It's actually kind of weird. Like, I have no idea how people actually find my Twitch channel. Like, I'm a streamer primarily, Howiko. The YouTube thing is very much a side hustle for me. Like, this is where I pay my bills. YouTube is like beer money and my internet bill, and that's kind of it. So, but, yeah, but still, I don't know. As somebody who likes records, if you're turning records into a bowl, I don't care if it's like a non-music test track record. Maybe don't tell me about that because it makes me sad. Like, I don't know. I have a couple records that are objectively terrible, and I wouldn't turn them into a bowl. But someone would enjoy them somewhere. What's wrong with polka? Yeah, what do you got against polka? Polka slaps, if it's the right song, anyway. Pains you too, but you don't throw them away because otherwise it would just clock up. True, yeah, I guess. I suppose. I mean, like, I kind of joke, though, because, like, there's a music bar in Vancouver that has a wall that's just a bunch of old records just basically like glued to a wall with some sort of like, oh geez, did I just like undo all of my work? Not all of it, but a lot of it. With just like a some sort of clear coat over it. I mean, they definitely exist. Just doesn't change the fact that it makes me kind of sad. Polka never dies? Nah, mate. Polka's been dead for a long time. Polka metal, though. Bordello enters the chat. I think Hobo is seeing soon, is he not? Hobo might be seeing them soon. Can't remember if it was Hobo or somebody else, but... Nah, Weird Al Yankovic's doing his best to kill Polka, I would say. Also, Weird Al Yankovic, not the best polka artist that you could reference. Yeah, that's like a polka parody song, though. Not actual polka. There's a few polka metal bands, but there's also like some really good like gypsy polka music that's like kind of hard rock alternative stuff out there. I know that's a song. If you're referring to Polka Face, of course, that's a song, but it's still a parody. Pokemon Animal Crossing is good. Can't say I've ever listened to it. But yeah, to anybody who does come over from the YouTube channel, I appreciate you stopping by, because promoting a Twitch channel for niche games like this is difficult. Trust me, it's very difficult. I do what I can. The YouTube stuff's been pretty nice these days. Also, I got a bunch of people telling me that they bought Tile Cities, which makes me happy. I think I've heard of them, actually. That rings a bell, Old Poke. Like, I feel like people have linked that on the Discord before. You know, I know that you really like the Dreadnoughts, but I don't think the Dreadnoughts are as good as some other groups. Like, they're fine, but... Also, the video I was referencing was this one. Go buy that game. It's $3. You'll get a Steam key when it launches on Steam, which will probably be next month sometime. Alrighty, dwarves. What are we doing? What is everybody doing? Not much. You may have bought it. You may or may not have bought it. Can neither confirm nor deny. Let's give the military a break. Place some blocks, and then we'll check in with what we need. Actually, what do we need? We don't need anything good. I don't want the king to get mad at us for longer than he already is. But yeah, today is going to be more of the same. We're going to be working on the underground stuff and just kind of chatting, mostly. Still trying to clear out those boulders. We're starting to see the light at the end of the pile of boulders, so that's nice. The only one you know well. I guess so. The thing is, most cities, when it comes to that kind of music, Orange... Most cities that have an active music scene will have one or two of those bands, right? So everybody's kind of partial to their local boys. So for me, it's the Real Mackenzies. Although Real Mackenzies are more like... They're closer to just a bunch of crazy Scots on stage that sometimes play other types of music because they feel like it. But, you know, I'm partial to my local boys. And no, other side of Canada does not count as local. I had that discussion with somebody in a Twitch chat this past week, which is like, Are they not local because they're Canadian? It's like, well, you do realize that, like, the difference between Vancouver and the other end of Canada is, like, 4 Europes, right? Like, the distance across Canada is kind of intense, I would say. Kind of intense. $8 million miles away on the other side of Canada, yeah. Yeah. See, I've never heard of the Peelers. Not once. But when it comes to weird metal things, it's like we have Ninja Spy over here in Vancouver. Shoutouts to Ninja Spy. everybody's favorite band that nobody listens to and nobody's heard of. Like, just the prime source for ska metal. Just your best possible source for ska metal. Who doesn't want some ska metal in their lives? So I can put bismuth bronze here. I think that's 6. How is Blind today? Blind is pretty good. Blind is sore. Blind did a lot of gardening this past weekend. I have blisters on my hands and a farmer's tan. But aside from that, I'm all right. I keep commenting on how warm it is and then being told that, no, Greg, 8 to 12 degrees Celsius is not warm. And I respectfully disagree. That's pretty warm. So it's been nice and warm, which is good. Not hot, just warm. The one day, though, that I decided to go and actually do the gardening stuff, it was hot. It was like 17 degrees Celsius. So in the sun, anyway. In the shade, it was cooler, but still had that nice brisk spring wind, though, so it's not hot enough that it's annoying. But it's gonna get to that point quickly, I think. So, yeah, most of my weekend was spent gardening. The time that I spent working, I recorded some stuff, edited some stuff, and I'm working on a few other things. So, you know, getting stuff together. Had the best single day on YouTube in my YouTube channel's history, which is kind of crazy. We got it was 13,800 views in one day and 10,000 the day before. Yeah, I might also go see that. I might rent it. I don't know if I really want to go to a movie theater right now, just because I don't like movie theaters, but I really want to see The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent. That thing has incredibly good reviews, and honestly, I was expecting that movie to during previews to be oh yeah, it's a 4 out of 10 movie, but funny if you like Nicolas Cage. But no, apparently that's a good movie. It's getting good scores from both critics and audience, which is kind of crazy. So I remember when that movie was initially pitched / announced, and everybody was just like, oh, that's gonna suck. But yeah, no, it's got an 88% on Rotten Tomatoes. That's weirdly good for a movie like that. So yeah, I don't know. It's 88 audience and 88 on the tomato meter, which is there's no way in hell that movie should be doing that well, but it is. So you know what? Honestly, I'm absolutely gonna see that. That's kept at a cozy 20C year round. Honestly, for me, indoor temperatures, and if we're talking indoor, so low humidity and all that, low humidity indoor temperatures for me, my optimal comfort level temperature. You got to go by. We'll see you when we see you. Are you going to go see The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent, or are you going to go do something? Regardless of what you're going to go do. See you when we see you. Diamond, if you leave the likes up, that helps. Cheers. Gremlin for mayor. Or Peglin for mayor, I guess. Anyway. Yeah, for me, the optimal temperature is about 17 degrees Celsius. That's about what I like. It's about 16 to 17 degrees Celsius. That's t-shirt weather. Nice, comfy. Anything warmer than that is just kind of unpleasant. 20C is fine. I won't complain at 20C. I start to complain at about 24 degrees Celsius. Anything at or above 24 degrees Celsius is where I start to complain. I need to get the bear fighters training the wrestling squad. I had the other, the actual fighting squad training previously, but I need the wrestling squad to go train because I got some depressed dwarves that need to go work out. No demands from the mayor, which is good. Raiders are still here. But yeah, no, I want to see The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent just because it's got no right to be good, but apparently it's good, so. Yeah, it's any 20 is fine. I won't complain at 20, but I like to keep my apartment a little bit cooler. Partially just because I don't so I'm an adult and I live alone. I don't like paying my heating bill. So if I could keep the heat off, I'll accept a little bit more frigid temperatures. This morning I woke up and I could see my breath in my apartment because it was 3 degrees outside. and I was just like, in my boxers, um, sleeping with 3 blankets on me, going, oh no, I'm gonna try and get out of bed and immediately start shivering. And yep, that's how that went. Lump, it's good to see you. Happy Tuesday. How's your day been? How's your week been? Did you miss me over the weekend? Did you do anything fun and productive? Did you I don't know, have a good dinner or anything? Something fun? Or did you do nothing of note? Do you have an equal payments plan with your electric company? Yeah, so if I crank the heat up and leave it up, my bill goes from like $25 to $30 a month to like $45 to $50 a month. And if I crank it up more and actually keep it warm in here, then it goes up to like $60 to $80 a month, which, yeah, I'm not a fan of. But I don't have to pay really for, well, so heating is electric. So the more electricity I use the more heating I use equals the more electricity I use, because everything is hydroelectric here. So if I'm using a lot of heating, that's my electricity bill. So I have to pay based on use, essentially, but it's not like a flat payments or anything. Which is why I hate the summer, because I have to run my air conditioning all the time to not die, and running my air conditioning ain't cheap. Yeah, see, I'd hate that because I can save money to use less. How am I doing on this first day of the stream? Kind of a quiet start to the stream, I would say. A little bit uneventful, but not bad. Nothing wrong with a quiet start to the stream. But yeah, we've got a few things to play today. I want to play more Peglin. I put up a video of it this morning. I don't think that game's worth the money, but they gave me a key for it, so I didn't pay for it. So I'm gonna play more Peglin this morning. How's that bottom of that doing? We're still just trying to clear this off, you know? Well, the thing is, chill streams are great and all, but I really need some not chill streams this week, because I got bills to pay. So I'm gonna have to like cook up some sort of incentive in the next 2 days. Chill streams are the best, but chill is code for I'm not making enough money. Which is, is what it is, but we'll survive. But yeah, so the plan for today is just we're gonna do our normal Longdeath session, and then I got some other things to do this evening. You got to call in and all? You can't find your papers to do it. Oh, that sucks. Yeah, I don't actually get papers. I literally have to like do it all manually myself. I have to fill everything out and then take it to my tax lady, and she does it. But the reason I get my tax lady to do it is I have like protections. So if I get audited, then they fix it. If I get audited, they unfuck it for me, which is nice. I have hiccups. If I get audited, they unfuck it for me. Let's smelt some silver. Fill out your paperwork, include your business expenses. Mike Wazowski, have you filled out your paperwork? It's possibly my favorite voice in an animated film ever. It's Mike Wazowski. Gotta file your paperwork, son. It's like the only impression I can do well for some reason. And it's to the point where like I can wander around, like I can watch that movie and then just like keep her talking. It's like the slug lady from Monsters Inc. is the only like voice I can replicate from a TV show or TV series. Oh, Eleanor's on. Gotta pop his stream up. Cursed? Yeah, I know. You can do a decent Waluigi? I can just do that. That's literally it. Just like I can do Yoshi dying, which is... Character navigates terrible bureaucracy are some of the funniest scenes in movies. Yeah, I tend to agree with that. Yeah, just Mike Wazowski, don't forget your paperwork, son. It's very funny because you can tell how much Mike was. It gives Mike Wazowski some character, you know. God, Monsters Inc. was a great movie, and God, Monsters University was a bad movie. Well, actually, it wasn't that bad. It was just they retconned too much from the first one. That first one was great, and that second one was blah. And they retconned so much from the first one, and I don't like it when movies do that. It's not cool, man. It's really, really not cool. Don't retcon things for your sequel. Maybe for like your 8th reboot, but don't retcon things for your sequel. That's just mean. A funny eyeball. You know, I see here's like the reality with Mike Wazowski, right? Is I can identify with Mike Wazowski because I too only have one functioning eyeball. Looks like the dwarves are leaving. Thanks for trading, guys. Till next year. You need my... I'm also not in love with Star Wars. I kind of hate Star Wars. Does this have sound, Pilot? Because if it does, I can't click this. Unless you're asking chat, not me. What's the sound? Okay, here. You know what? You guys get no volume for a minute. Because I don't trust this, so... I hate it. That's my thought. I absolutely hate it. But well done, I suppose. Go to Discord and look at the memes room and if you want to see what Pilot just posted. And damn right, better than yours. I can see that being posted on /r unexpected. Yeah, Bug's Life. Well, I mean, the thing that still weirds me out to this day about Bug's Life is like the actual drama between Bug's Life and Ants with a Z. Because those two movies came out at exactly the same time, and Ants was in many ways quite literally a, hey, let's see if we can make money off of Disney's marketing. Which is strange. And I saw both. I remember seeing both of them and loving Bug's Life and hating Ants. Because Ants was really bad. Just a villain. Bismuth. Ants was a weird movie. Like, this is just very, 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 very strange. I just remember it confusing me. What? Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. What story are you telling, Red Octo? They really liked the story of the Satiny Hall. They really, really liked that story. I think that's probably the most commonly told story whenever I look. IR Stupid, hellos, how are you? Guess what? We have a new member of the people who collect records cult that we are slowly building. Welcome, One Orange, to the collective of idiots who buy music on giant plastic discs because we can't be asked to buy them digitally where they're significantly more convenient. At least I say it how it is. Can't call me an elitist gatekeeper now. Feels satisfied upon improving striking. Hang in there, Banana. Banana hasn't tantrumed, but gets depressed when not wrestling, so I'll let Banana wrestle. The favorite stories changed throughout the year? It's been the Satiny Hall for the last, like, 200, though. Like, it's been pretty consistently the forming of that guild, which I think is kind of interesting. Why would you buy it digitally if you can download it from YouTube? Because downloading it from YouTube is theft and doesn't support the artist. And as somebody who creates things for entertainment for people on the internet, it's nice to get supported, and I like to do that to the artists that I enjoy listening to. So that's my actual response. You can do what you want, Drunken Slender, with your time. I prefer to own a legal copy of the art that I enjoy. And if, you know, if I don't want to own a copy of it, then I will just listen to it on Spotify. Or YouTube Music or Amazon Music or one of the other services I have access to. Spotify tends to have the biggest library, though, so I usually just use that. Also, YouTube's terrible quality, really. Like, you're going to get, like, maybe 128 kps once you've downloaded it, because you're going through multiple stages of compression, because it's probably in a video, which means the song would have to be rendered into a video, which would mean that it would be rendered into a video and then uploaded to YouTube. So if it's like a lyrics video or like an unofficial upload, then it's going to be at least twice rendered, so you're going to get a lot of loss on the quality there. Yes, absolutely. I mean, like, if you're somebody who doesn't have any form of income and you have no way of paying for it, I mean, do what you got to do. But like, if you are in a position like I was when I was homeless and you have absolutely no money or no ability to spare money to spend it on things, cool. But, like, don't be an ass and brag about it. Because, like, yeah, of course you can do that. You can always steal it. That's always going to be an option to you. But that's what subscription services are for. And if you don't have access to the internet to be able to use a subscription service, then I don't know. You do you at that point. But I'm not going to say that it's a legitimate option, though, because it's really not. Admittedly, when you try to get music from legal sources, as the artist's sound or Bandcamp, etc., if they have the album up for sale, you will try to support them. Yeah, I mean, support them if you can. If you can't, then don't, obviously. Like, a lot of my I was talking about this on my last stream. A lot of my favorite artists that I listen to now, who I own physical records for, or CDs or cassettes or whatever I purchase, or I've seen live or I own t-shirts for, most of them, I got their music originally on LimeWire. So it's like, absolutely. Like, get music the way you need to get it. But if you can afford to support them, that's the optimal way to do it, because then they can afford to continue to create music for you to listen to. Support the arts. Don't buy McDonald's. Good old Napster. I never used Napster. Napster was, like, gone by the time I had internet. But I definitely, like, downloaded a lot of music on LimeWire back in the day. Good old music.mp3.exe. I mean, what? The best file format. I remember my friends talking about Napster, but that was back when, like, the people I hung out with had internet, and I was just there to build Lego, because I didn't have internet. Didn't have internet until 2006. Or rather, we had internet. I just wasn't allowed on the internet. Probably for the best, but... Wonder how much cool art the world would never see because the artists have to work a day job instead of making art. You mean like the artists have to work 5 days a week, 8 hours a day with a 2-hour commute on public transit instead of being able to work, 3 days a week with a 2-hour commute on public transit and a few days off and universal basic income to be able to make that art? Is that what you mean? Because, yeah, I do wonder about that sometimes. I mean, the amount of stuff I create, I wasn't able to do this when I was still working a normal job. And because I have, like, Patreon support and passive YouTube income and subscribers on Twitch and the occasional large donation, I'm able to do this full time, right? And I'm able to stream 14 hours a day, 3 days a week, and upload videos to YouTube and put out cool shit, interview developers, help people sell copies of games that need to, I'm not here because it's the most money I could make. I'm here because I get to, be able to say for a fact that I sold dozens of copies of a game to support a developer in Ukraine, as an example. Or I've sold more copies of Jupiter Hell than I can count and help that studio out. Because I get comments saying I just donated $100 to Bay 12 Games to help Dwarf Fortress keep existing. And then I get to expose you guys to Cookie Clicker, whether you like it or not. What about being an amazing entertainer? I don't know if I'd go that far. You can go that far and say that I'm an amazing entertainer. I'm just a entertainer. I do entertain. I don't know about amazing. Cookie? What? What cookie? I didn't see a cookie. Stop accusing me of clicking cookies. You're clicking cookies. How are you doing, Blue Space? We haven't checked in with you in a while. You want fancy meals? I did the Oh, did you try clicking the cookie on the screen even though it wasn't your cookie to click? Paper cuts hurt me. Don't love remembering talking with mother. Is your mother still alive? Do it. Was your mother 128 years old? Yeah, your mother's still alive. It's not your cookie. I mean, chat, do you guys ever try to, like, click on things on somebody's monitor or, like, move Z levels when watching Dwarf Fortress? Or because there are certain games where I'll watch certain games and I'll try and click, like, I'll have it full screen and I'll try and click the speed up button. I'll be like, right, yeah, I'm not playing, duh. I definitely have that happen sometimes. It's happened to you a few times. I mean, I know for a fact that I'm not the only person who does that, so. You do that all the time. It's kind of funny. I was beaten. Wait, what did you say? Navy says, I was beaten as a punishment. I can keep it together. I thank you, Navy, for being a strong, stable-headed, intelligent dwarf, even though you're shaken after being beaten. You need to pray. You're restless after being able to fight. Ooh. Well, I think we're going to move you into the bear fighters, the wrestling squad. I'm actually kind of surprised that the king hasn't demanded anything of us yet. Well, let's start working on some more blue blocks because I need more kimberlites. So we're going to go down here and we're going to mine out kimberlite while we've got all that other stuff going on. I could just mine out this whole layer, but I don't want more boulders than I actually need, so. All right. Well, we're letting you smelt silver ore. Somebody felt no love. Oh, Athros II, the clother, says, I talked to my mother, and there is no love here. That is kind of dark, dude. Such a joy to be with people. Feels love remembering talking with mother. But you just said that you spoke with your mother and there's no love there. What? Wow. It's definitely not the harshest thing I've seen a dwarf say about a family member. They say one thing, but they don't mean it. It seems like it. But at the very least, they do remember love. Maybe they're remembering love, but there isn't love anymore. I don't know. Finished up some work. That was satisfying. That's good. Who cares what they think? I agree, Dwarf. Hard work is the true sign of character. Uneasy, dwelling upon retching and miasma and remembering, and this reoccurring memory change their personal values. Well, it is important to discover yourself. Mood, Dwarf. I agree with you, Quavenair. Baby, don't hurt me, Orange. Felt lonely after being away from friends and says, why would I waste time thinking about myself? Because there's nobody else to think about. Because nobody else gives a shit. It's kind of the truth for a lot of people, to be honest. Chat, I need to go use the restroom. I will be back in a sec. Could I get a round of beers while I'm gone? Baby.
Cheese for everyone!
Bark, 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 bark. All right, streamer returns. You love Bark so much. It's really funny. I've had some people asking me to remove Bark. So something that I don't know how to do this, but something that we were kind of not joking about, but talking about last stream was we should have some sort of a incentive where we add and remove audio commands. But I just don't know how to do that in a way that's fair. Because certain people are just like, yeah, this one's terrible. And some people are like, oh, this one's great. Like, you know, that one's now suddenly very popular as well. Which is me making turkey sounds. Because imagine zombie turkeys. Shout outs to Cooler for clipping that one. Disambiguation of love. Well, it's also like another way of referring to friend or something in some regions. But yeah, Gobble's the most recent addition. I don't know how to do that, but another thing that I was thinking about adding this morning and then kind of forgot because I like didn't get out of bed as early as I planned to, or just kind of didn't do it, is I'm thinking we should have a channel points redemption to make me put my hair down and put my hair back up. I just wish that there was a way to have a channel points thing where if one's active, the other one can't be. Because I usually just have the hair, like, up. But I do have really long hair, as I proved in my most recent video. The main reason I put that video up with did the hair down thing at the end was I realized recently just how many people don't know that I have really long hair. So I just kind of wanted to brag. That's the main reason I did that, was it was just, I've had so many people recently be like, you have really long hair, wow, and like, they just didn't know. Customize the streamer. No, because then people might start asking to dye my hair, and I would never do that. You can make one, you can do individual cooldowns, but you can't trigger cooldown for the other one when one is redeemed. Yeah, I mean, it's not really music, it's just, it's a sound generator, but that's the particular My Noise sound generator I'm using. Basically, what I'm saying is, like, the Twitch channel points redemptions are not good. You don't have a lot of customization options. It'll still be here waiting. This is true. It will still be here waiting. Speaking of good artists that you should throw money at if you have the money to throw money, is mynoise.com. They're one of those websites that you use it a bunch and they're like, hey, you want to give us $5? Definitely one of those services. It gives me Wikipedia feels. Love is a village? In Torva? Really? Huh. There's a place called Love. Well, you know, I believe that there's a place called Love, but I'm still not sure if I believe in a thing called love. As good as that song is, now I believe in a thing called love stuck in my head. God damn it. Shoutouts to The Darkness, by the way. Best modern hair metal. Believe in a thing called love. You contacted the dev years ago and basically wrote him a Python script that he could generate the audio tracks he is selling, and your intention was to help him out because he thought it was so cool. He misunderstood and feared I'd publish it and gave me a lifetime premium access. Well, that was nice. I mean, it's literally just like a dude recording sounds and like making generators. So I But yeah, no, I really, really like it. The fact that it's a thing that lets me generate music that I can use on my stream is just fantastic. It's one of the most interesting internet projects I've stumbled upon in recent memory. Why do I keep hitting F instead of W? Fingers, please. It's just like you know, one of those dream projects where it's just like, if I had unlimited time, unlimited budget, and the ability to, I would love to do something similar. Like internet libraries like that are just so cool, especially when they're like largely free to use. There's plenty of places called Love, literally an entire subsection of Wikipedia called the disambiguation of love with 15 pages under it. Not surprised. I used to know a person named Love. She was kind of mean. I gotta lie. She was kind of mean to me. Although I was like a little kid, so bullying was a thing. First name. She was my older sister's friend, and she would harass me for existing. Love hurts. Especially when she punches you. like I'm not joking when I say that I used to get bullied by a girl named Love. Not joking. Let's do that. Kind of go around the edge. I'm just trying to fill these old mine shafts in that I don't need. Kind of tempted to like hide an artifact at the back of one of them. They should do that. So now you guys are getting this fucking song stuck in my head. Hold up. I'm gonna link a thing. I obviously can't play it, but you're getting this song stuck in my head. On the topic of Canadian musicians that nobody remembers. I'm actually curious if anybody knows that artist. There's like maybe one song you might have heard by her. Because she had like one hit that still gets played on the radio sometimes. Punk or progressive? You know, honestly, that's either a single Gold Poke or like an EP. There's definitely got to be an EP out there called Bullied by a Girl Named Love. And also neither, it's definitely Midwestern Emo. Midwestern Emo EP called Bullied by a Girl Called Love. That's absolutely like an EP somewhere. That's got to be like some unreleased American football song. That's got to be a thing already. Let's just suspend these. That's enough crafts for right now. Gotta refill the stockpile. We'll get her going again. Say grunge? Nah, absolutely not. Definitely Midwest emo. Definitely Midwest emo. Or actually, you know who would put out a song like that? Beach Slang would do it. Would write a song like that. In fact, I mean, Beach Slang's not their 2014 album. I think it is. We're hitting winter now. Beach Slang's 2014 album is called Just a Batch of Teenage Feelings. So, MCR, fuck MCR. They have no emotion or soul. Fuck MCR. Fuck that shit. Terrible goddamn band. Besides, they're not even relevant anymore and they don't write music, so fuck MCR. Let me have my whiny emo music and don't bring your crappy mainstream whiny crap into this. Go listen to Nickelback. Jeez. Says the guy who's got Outback Counting Stars as his Discord like status for the past couple weeks. Does anybody know what that's from? Outback Counting Stars. Does anybody actually know what that's from? Without Googling it? Actually, I wonder if that would even pop up in Google. Okay, yeah, it does pop up if you Google it. One-hit wonder from the 90s, but still relevant enough that Google knows it. What kind of flooring is underneath that? Quartzite? Okay. So it's got to go 3 up. And that's what, rose gold? I'm pretty sure I used all of it. I think I had 6, and I think I already used it. Got black bronze, though. Tiles the wrong color. Yeah. We're up. Okay. Pick up equipment. How is Banana doing? Still stressed. Well, hang in there, nanners. Alright, Metroid, at least you stopped being depressed. Where's Stone at? Let's see how Stone's doing. Tygo, how's you at? It was pleasure after a sparring session and satisfied upon improving observation. That's good. And now you're even less sure. The song that I'm referring to came out the year before I was born, so 93. Or rather, the single was released in 93. The album came out in 94, the year I was born. But yeah, it's the song Stars by Hum. That's what that line's from. She missed the last train to Mars and she's out back counting stars. It's a sad song. But it is a good song. It's the band that's they're my favorite review of Hum as a band was from some comment on a YouTube video from like the beginning of YouTube era. So it's like a video that's not even running in like 240p. It's like 160p. But the comment literally was just, this band is Weezer if they had balls. And yeah, that's Hum. They're Weezer if they had balls. It's full of disdain. I mean, it would like counteract itself, wouldn't it, Stone? If your name was Love Love. Although that's way too close to the anime Move Love, which is a very different thing. Another one of those things that I'm kind of ashamed to know they exist. I don't know what happened in Longdeath recently, but sometime in the last decade, the frame rate just like spiked up. I mean, I'd rather just be called Wolf. Rather. Well, it's just like a guy I know named George living in a part of town called Georgetown in a place called Georgia. So, you know. Imagine living in Georgetown, Georgia, and your name is George. It's like... because I can't. I guess that's like being named Greg and working at Greg's and living on Greg Street. As a Greg, I would be annoyed if I had to live that life. But generally, I think it is the job of the parents to not, you know, fuck up their kids' names. And if your last name is Scott and your parents name you Scott, your parents are dicks. That's all I have to say to that. It's like, there's a singer called Mary Lou Wolf here, which means... Oh, so they're literally just... Wolf Wolf? Isn't there a band called Woof Woof? There is. Well, then you'd be the child of a billionaire, so I'd say that your life's probably pretty good. I'm sure that that child will survive. Better than your parents naming you Chet or Chad. Also, like, jokes aside, doesn't Elon's kid have, like, a middle name that they actually call him by? Like, he's got, it's like, yeah, that their kids have, like, weird-ass, like, code names, but it's more of a, like, I will not defend Elon because I think he's a kleptomaniac. piece of shit, but he does. There is some logic to like just giving your kid a name that's like a 32 string of characters. I think it's Tiny. It would be kind of funny if Elon called his kid Tiny. Hey, Tiny! Although that all I think about is the Dota character just vroom, throwing people into the enemy and running away and laughing. Well, a winner. Pray to English, the embraced roses. We need to give these dwarves a break. I always say that and then I never do it. Like, dwarves, do you need a vacation? Yes? Well, guess what? Next year. Well, I mean, I was specifically going to go after Chet Hanks stone. You know, like the most accidentally racist person ever. Always referred to you as Junior? Oh, God. I'd hate that. That's so belittling. But yes, I was referring to this kid. I say kid. He's 5 years or 4 years older than me. But yeah, Tom Hanks's kid. Because Tom Hanks is like the most, not, chill's the wrong word. Tom Hanks is pretty wholesome, you know? Chet, not so much. I mean, Lake Chad is pretty cool. The country Chad is pretty cool. Although I've never been, so I guess I can't actually say whether or not it's cool. I'm not clicking cookies, chat. You're clicking cookies. Your cookie's been clicked. You can now tab out of cookies. Just harvesting my garden. You're clicking Pokemon Dragons while watching? Well, you know what I've learned is that there is a very heavily developed Dwarf Fortress mod that adds about 900 Pokemon, which is Dwarf Fortress style Pokemon. So they're just Pokemon, right? So they have their normal Pokemon powers, except instead of like, you know, Pikachu shooting lightning at something, it's Pikachu shooting lightning at something and that thing exploding into a ball of blood and gore. And I don't know what, like, 899 of the Pokemon are. I know, like, maybe 5 Pokemon. So I feel like that would be a really fun mod to play. Just because it's like, yeah, I want to, like, see a Charizard show up instead of a dragon. That sounds fucking great. Pokemon mod is brutal. I mean, every mod for DF that adds a buttload of, like, very violent creatures is brutal. So that's something I'm thinking about, maybe playing the Pokemon mod for my birthday charity stream, because I think that would be like some explosive chaos of the best variety. Chad's climate is pretty warm. One could say that Chad is pretty hot. God, I feel so bad saying stuff like that. So sorry to all of the population of Chad. You want to get Pal World when it comes out this year? I don't like supporting studios that have almost no original assets in their games, and that's one of them. So plenty of people will pick that up when it comes out, but man, it's hard to support studios that, you know, don't have any originality in their games, really. It's just like I have a really hard time supporting games that all use the same Unity asset packs. It's like, yeah, that stuff's great, but they're a learning tool, and if you're making fuckloads of money like they did off of their other games, it's like, you know, maybe like invest some of that money and make a better product instead of like, you know, what you've done previously. Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's the best part about the Mushroom Kingdom mod is just simply a Yoshi showing up, grabbing somebody with his tongue and then firing it at somebody else. I mean, I want to see, you know, just like, I don't know, a Squirtle drown somebody and then throw the corpse at them. Like, I'm in. Let's go. I want a Weezing to just show up and just spread clouds of deadly dust everywhere. Watch everybody bleed to death because they're getting impacted with tiny particles. Let's go. Thinking it was a machinima? I mean, the gun assets that they have in Pal World, like I've seen those in a dozen other games. The only difference between like that studio and like your average asset flipper is they do a better job of presenting them than your average asset studio. Like, a lot of studios do a really bad job of hiding the fact that they're assets, but they do a good job of just like presenting it in kind of a chaotic insanity that people find amusing, so they don't really get called out for it as much, but it's still the same shit. Like, they're doing exactly the same thing as every other studio that doesn't use unique assets. And like I said previously, like if you're trying to make money and like that's the only way you can do it, cool, but it's the fastest way to make me have absolutely no interest in your game. Not that I would have any interest in that game to begin with, so it doesn't really matter, but it is the fastest way to make me lose all interest in your game. What's the population of Chad, if I can ask, Stone? I'm just kind of curious. Size doesn't matter, like landmass wise. I'm just curious what the population of that city is. Or not city, country is. You're off for a bit? You gotta go get Kiddo and take her for ice cream? Hell yeah. Well, you have a good ice cream sesh, Cyrolac. Hey, Batomi, what's up? Have I conquered the world yet? We're not a warring faction. But yes, we are a viable, self-contained fortress. We're not at war with anybody, technically. Well, except for goblins, but they don't attack us because they don't know we're here. We don't have enough dwarves for them to know we're here, and we've never attacked them, so they don't have our address. Have you bought me a coffee this month yet? 5 days ago, you bought 3 coffees, I think, based on my Ko-Fi page. Ko-Fi money disposal place page. Okay, so smaller than Canada then. Yeah, I mean, we're in year 392 and we started at year 5. So Longdeath is pretty old. Have you tried, though? Tommy? Like, have you actually, like, sat down and tried to make a long-term fort? Because it's kind of something you have to do from the beginning, right? Like, all of your planning has to kind of be according to that. Like, if you're going to start a long-term fort, you have to plan for and build a long-term fort. See, here's the thing. If that's the reason you want to start streaming, don't, Magna. Because I made $6 in the first 2 years of streaming. And yes, it's easier to make money streaming now than it was when I started. And it's easier to stream now than when I started because of, like, better delay and stuff. But if you want to stream because money, don't. Because you will burn out. That's the wrong motivation to stream. I mean, today has been a very slow day financially for me. Like, I've I got 1 Prime sub and 2 resubs, 3 resubs from previous day, 2 Prime subs and 2 resubs from previous days. So I've made about $4 today in the first 2.5 hours, which is almost nothing. So it's like, if you want to stream because you enjoy entertaining people, which is the basis of why I stream. If I was streaming because I wanted to make a lot of money, I would have quit years ago. I want to make enough to hang out and survive, not enough to, you know, be rich or anything. Well, I mean, that would be nice, but that's not the incentive. I mean, reaching affiliate is... Okay, anybody who says that reaching affiliate is hard doesn't know what the fuck they're doing or what they're talking about. Getting, like, you can get affiliate in, like, well, the minimum amount of time almost... I'm shocked people even say that, like, oh, I'm on the path to affiliate, because it's like, it's stupid easy. To get affiliate, you literally just need, like, a phone and a second computer or a friend that you know online to lurk, and then just some time. It's not hard at all to get affiliate. Affiliate is like mind-numbingly easy to the point where it's like kind of stupid, actually. It should be harder because Twitch makes it way too easy for you to think you're going to make money, and then you don't make money, and then people burn out because they go in with the intention of making money and go, oh, it's really easy to get affiliate, and they get affiliate, and then it's like, yeah, well, so you need 3 more devices. You don't need active, but whatever. That's easy. That is easy to achieve. Also, it's 3 concurrent average. It's not 6. Unless they've upped it with me not knowing about it, but I would have heard about that. I'm looking at it right. Yeah, it's 3 concurrent viewers. Not 6. 3 concurrent viewers and 50 followers. Really easy to do. Shouldn't take you more than a month. They should raise it to about 10 and like 500 followers. It should be harder. And the reason it should be harder is I don't like Amazon and Twitch getting to make all of that money that they don't pay out to their creators with like giving them the thought that they're making money when in reality they're just banking it and not paying out the difference and sitting there making all of that interest on the money that they owe you, but they don't need to pay you until you make $100, which takes some people years, which is not cool in my opinion. People should just, while they're getting started, before you start making money, you should just have direct tips or whatever. But I don't like this subject because people think I'm elitist, but believe it or not, I know what I'm talking about. I've been doing this a while. It's a silly prospect. If you want to stream, you should stream as a hobby because it's the best hobby you'll ever have. And if it becomes something where you can make money, cool. Awesome. Make money. But until then, don't worry about it. So many people go into this as a business and fail horribly. It's not even funny. All right, well, that's going to get us some extra iron ore for later. It's a quick, easy job up on the surface. Follow you back underground. Go turn those crafts back on once that's full. Right now, wheelbarrows are running stuff back and forth. But we need to just give the dwarves a break. How's our clothing quality? Everything's like super new. Yeah, we're good on clothing for a little bit. Might even just lock the dwarves in the tavern for a bit. Give them a break. Give them like a proper break. Yeah, let's lock the dwarves in the tavern for the winter. Everybody go upstairs. Are there any remains of old Longdeath? Can you elaborate on that question, Stone? What do you mean by old Longdeath? Because, like, the old entrance is still kind of there. I mean, like, this is the original entrance. And this was the original stairwell, which led down to the original fort, which was down here. And then that corner there, all these tables are the original tables, these mudstone tables. Those are the original bookcases from the first library and the first office. That statue of Tapioca is, well, a designed image of Tapioca the dwarf and dwarves by in Nice by DeBerry's. Tapioca is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the selection of the dwarf Tapioca as the position of expedition leader of the eternal adventure of time in the early spring of year 5. That was one of the first statues we ever made. That's probably the closest thing to old Longdeath. Mudstone is still there. Yeah, I'm never moving those tables. I'll give them to a dwarf at some point, but... Yep, the kobold statue's still up on the surface. It got toppled once, but it's still there. It got toppled by one of the Minotaurs, I think. $13,000 dead? That happens after hundreds of years. Most of that is livestock. Like the annual slaughterings of the cattle and whatnot for meats. Vast majority of that, I would say, is livestock. Yeah, 387 years. Almost 388 years because we're in midwinter. 388 when we hit spring. Migrants? We haven't had migrants since year about 120 something. 130 something was the last year we had migrants. So we have to let the dwarves make babies, and when they don't make babies, we have to request merchants that are married, and then they make babies, and then we get new dwarves. Because dwarves won't make babies with family members for logical reasons. Overwatch 2 is trending for some reason. Why is that? Oh, it's so... apparently, like, you can play Overwatch 2 beta right now. Does anybody still play that game? Like, that's, like, kind of a genuine question. Like, does anybody actually still get... Like, I remember there was a period of time where you couldn't go 10 steps in any direction in the game's sphere without hearing somebody talking about Overwatch. Do people still give a shit about Overwatch? Like, at all? Kind of a serious question. Like, does anybody actually care about Overwatch anymore? I also never played it. I took kind of one look at it and went, I don't... So you give a shit about... So once a month you give a shit to Overwatch? Orange? Like, do you mail it to them? None of your friends nor myself do nowadays in terms of popular shooters. You hear more about Apex and Valorant. Yeah, it's interesting. It's kind of funny because like Overwatch has had like a very similar cadence, I would say, to Team Fortress 2. Like when Team Fortress 2 came out, it was the shit for like 2 years. And then eventually it went free to play. And when it went free to play, people kind of turned on it a little bit, and now there's still people who play it, but largely you don't really hear about it anymore. And I feel like Counter-Strike is still a relevant, active game that people still talk about, and it feels like Valorant kind of took over this mind space of a lot of people that Overwatch was. I mean, that's what I'm talking about, which is why I'm asking if people still care. Atome. Yeah, except it has loot crates from the get-go, whereas TF2 didn't put loot crates in until, like, year 4. coming back a little bit. The thing about not about Overwatch, Team Fortress is Team Fortress never really left. People just stopped talking about it, right? Like, yeah, like 81,000 people are playing Team Fortress right now. That's like in January of this year, there was a 129,000 player peak. Like, yeah, no, people are still playing. Like, it's just as popular as Warframe. Yeah, I mean, like, Warframe has like 40 to 50,000 average players with like peaks of like 60 to 70,000. Yeah, it's like, it's as popular, if not more popular than Warframe for TF2. Like, it's still a very popular game. It's just nobody talks about it. I mean, not really. If you look at like the stats over the past 4 years, TF2 has been about the same for the past 4 or 5 years. Like, I wouldn't say it's had a recent boost from anything. Just statistically, like its player, like maybe its Twitch averages have gone up, but that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about the number of people playing it. And the number of people playing it has been about the same for the past year. Like, maybe more people are watching it, but like, it goes up and it goes down, and it's kind of the natural ebb and flow of things. I don't understand why a lot of things are being credited to VTubers. They're just YouTubers, right? Like, they're just people making content just like everybody else. They're not like some weird category of their own. Lock Rock 100. That's actually the thing that bothers me about VTubers, is that for some reason they get their own fucking category. It's like, no, they're just character streamers. We've had those for years. Character streamers have existed as long as creating content has. Nothing special. People just like their waifus? Yeah. And like, they don't need to be classified as their own thing. Just because they have slightly creepy audiences doesn't mean they need to be classified differently. It would be like specifying that I'm a Canadian streamer every time you refer to me. It's like, well, the Canadians boosted it. It's like, well, no, what? I'm just a person on the internet making art, just like anybody else. Yeah, just like you don't need to go saying that it's the meta for streaming if you're producing a niche show. I create a specific type of show for a specific type of audience, and it's not going to work for everybody. I don't need people to go telling me that I'm not obeying the meta, because I'm doing what works for me. Do you see how stupid it sounds now? Paper cuts? I don't know. It's always going to bother me when people are like, oh, VTubers boosted it. It's like, fucking, no, they didn't. What? Creators boosted it. We're all creators. Canadian streamer who quite factually streams in a little black void and a record player in it in Canada. A lot, yes. That is me. Welcome to my void. I mean, yeah, like Twitch or YouTube is what's boosting it. Essentially what I'm saying is VTubers have managed to pull off some extremely successful marketing to make you identify their streams differently so that people think of them as something different. As somebody who's been creating content as just me, a human being named Greg, for about a decade, I will tell you that the only difference between those people and myself is they have a different format of branding. And if you want to conform with their corporate bullshit and say that credit all VTubers for boosting a specific type of game, you could do that, but it's not super accurate. purely because we've had character streamers as long as content has existed. And I don't think it's fair to credit one specific style of broadcaster for the success of one thing just because one big person streamed it. There's a lot of talent and effort that goes into putting on a show like that, but it's just a different style of show. That's all it is. And it's not different enough from stuff that we've had as long as this industry has existed to classify them as something completely differently. They want you to do that so that people think of them as something different, but it's not necessary. We're all just content creators at the end of the day. When Dwarves are on break, stuff's queued up for when they're done. You can let them hang out for a bit. Canadian Black Void, yes, the unmistakable Canadian Black Void, absolutely. In my experience, streaming as a character and not streaming as yourself is significantly, what's the word I'm looking for here? Sustainable, and they never last as long. Every single person I knew who was a character streamer at the start has either 1, quit streaming, or 2, stopped using the character. I find that it can bring in short-term boosts, but in the long term, it's never sustainable. Literally none of them exist anymore, with the exception of a very small few. And I think that people aspiring to be like that and trying to build a character around a brand, in the short term, cool, good luck. In the long term, I don't think it's sustainable. Oh, Paper Cuts Hurt Me was referring to VTubers specifically, and I'm arguing that they're not. They shouldn't be called VTubers because they're just character streamers, and we've had those for years. It's a character creator. You've created a character, and you're playing a character instead of just being yourself on stream, which is actually why I don't like them. I don't enjoy watching character creators. I don't find that format of content entertaining. To me, it's very non-genuine and feels fake, and I hate it. Or wears a costume. I mean, as an example, Future Man Gaming was a character creator at one point in time. He doesn't really, he's not exactly relevant anymore, but he's a character. He's an example of a early character creator. What is that? Why do I, oh shit, we actually had emus. Damn. I finally managed to like lay some eggs. Apparently it takes a while for emu chicks to get born. Success. Oh, what tends to happen, I find, is either that, Wogarden, like it gets to a point where they act ingenuinely and then there's a disconnect, or B, they start to get tired of their character. I knew a guy who he just used a face cam back in the day, played a bunch of Binding of Isaac and actually did quite well off of it. And then this little piece of software called FaceRig came out and he made himself into a cat. And he streamed as a cat for like 6 or 7 months. And he memed this character up super heavily, and he had like this whole shtick where he would put on a show where he had his face for the first little bit, and then the cat would come in and take, like he'd get up and go make lunch or something, or go on a walk or take a break, and the cat would take over, and he had like this whole shtick, and it was great for a bit, and then he got really tired of the character that he'd created. And it was literally just like him, but he used a voice changer, and he acted basically the same. Like it was just the cat version of him, and he got very tired of how his chat acted when the cat was on stream, and he stopped doing it at a point, and went from a pretty sizable audience down to almost nothing overnight, and it killed his channel in the long term. It got him partnered, and like he turns his stream on maybe once every 6 months now, but it's like every single person that I knew who did a shtick like that, or a character like that, or tried to build an animated character that they played on stream, none of them lasted. Like there was a guy who I used to watch who had like a puppet thing, It was like a sock puppet, basically, that he would stream as. And again, same thing happened. Like, he eventually got tired of maintaining that shtick and that character and the effort of putting on that show, and it fell apart. And, like, Burke Black, I think, is maybe the best example. Also, High Closet, yeah, I see you. Burke Black is maybe the best example of, like, a successful character streamer that isn't, like, you know, your more modern VTubers. Like, obviously, there's, like, Project Mako and stuff like that. But, like Burke Black, right? He was a pirate. It's just a channel theme at this point. Like, he doesn't play the character at all anymore, right? Like, he wears a pirate hat, sure, and he has, like, kind of the pirate dress, but he's just a dude now. He used to have so much more of a theme. Like, he used to talk like a pirate all the time and, like, would play pirate-themed games exclusively and would talk about being a pirate, and, like, the character disappeared now, and that's what happens with all of those types of streams eventually. So it's like, I don't know. I don't see it as very sustainable, and I think it's ridiculous to give them their own naming scheme just because it's just a different form. Like, it's just a different format of character stream, which we've had as long as creating internet content has existed, you know? Another good example is Fred. Hey, it's Fred! Remember how long that lasted? Of course, if you make a better character, it'll be easier to keep it going, but... burnout from maintaining a streaming persona is the death of a lot of channels. A lot of channels, absolutely. What Yeti said. Yeti is very, very, very correct. Also, if you want to watch... what are you up to these days, Yeti? I don't get to catch your stream because you're usually live when I'm asleep, but last time I was watching Yeti, Yeti was playing a lot of Open XCOM, but don't know what you're doing these days. Anyway, go follow Yeti. Yeti's cool. Hope you've been well, dude. So then don't show your face. Right? Like see, if I don't want to show my face on stream, I don't show my face on stream. You don't need to have a puppet or a character on stream to not show your face. Just, if you want to be you, but invisible. It doesn't hurt you at all to be you, but invisible. And as an example of that, Lyric is one of the biggest channels on the site. He's never shown his face on stream. He'll occasionally post a selfie. But, like, just trying to survive. I feel you there, mate. Fucking feel you there. It is difficult to survive sometimes. Or feel like I'm trying to survive sometimes. But you're not doing VTubing. You're just putting up a character on stream. Like, I don't know. I think I'm bothered by the verb VTuber because it is it is just very silly and pointless, and it doesn't need a name. You're just putting a character on stream. That's all that you're doing. And I don't understand why that branding has taken off so successfully, because it makes no sense to me. As somebody who works in this industry, it makes genuinely no sense to me. I'm sure it makes sense to some people, but for me, no, not at all. Not at all. Throw the table at you? Hell yeah, dude. Sometimes you just need to throw that table. What date are we on? Late winter? 13th of Obsidian? I think I'm gonna go heat up my coffee real quick. I was drinking my coffee too quick, and so I filled up a second mug, and now I've got a half full cup of like cold ass coffee. So I'm just gonna go heat this up. I'll be back in a second. But think about the character comment this way, right? If you are streaming as a cat, right? Maybe you get tired of being that cat. And then in 6 or 7 years of being that cat and you're full-time being that cat and you really hate that cat, and then you change that cat from a cat into an anime girl. And a large portion of your audience doesn't like that anime icon. Suddenly you've got a conundrum. Or vice versa, even. Maybe 67 years. 627, not 67. This is like 4 to 5 instead of 45. Anyway, or imagine you are a Lego man type character, and you get tired of that, so you swap it from being a Lego man to being a dude with a horse head, and it alienates a portion of your audience. Why have that risk in the long term as a content creator when you could just have no camera? Because at that point, you're building your brand around your voice, and you actually have more flexibility in the long term. It's a more sustainable idea. You know, like think about it this way: instead of using a camera, if I was just an animated dwarf, what if I stopped playing dwarves in the future? What if there's a world in 5 or 6 years where Dwarf Fortress isn't so prominent on the channel? Then there'd be a disconnect, and it wouldn't fit. It's like, okay, think about it this way: Green Day was really cool with Dookie and American Idiot. And now they're a bunch of 45-year-old dudes wearing tight pants and emo makeup, and it doesn't work anymore. Whereas Bad Religion grew with their audience and grew with their music, and their aesthetic changed accordingly. If you dedicate too hard to an image, it becomes very difficult to change your aesthetic accordingly and age with your creative needs and the stuff that you're building. So if you're a very specific anime style character as a VTuber, I think that you are forcing yourself into a niche that in the long term it'll be harder to break out of if that niche ceases to be relevant. That's my most focused take on that. Happens with focused streamers, a massive following for one game, and then you run into a problem of if you play anything else boils down to you're branding yourself in the end. Yeah, absolutely, right? Like, For me, I try and brand myself as games you haven't heard of, which is easy to do with Dwarf Fortress, because most people who play Dwarf Fortress are probably also interested in playing other games like this. You want to fight? Well, hold up. Here. Alamino, you can join the main military squad. We'll get them training pretty soon. I mean, we have the Stupid Skulls because Stupid Skulls are kind of like my brand, but I am not my brand. My brand isn't like a thing that I've built. And that's just the channel's aesthetic. That has nothing to do with me, right? And like my tastes and interests have changed a lot in the time that I've been streaming, right? Like I've been on Twitch and streaming for almost a decade. Quite literally. I was a very different person in 2013 than I am now. That's a fact. I was an asshole in 2013. I'm a lot nicer now. So it's like, the kind of content that you create changes and evolves, and if you don't let that creative process be in a format that can change and evolve, you naturally lock yourself into a specific thing. And if your taste in that specific thing changes, it'll be harder to do that sustainably in a long-term form. And maybe I'm being naive here, but I want to do this for a long time. Maybe some people don't. Maybe you think, okay, this is something I'll do for a couple years and then go get a job when I graduate university or whatever. And maybe that's your plan, and that's totally fine if that's the case. I guess it irks me that branding has taken off so successfully and so many people are now jumping on that. And I'm just looking at it going, all right, it's character streamers all over again. It's people putting on funny costumes and like putting on a show all over again. That's all it is. And it's just as unsustainable as it was a decade ago when everybody was doing it with costumes. You were in high school? Yeah. Secondary school, high school, same thing. So, yeah, I don't know. It weirds me out. But what have you been up to, Yeti? What brings you here today, if I can ask? Don't see you around super often, so it's nice to have you swing by. But I don't know. It's kind of an unpopular opinion that I have, and that also kind of, like, makes me look like I'm sitting here going, "Get off my lawn, you damn kids," which is probably a degree of it, but... I love weird and experimental streams. Do weird and experimental things, but if you're going to do something weird and experimental, don't do the same weird and experimental thing that everybody else is doing, because then it's not weird or experimental. You're just trying to jump on a bandwagon, and unfortunately, when people start jumping on a bandwagon, it kind of turns into a fad. Taking things easy, yeah. Keep it to yourself. I've actually been able to start watching streams again. It's been really nice with this new... I don't know if you know the new schedule at all, but I stream 14 hours a day, 3 days a week now. So it's really long streams. They're very dense. It's a lot of work in a short period of time, but it gives me time to actually do things on YouTube and actually, like, go outside and get a life and go gardening and things like that. So... like, I don't know, I'm just gonna keep bragging about this picture because that was my Saturday and Sunday. Was doing a lot of shoveling and moving dirt around and such. No. Living the life. I don't... It certainly can be rough. I don't think it's like destined to always be rough or anything. I think it can be rough. Have I joined the local farmers guild yet? Does joining a community garden count as joining a farmers guild? But, I mean, urban farming is not quite farming, so... no? Child has been taken by a fey mood. Looks like, I'm gonna say, did you only just grow up? Congratulations, you're the first person to give me a penny today. How you doing, Grub? Good to see you. Chat, can I get a beer or two for the penny that was put into the tip jar? Courtesy of, I may be a slice of pie, because you may in fact be a slice of pie. I've known you for so many years, and we still don't know if you are or are not a slice of pie. You have a good night, Pie. Cheers, dude. Oh no! We'll get well soon, dude. That sucks. Take it seriously. Don't get other people sick. But hey, free week off, I suppose? Hopefully it's not too bad. May your symptoms be mild, and by mild I don't mean vomiting and out of both ends in a projectile fashion, which some people tend to do. I still haven't gotten it, and I don't intend on it. It's, but everybody's cautions are just, like, completely flown to the wind, which I find very annoying, but, you know, is what it is. Cutest! How's things going? Hopefully not everything's burning where you're at. And the annual tribute from Bastigus Mac has arrived at the same time as a child making a item. And we should turn off the celebrations. And I should fly up here and pull this lever, because that's going to melt soon. And when it melts, we should just power it away. Serve rye beer? That's the good kind of beer, dude. Hells yeah. Claim to workshop. What are you going to make? Do it. Trying to relax playing FTL? Why FTL? What brings you back to FTL? It's a long period of time to suddenly jump back to. I'm just trying to promote this, but Tile Cities has a Steam page now. People can go wishlist it. Which I actually put a weirdly large amount of time into on my days off. Like, while I wasn't streaming. I was just sitting there kind of playing Tile Cities, because, like, it's got that same feeling as, like, a Dwarf Romantic or you know, that style of minimalistic city builder. Hold up. I got a double frenzy and a clicky thingy, so I gotta click buttons real fast. This is very important. I gotta click buttons. CUD made you better at it? Pause a lot and be patient and think. That's how you be good at a game like that. Alright, we're done with the frenzy. Man, was so close to getting kitten analysis, but I can get a big boost alongside of that. I'll end up back playing FTL at some point. I don't know if I'll end up back playing FTL specifically, but definitely games that are inspired by. I mean, Trigon of Space Story is coming out just in a few days. Which is, well, not FTL. Definitely not FTL. You know, like, there's nothing in common with FTL. I don't know why you would think something like this looked like FTL, but like it's like FTL, but somebody turned the effects knob up to 1 billion, basically. It's like, all right, so it's like FTL, but like with all of those particles and fancy images. What, slow the fuck down and be patient? It is. It's a good skill to learn. In more places than just video games. I don't know if I'm going to play Trigon of Space Story, by the way. Probably not, but... Wow, indeed, yeah. It's like, it's got a demo, so you gotta try the demo. Welcome to the chat room. Chat room, I've been welcomed to the chat room. I hope, I do indeed feel welcomed. Thank you, Twitch, for welcoming to my own chat room that I made myself. Feels good to be welcomed. Yay, feeling welcomed. All right, child puts the thing away and moves on to the next thing. Hey, Pigfinite, what's up? Looks like dwarves are actually making kimberlite blocks. Does the mayor king want anything? A pick and a crutch. Pick and a crutch, pick and a crutch, pick and a crutch. Got a crutch to pick. We'll let this child finish making the thing that they're making. Once the artifact's done, we'll put the dwarves back up. So I have this problem. Whenever I get like notifications saying that things need to be updated, if it says that your computer might need to restart during this update, I always delay it because I always get those notifications while I'm streaming. It's like, well, I obviously can't pop that up, like grab that update. I'm streaming. Clearly, I can't do that. Clearly, that's not an option. There we go. Just got a bunch of achievements in Cookie Clicker. Excellent. And the humans have arrived to trade. Or not the humans, the elves have arrived to trade. The E's! Speaking of E's, Formula E got delayed by a year here, which makes me kind of sad, but also everything gets canceled and delayed for various reasons now, so I guess that's just kind of the way of things. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Apparently, though, they canceled it. 7. Wow, that's a big one. You're gonna be 8? Nope, just 7. You have a good one, animal. Till next time. And the dwarf has begun a mysterious construction at the craft store shop. So, chat, we got a very important question to ask. Who's going to be the first person to dethrone I may be a slice of pie? Who's going to dethrone pie? Someone's got to do it eventually. Only costs 2 pennies to dethrone pie. If you happen to have 2 pennies. You think you missed it? Which one? Did the tribute ever get depoted? You said that you had it. You literally typed into my chat that you had it. That one. Wait, no, it's autumn. Nope, it never did get deposited. Yeah, it looks like it never got deposited. Never mind. He effed off, I guess. Yeah, it's not in my history. It's like, these are the tribute histories. Huh. Odd. I thought that it had been, but I guess not. Weird. Something must have startled them. Something must have startled them. You know, whenever I see a picture of Vladimir Putin, that man looks like he's eating a lot of Haagen-Dazs. That's all I can say. Like, he's, like, inflating slowly. Yeah, another Ed. Another elves. Another crew of elves. And let's bring the trader over. Who's currently constructing Kimberlite blocks. Eusteth. Oh, cool. You're not too far away. That's good. And you're going to cancel and go trade at Depot, as you should. Damn straight. That's not uncommon. We have a god of lust and pregnancy, so. A lot of people, like, comment on that like it's this funny, weird, unique thing. That's, like, one of the most common spheres that I see dwarves worshipping. Meditating on lust or, suicide, like, all that stuff, I don't know. It doesn't even... It's not even, like, remotely strange to me at this point. It's like, oh, yeah, that's perfectly normal. Especially for this fort. Because, like, that's one of the most popular gods, so... It's just like it's very common for them to meditate on disease and death, because those are other very popular gods. Can I stream dwarves meditating on lust? Answer your own question. Yeah, it's just normal religious practices. They're worshiping the gods of fertility. Pretty sure that you, like, build temples of fertility in Pharaoh, and people go there and worship. It's, I don't know. Ingish, the Embraced Roses, is the deity of the ignited creation. Ingish takes the form of a male dwarf and is associated with lust. One of the most popular gods in this world. Just like Shistek is a deity of the ignited creation, most often takes the form of a skeletal male dwarf and is associated with disease and death. Who's the least popular deity? Hold up. I have to do this to tell you. God of Lust with 10 worshippers. The Fuchsia, Speech and Persuasion with 13. Shistek with 27, Disease and Death. Shin Russet Amber, the God of Mountain, or the God of Wealth and Jewels, which is 9. The Spear of Incineration, which is Fortresses, War, and Valor, has 8. Onal has the God of Mountains, which has 9. And Earth, which is Ashen, has 4. So Ashen, the God of Earth. Birth, Disease, and Death in the one pantheon. I mean, that's also a pretty common pantheon. Like, I don't know. Like, I think maybe it's weirder to see like a dwarf worshiping like a living creature, like a rock or something. Like, or there was one fort that I had where every single dwarf more or less worshipped it alongside of other gods usually, but they all had one god in common, which was a hydra, which had been killed like 200 years prior. And from what I can tell, the only thing that hydra did was attack a couple bunny rat or a couple chickens in a dwarven fort like 1,000 years prior, and then got killed by another big creature in the world. It's like it got into a fight with a giant and died to the giant. And it's like they worshiped this hydra, which ate their chickens like 500 years ago, which is like cool. So I don't know. Like to me, it's like pretty standard. There's usually some sort of reproduction god. There's usually some sort of wealth god. And there's usually some sort of war and mountainsy, fortressy god. Do it, aka Laura. Kirog, the dwarven child, has created Losishkib, a cowbone ring, and claims it as an heirloom in the name of the family ancestor. Do it, who's their mother. You dedicated this ring to your mom. That's adorable. It's worth 20,400 Zathal. The Faint Dent is the name of it. This is a cowbone ring. All craft store ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with bands of sandy clay and round quartzite cabochons and billen and rectangular gabbro cabochons. This object is adorned with hanging rings of green glass and menaces with spikes of cowbone. On the item is an image of Nomal Group channeled the dwarf and dwarves in obsidian. Nomal Group channeled is surrounded by the dwarves. The artwork relates to the ascension of the dwarf Nomal Group channeled to the position of Queen of the Ignited Creation in the mid-spring of 101. On the item is an image of a moth in quartzite. Do you like moths, child? Likes platinum, red zircon, crystal, glass, moose, leather, waves, and backpacks, and cows for their hunting moose. Nothing to do with moths. You don't like cave spiders, though. Yeah, no, the dwarves' worships things they worship are pretty consistent, but sometimes it's the god of disease and lust, and sometimes it's the god of lust and war, and sometimes it's the god of valor and lust and mountains. Gotta love those valorous, lusty mountains. It's, you know, the Lusty Mountains is the parody of the Misty Mountains from that one series of adult films based on Tolkien's work, naturally. It's a very different kind of rings in that one. Let's lock the doors back up in the tavern. With the occasional flavorful gods of fishing and rainbows. Yeah, those are the weird ones. When it's like meditating on rainfall, it's like, why would you worship rainfall? Lusty Mountains Majesty, the new crayon color. Yeah, you know it. Hey, Hums, what's up? That's good to see you. Hrims. Hope things are well. My older sister, when I was little, read Lord of the Rings and The Hobbit to me. And the Song of the Misty Mountains in The Hobbit that they sing. Hello there. This is General Kenobi, is that you? Hello there. And she actually like wrote a song for the Misty Mountains, which I always have stuck in my head whenever I think of the Misty Mountains.
Hope the algorithms are treating you okay these days.
I actually had my best day ever with the YouTube algorithm 2 days ago, Matron Boy. Also, thank you very much for that Prime sub for a second month. welcome back. For reference, I don't have super easy access to it via YouTube's, but what I can do is I can go to the screenshot that I took of it and post it on the on this social media platform owned by local Elon Musky billionaire twitbag, which he just bought for a stupid amount of money, and it's going to go down in value. So I think we should all pour one out for the $44 billion that Elon Musk is going to lose. Anyway, yeah, that was the fantastic day that I had on YubTubs the other day. I don't know why that happened, I'll be honest. I just YouTube just decided to give me 10,000 views in 2 hours, which, you know, I'm not complaining about, frankly. It was very nice. Actually, it was about 8,000 views, but still very nice of it. I wish it would do that more often. It was all from recommendations. I wish it would do that more, you know, like, hey, let's just recommend you to people. So yeah, the algorithms have been kind to me recently. That was yesterday. Well, the day before yesterday, actually. Yesterday I posted that. You managed to get your PC and some clothes back. Good day. Hell yeah. Wait. Back? Why did you have to get your clothes back? PC makes sense, but clothes? Well, good to hear you have them. Clothes are generally necessary to not get arrested when walking around in public spaces. And slightly more optimal than, you know, walking around in a towel or a morning coat. It felt like a nice treat. What's the podcast, Matron Boy? Or what's it about, if I can ask? Yeah, no, I know that feeling. Like, it's that the podcast that I host gets about, across all platforms, that's about 300 views, or 300 listens, I guess. And that's across like dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens and dozens of platforms. Mostly only took some mandatory stuff. Well, I'm glad that you got some stuff back. That is, it's good to hear that you have access to the PC again, because during times of war, like I don't know what I would do without a computer. I think I would go and like the longest period of time I was separated from my computer was 8 months, and it was the 8 months that I was homeless, and my computer and all the monitors and everything on my desk were all in a storage unit. So like I still had them and I was paying to store them, but I didn't have access to them, and it was like the longest 8 months of my life. During that 8 months, I would just like went out and bought a tablet at a point because I was like, I need something to connect to the internet. Oh, really? Okay, so you're like the extra guy that they have on sometimes to talk about film and TV. Interesting. It's a cute, huge comeback to a comfort zone. Yeah, I understand that. It's honestly one of the reasons why I've purchased a couple handheld gaming consoles over the years. Like, it's the reason I've kept my 3DS, right? Like, if I ever have a period of time where I don't have access to a computer, or if I have to go on a long trip or something, or if something stupid happens in the world and I can't have my computer at a desk anymore, it's like, I need something. As long as it's got Tetris on it, I'm good. Which is why I'm super happy that someone already made Tetris for the Playdate. So when I get my Playdate, I can just put Tetris on it on day one and never have to worry. But yeah, no, like having access to a computer is like having access to like my social circles and community and people to talk to and friends. It's like without my computer, it's like don't have anything. First thing you put on your Steam Deck was NES Tetris. How do you like that? I don't know anybody who's gotten theirs yet. So you're actually the first person I've spoken with in a Twitch chat who's like, I got one. How do you like it? I don't have any use for one, so I don't have any plan on buying one, but it's a fascinating little device. But as far as Tetris for Playdate goes, this is Tetris on the Playdate. Not sure what the bouncing is for, but oh, it's just like, oh, I see. It's the drop down. But yeah, that's Tetris for the Playdate, which is kind of awesome that somebody already Someone already ported Tetris to the Playdate, and it looks fantastic. Apparently, this little bounce thing that it does is disableable in the game settings. But Playdate, by the way, is that device. Mine's in the mail. It shipped recently, so can't wait. Although if you order one now, you'll get it in like mid 2023. So good luck. I've already, what's the word? Cracked my 3DS, so I can, and I have a flash cart, so I can just sideload stuff, so it's fine. But yeah, no, I've had a flash cart for my 3DS for 5-6 years. Mostly because I had a couple cartridges for the Game Boy, specifically Advanced Wars 2. Which I wanted to play on my 3DS, and when I got the 3DS and it didn't have the Game Boy cartridge slot, I was like, fuck it! Made it work. Onto the menu itself? Yeah. I don't know. But I am so done with how Nintendo manages their what's the word? Their own storefronts and discoverability, and the way they handle putting money into their stores, and the way they treat their own IP. Yeah, I'll just go get a flash card. We'll see when we see a paper cuts hurt you. Don't cut yourself with paper. That's painful, but you have a good one. Thanks for hanging out briefly. Switch eShop is a nightmare. Yeah, I don't think I'm ever going to buy another Nintendo console. Not because like I don't like Nintendo or anything. I have very fond memories of my Game Boy Advance, and I still play on it sometimes, and I love my 3DS, and I still use that sometimes. It's got Game Boy Tetris, Tetris Ultimate, and Tetris DX on it, which is all I really need, and also Fire Emblem and Advanced Wars 1 and 2. So it's just like, I never need to buy another game for it, and it's fine for what it is. It does what it needs to do, so I will just let it do what it do, and don't worry about it. And probably never buy another Nintendo console. And, you know, I got Super Mario Brothers 3 for Game Boy Advance. See, Metroid Dread is, like, if I were to emulate a game like Metroid Dread, I would buy the game. Like, even if I didn't have a Switch, I would buy a copy of it before I did that. Just because, like, if I gave a shit about Metroid, which I don't, that is a small enough franchise within Nintendo's, like, gamosphere that they're not necessarily going to continue to make a lot of them, so you want it to sell copies. I would still buy it. Although, I will say that the first day that press pictures were showing up of the Steam Deck, I saw Donkey Kong 64 running on the Steam Deck, which is like, mwah! Like, yes. Got a dodgy ROM? Gotcha, yeah. Do the do? I mean, more like, do the Mr. Do. Orange. Wait, continue what? Like, the Metroid? A large reason as to why Metroid games don't come out more frequently is because they don't do well in Japan. And they never did well enough in North America for them to really matter, right? Like, it wasn't the highest selling series in North America, and they never did well in Japan. So Nintendo largely didn't care about them, which is why you don't get Metroid games very frequently. If they sold as well as, I don't know, Mario Brothers, you'd get them more frequently. If they sold as well as Legend of Zelda, you'd get bigger budget, more thought out, more frequent Metroid games. So I don't care about Metroid, and I'm not particularly interested in Nintendo's games, just like I Are Stupid said. But like, outside of some nostalgia, really, like that's a lot of my interest in Nintendo stuff. Like my favorite Nintendo franchises are games like Advanced Wars and like Legend of Zelda 2 and the original Legend of Zelda and like Minish Cap and Link's Awakening and those games. Basically, like, my interest in Nintendo as a company kind of ended in about 2008. Like, everything that they've kind of done since then is like, all right, sure, it's fine. Like, you make very specific things for a specific audience, and I'm not that audience, and that is totally fine. Because, like, when I'm not... If I'm playing games, I want to be at a computer or at a TV. Then the Switch isn't really great for that these days. And, I don't really play games on the go, and if I'm playing games on the go, I want really short games. I want something like a Playdate. GameCube was the peak. I don't know if I'd agree with that, just because, like, I think back to the GameCube, and, like, what if I were to go back to the GameCube right now, what would I play? Melee? Sure, but there's better ways to play Melee now. And also, I would actually say that Ultimate's a better game than Melee, as from a video games perspective, not from a competitive perspective necessarily. I don't give a shit about the competitive side of those games. So it's like, okay, Melee. What else would I go back to play? Star Fox Assault, maybe? I'd replay? Is that a cow? That is a cow. Like, maybe I'd go back to Star Fox Assault. Maybe I'd go back to... I mean, Monkey Ball's on PC now. I'm trying to think, what else would I just sit down and play? On GameCube. That was, like, exclusive to GameCube. That isn't available elsewhere. I guess. I don't know if I never played it. I played Luigi's Mansion at a McDonald's once. Oh, Double Dash was cool. I would play a couple rounds of Double Dash. Double Dash is fun, but I would probably get about the same amount of enjoyment out of Mario Kart Ultimate or whatever, Mario Kart 8 Ultimate or Deluxe or whatever the fuck it's called now. I'd probably get the same amount of fun out of that. I mean, I have Mario Kart 7 on my 3DS, which is the 3DS, which I would probably get around the same amount of fun out of, and that was actually like a really good Mario Kart game. A power of nostalgia? How about instead of getting a Switch for the new Pokemon remake, you get an emulator and play old Pokemon and get the actual nostalgia? Instead of, like, the same game with a shiny paint job. Has become a dedicated Siren 5? Isn't Siren 5 on PC? I feel like if I owned a Switch, it would be a dedicated something machine. Actually, it would probably be a dedicated Puyo Puyo Tetris machine. I'm gonna be honest with myself. I think that's probably what I would play on Tetris or on Switch. And if I had a Steam Deck, it would pretty quickly become a dedicated Tetris Effect machine, I think. Assuming though that controller is good enough to play Tetris on. I don't know if that D-pad's good enough, but... I mean, I don't know which one this is, but... It is on PC. That's my biggest concern about... You just reminded you to put Puyo Puyo Tetris 2 back on it? Yeah. I mean, Puyo Puyo Tetris and Puyo Puyo... I haven't played the sequel, but Puyo Puyo Tetris was a very good $5 that I spent. That was a very fun $5 for a couple hours. I mean, it's a pretty like thick device. Like it's not small. One pick and one crutch. Oh, I've already got those queued up. All right. You know what, dwarves? Let's let you out. What time of year is it? Mid-spring? Sure. Back to work, dwarves. Back to work, back to work, back to work. I've heard the Steam Deck described as a heavier, bigger Wii U tablet, which I think is still kind of amazing. Also, I would like to remind everybody that Razer did this stuff first. Just remember, everybody, that the Razer Edge Pro has been around since 2011, and nobody gave a shit. Can I find an image of this thing? Where is this? There it is. The Razer Edge Pro. Just remember that this is the device that pioneered this whole concept. And except this thing was like $1,200 when this came out. Yeah, but Razer only cares about RGB? Yeah, but you wouldn't have a Steam Deck or a Switch if this device hadn't existed. That's just my theory, though. This is like Switch beta. Thing looks badass. This thing was so fucking expensive when it came out. Holy shit. This thing was like thousands of, like in Canada, they were like $2,400. And it was like an all right tablet with like controls on the side. And like it ran Windows. That was like the one thing that it did. It ran Windows and could run AAA games that came out around the time at like medium low settings. But like it ran and was fine. So, you know, it was fine. It looks like something Terminator would play Snake on. It also, like, weighed like a kilogram. Like, it was a pretty heavy device. Like, I used one once at a convention, and it was, like, uncomfortably heavy. Like, yes, it's a tablet, but, like, the tablet was, like, that thick. Like, it looks like an iPad from the front, but it's not, like, a thin device. It was a thick device. Because it had, like, laptop hardware in it. It was basically just, like, a laptop built into a screen with controllers on the side. So it was, like, it felt like you're lifting a full-size, like, gaming laptop. It was hefty. Probably pretty similar to the Steam Deck, but heftier, I suppose. Thick, yeah. It was a thick device. Good afternoon, I am hashtag. How is I am hashtag? Did you survive 420? I guess you did because you're here. As they say, it's 420 somewhere. Smoke them if you got them. You slept it off, yeah. This is me after gardening on Sunday. I gardened from like, it was about 11 o'clock in the morning until about 4 p.m. And then I came home and just like had a bowl and passed out for 5 hours. Like I said, it's 420 somewhere. Is it time to plant? Potatoes, cabbage, other things. I've made, you know what, fuck it. I will repost the image to that room. But on my Discord, I've added a gardening room where you guys can just post pictures of things that you're gardening and planting. But, although I haven't asked, but I guarantee you I'm not allowed to plant weed in my community garden. I don't think that they would take the statement of, it's just really fancy kale, guys. I don't think they'd buy that. So unfortunately, it's like you have to plant like potatoes and vegetables. But I've got cabbage and red cabbage, and we're seeding Korean cabbage so that I can make kimchi and sauerkraut. I can't wait. It's gonna be delicious. I have a question. Is there a difference between gardening and planting? Planting is part of gardening. It's like saying that you're a carpenter. You also have a hammer. You need a hammer to be a carpenter. Yeah, so you drive a bus. Yeah, you also have to steer when you're driving. It's like you're driving and also steering. It's like saying you're gardening and also planting. It's like, what? Gardening requires planting. You have to plant things to garden. Unless you're just like taking care of someone else's garden that's pre-planted, but then that's not really gardening. That's doing some chores for a friend or a person you know. But yeah, sauerkraut's the goal. Sauerkraut is the goal. Kimchi is the lofty goal. Which is funny because my dad says that we planted a very Irish garden because we planted potatoes, cabbage, potatoes and 2 types of cabbage. Which isn't exactly wrong. That is a pretty Irish garden. You know, if somebody had the surname Planter Gardener, I will just say what I always say, which is sometimes life is fucking ironic. It's like being a Smith whose last name is Smith. It's like that doesn't happen anymore. Although, can I just say that I'm really happy that we don't make new surnames based on your job anymore? Imagine how many people would just be named first name Retail. Yeah, I'm Matthew Retail. Mikey Retail. Yeah, it doesn't work. It's like, what jobs would make a terrible last name? Like, I've never met somebody with the last name Bartender. John IT Guy? See, that is a legitimate name, though. Call John IT Guy. He'll get you what you need. It's like the guy with the last name IT Guy. It's like, my parents worked in IT. I work in carpentry. It's like, I'm an architect, actually. I'm not an IT guy. Stop calling me for your IT. John IT Guy's Carpentry Inc. Prostitute would suck then? Isn't that just like being named Candy, though? IET, no, it'd be like IAYETEA There you go. IT guy. IT guy. It's probably not too far off from somebody's name somewhere. Probably sounds racist in the wrong language. Good win, Stone. You're coming back. There's one Canadian with the surname Bartenders. Bartenders plural, not just bartender. Does anybody have the last name Budtender? Because that's a job that's like popped up in the last decade. Also, is there anybody with the last name Streamer? And then now find me with somebody with the last name Content. Bud tender. So a bud tender is somebody who sells weed legally. Spelled like that. So if you go into a weed dispensary, the job title of the person who sells you the weed is bud tender. It's also the job title of the people who grow the weed. But if you work in a dispensary, that's the job title is bud tender. It's like a bartender, but you're a bud tender. Budrista? I've never seen a budrista. Although, would that be like making coffee, weed beverages? I would try that. Like a latte with like a little syrup in there. Let's go. Caffeinate me and levitate me. There's 264 people named Streamer. Man. Weed shakes? Dude, sometimes when I have too much THC in me, I get the weed shakes. Man, Shake Shack would take off. If they had weed shakes. Doodaloo. Doo-doo-doo. No one with the name Bud Tender? Give it 5 years. We'll get there. Names will catch up. Looking for banana. Oh, there you are. Down all the way at the bottom. At least you're satisfied at work. But you're not a stoner. Also, there's way too many syllables in there. Secret stoner? A nickname has to be like an easier than your normal name, right? Like somebody with a long name should have a nickname. Like somebody named Gustavo should have a nickname, and their nickname would be like Gus. You know? I've been thinking about that because I've been watching Better Call Saul recently. By the way, Better Call Saul, very, very, very good show. Thank you to everybody who recommended it. I had a bunch of people recommending that show to me for a while, and I just didn't watch it for some reason. It's a really good show. Like, genuinely, that is a very, very good show. You have 4 names? That sounds complicated. Trying to think, like, what would the worst modern job to have a last name be? Because, you know, like, we're used to, like, carpenter. We're used to Smith. We're used to Miller. We're used to, like, I'm thinking, like, all of, like, just it's like a trade or a job that's, like, a last name. And I'm trying to think of, like, what would a modern job be? Aside from, like, IT guy, obviously, but... Builder. Bob has entered the chat room. Agent. I feel like having the last name Agent would be awesome, though. Engineer. Again, I think that would be a cool last name. But like, Cyberlac, think about having the last name Agent. Fluffler? I don't know what that is. Scam caller. Scam baiter. I guess the one I keep coming back to is just retail. It's like having retail as a last name would be awful. Mikey Retail. What? Well, I'm sure you could own it. You can make it work. Used car salesman. Fur dresser? Not a taxidermist? That's odd to me that fur dresser is your technical title. I feel like taxidermist would make a lot more sense. Mikey Scammer. Name's Mikey Scammer. What do you do, Mikey? I scam people? I don't know. This is Mikey. Mikey scams people. Don't be like Mikey. King wants me to make 2 crutches. I don't know. Maybe I guess I could see like for I guess for the worst one I keep coming to in my mind would be just having the last name Influencer. Imagine like being named Influence. Now I just want to talk about Elon buying Twitter. Chad, how do you guys feel about Elon buying Twitter? Do any of you guys give a shit? Kind of a genuine question. I just hope that Twitter loses a bunch of value in the next few years and he loses a bunch of money on it. I still love the joke tweet of Rich Twat bought bad website. My favorite tweet was world's largest clown buys world's largest circus, which I genuinely think is very funny. Better than Trump doing it. Trump's broke. Trump can't afford Twitter. What? Trump has to like go whining to everybody for money to be able to like run. Like like all of the offense to Trump, but dude can't fucking afford Twitter. Stupid. Yeah. Well, I mean, he doesn't have to, he doesn't have, it's a business expense, so he doesn't have to pay taxes on that 44 billion now, right? Which is like the only reason to do it. What actually is Trump's net worth? I'm actually, no, I'm gonna do this in a incognito tab. I don't want this in my search history. Apparently, he's worth 3 billion. According to Legoogs, he's worth 3 billion, which, for reference, is enough to buy Minecraft in like 2012. That's about it. The most impressive thing to me about Trump right now is that he hasn't been divorced yet. I was convinced he was going to get divorced within like 3 weeks of getting voted out of office, but I'm amazed Melania hasn't like broken it off with him yet. But yeah, if you take his debt into account, he's probably not worth that much. It's probably mostly in like physical assets, but I don't know. I'm not an economist. I'm not going to pretend to be. No, because I generally don't follow nor really care about the annoying loud orange man. He just kind of gives me anxiety, so I generally don't look him up or pay attention to what he's doing. Especially since he's been voted out of office. Regarding Musk, you do like the technology behind SpaceX, i.e. the landing in rockets and stuff, not the spam satellites into space part? Yeah, no, well, I mean, SpaceX is separate from Starlink, right? Fuck Starlink. My thoughts on SpaceX is there is some incredibly talented, awesome, smart engineers working at SpaceX. Like, that is a fucking incredible team, and I think the entire planet should be proud of them. Dude in charge is a dickhead, though. And I think that is a very good way to put it. You know? Like, just like there's a lot of really intelligent, smart, awesome people working at Tesla. Dude in charge is a dick. I feel like he's going to do the exact opposite because Elon Musk is one of those people who doesn't like, you know, the psychos getting banned from the site. So I have a feeling if anything noticeable changes about... in my opinion, the only things we're really going to notice different about Twitter is probably some annoying right-wing twit heads are going to come back to Twitter, and we'll see more ads for Tesla and SpaceX and Starlink. That's my only real assumption of what's going to change on Twitter, is that there will be more ads for Tesla and Dogecoin value will go up slightly. That's going to be the only real noticeable change. You can't really make Twitter worse, and the way Twitter's designed, it's not really possible to make it better. I wonder if MySpace Tom has tweeted since any of this shit's happened. He tends to tweet when there's major, like, movements in this stuff. Has he tweeted? Nope. He hasn't tweeted since October 21. Oh, absolutely. I mean, he's trying to use it to boost the so as I said in a response to a thread on Twitter, Elon Musk is a man who makes his living off of being in the zeitgeist. The more he's talked about publicly on the internet, the richer he gets. That's what makes him money. He makes money. He's not like a Warren Buffett who makes all of his money by people talking about big brands. Elon Musk makes money because he has fans. He's like the influencer billionaire, right? He's the modern billionaire. He's not the traditional billionaire who just simply invested in a bunch of companies and let them do all the work for him. He makes money because he's big and has a rabid fan base that will spend money on the things that he yells about. That's the only reason he's a billionaire. And he's been very successful at convincing a lot of people with money to throw money at things that he comes up with. And he's a very talented salesman. And the result of being a very talented salesman is you're also a very talented scam artist. So, I don't know. That's all I really have to say. That was like a much longer rant than I was intending, but here we are. Yay! I can get a significant increase in my cookie income. Same thing. I just doubled the power of my idol versus. Fuck yeah, let's go! Which means I get my next kitten in 8 days. 8 days. Oh, jeez. It'll be sooner than that after I get some upgrades and some more buildings. So I relate to Elon like this. I am a person who smokes weed and thinks about things. Elon Musk is a very, 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 very wealthy person who smokes a lot of weed and thinks about things. Problem is, he's not actually interested in benefiting the planet. He just knows that if he pretends that he's interested in benefiting the planet, that's how you make money. And I have a dwarf that's tantruming. Ivan's tantruming. Where are you? Although Criven's pretty wounded after beatings he received after the last tantrums, so I'm not too worried about them actually being able to do much damage to people. SpaceX has clever people, yes. Starlink is meh. Better would have combined GPS. SpaceLink as a global network available for everybody, providing navigation plus internet for everybody, but it's something like that won't happen because there's too many me people and companies in the planet. I mean, that's the point of being a big, like, publicly traded company, right? Is me. Let's make as much money as possible. Because everything is about money and nothing is about actually benefiting people. If benefiting the planet and like keeping us all alive and helping everybody was the most profitable thing in the world, everybody would do it. Speaking of, I don't know where I'm going with this. I don't have a segue that's not offensive. So, hi, Lil Osan, how are you? What's your take on Elon Musk buying Twitter, aside from it's still just Twitter? I mean, my actual, like, end of the road take is Twitter sucked previously. Jack Dorsey kind of sucked. And it's not going to be any different with Elon in charge. That's my actual take. Literally nothing is going to care. The site that you were downloading, the Russian translation for Berserk is gone. Oh no! That's unfortunate. I wonder if open subtitles are any good. Public or open source automatic subtitling. Yeah, okay, so my broker was just killed by Criven, who was a merchant, admittedly, but that still sucks. So rest in peace to our broker. Is anybody putting the body in their coffin? Look like it. Hey, Navy. Social media sucks, period. Yep, this is true. I mean, Twitch sucks if you let it suck. So, you know, it is what it is. How you been, Navy? How was your weekend? Do anything fun? Play any cool games? Or just still playing away at plucking away at Kerbal? Going to spit. Oh, the manga. Can't you read English, though? I thought you were talking about the anime. I mean, Naps is the best video game. I support the playing of the video game Nap. I, too, would like to be better at playing the video game Nap. But unfortunately, like, I'm waiting for that DLC for Outside, and it's not available in Canada yet, unfortunately. Goddamn region blocking. I don't know how many references you guys got in there, but /r Outside, it's a good subreddit. Also, Navy, just an FYI, your little dwarfy child made an artifact and you dedicated it to your mom, which is adorable. You made a figurine. He just doesn't want to be banned from Twitter next time he fucks up. What else he can do with the? What else can he do with the company? What, aside from not banning himself? You know what Elon could do to improve Twitter? Just remove everybody affiliated with the Bored Ape Yacht Club. That would be so nice. And also, make this... just feature this account on the front page all the time and make sure everybody follow... Like, make following this account mandatory. Because this is my favorite Twitter follow right now. Like, found it recently and very, very good. Very much enjoy. Web3 is great. It is. Web3, guys, Web3 is going just great. This is fine. Oh, really? Well, I mean, I used to know websites where you could find all that stuff, but it's not even available in Sweden anymore? Cutest? What about Riker Googles? Riker Googling is pretty good, but like that's just like jokes written. That's Web3 is great as like actually a news source. All right, so do you have a coffin? Yes, you do. They're just waiting to queue your job up, which means I need a new broker. This is unfortunate. Well, let's let the king do it for a bit. Did I queue up those crutches? Yes, I did. How do you forget about Sweden? You know, I just want to take that out of context and just like post it on Twitter. Oh, I forgot about Sweden. This is how I feel about this is what it's like being in Canada. Is people are just like, oh, I forgot about Canada. How do you forget about a whole country? What, for the mechanic being annoying? I've seen that Twitter account get retweeted a couple times. I don't follow it though. Dwarf email? Oh, that one. Yeah, that's that. I thought you meant mechanic as in the TF2 mechanic. I've seen like the TF2 mechanic one around as well. I mean, it's a like okay. So this is coming from the point of view of somebody who is actually like interested in like crypto as a technology and blockchain and all that. The current implementation of the vast majority of NFTs is an MLM scheme at best and a scam at worst. Noid O'Brien. Oh, no, I haven't seen this one. Would somebody care to explain why there are 28 bloody terraquads of Gorn pornography being torrented from the main computer? That's, yeah, okay. Wait, really? Where? Also, this is a very good Twitter follow for me locally, just because I'm in Vancouver, but this is our local traffic copter pilot for the news stations. Posts really good photos of Vancouver very frequently. I mean, I guess if I was the local helicopter pilot, I'd also have my phone on just be going click, click, click constantly. Really? Hold on. Somebody spammed you like as like to make NFTs for them as an artist? Really? Wow. Old Bobby is doing well in this world, I guess. Rest in peace, Justeth. You were a good broker while you lasted. Meanwhile, Kryven is all chained up, but is repentant after being confined. Amazed after being near a completely sublime restraint. You know, if this dwarf just stayed in prison for like 6 months, like if we could just like stack a whole bunch of crimes on you, you would do so much better. Let's actually interrogate Kryven. I haven't tried doing this. We know that Kryven did it. I'm gonna try interrogating Kryven because I want to know what happens when they interrogate him. Like, are we gonna get more out of interrogating him? Because I kind of doubt it, but what if though? Oh shit, Hoshan grew up. Hoshan's now an adult. Gotta give Hoshan a gerb. What do you like? Milk quartz, white stork leather, amber, and the color emerald. Short swords, or armor stands, not short swords. Armor stands and flasks. Dream of creating a great work of art, and this dream was realized. You're filled with joy. You're helpless in stressful situations. Always in love with somebody, and oh, that's good. Let's give you just kind of the basics. You like armor stands, so I'll give you masonry. Let's also give you wood cut, like carpentry, because I do need those jobs. I'm going to give you plant processing because that's a common job. And we'll give you armoring. Good luck there, Dwarf. Sweden is just Finland colored in the support of Ukraine. Speaking of Sweden being colored in the support of Ukraine, it's almost impossible to buy IKEA umbrellas here now. I learned this recently because I was seeing a lot of IKEA umbrellas wandering around because they are the same colors as like the Ukrainian flag, right? And I was just curious, and I went and looked them up, and yeah, they're sold out everywhere. Like, it is not possible to get an IKEA umbrella here right now, which is kind of amazing, actually. Because they're completely unrelated. They're just the right colors, and the humans have arrived to trade. In the Jeffries tubes, no one can hear you scream. This is true. In the Jeffries tubes, no one can, in fact, hear you scream. No one at all, even. You know what? It's been too long since we did this. I'm going to sell all of my clothing. Not even just the damaged stuff. All of it. All of the clothing. It would be nice to assign a pre-made set of jobs to a dwarf like you can in Therapist. I think that, like, you can kind of do that in the premium version, the way that they were talking about jobs, because there was, like, job sets that you could just assign, and then you can, like, filter by job and, like, fill in the number. I honestly, when it comes to this version, I don't even critique it anymore. There's no reason to, right? Like, all of the UI that's in the game currently, it's like, it doesn't matter what we can or cannot do, because all of that's going to be replaced by premium in, realistically, probably like 8 months. And that's not an out of the realm of possibility thing to say. Everything, because like I was talking to Alexandra relatively recently about like Steam DF and whatnot, because I'm going on a short vacation, a very cheap vacation, to Quebec to go hang out with my little sister, with my future sister-in-law, and just kind of having a little mini family vacation. It really is a good Twitter account. That's such a good Twitter. Like, I spent like a good 6 hours on Saturday just scrolling up that Twitter account. Shout out to the Completely Unnecessary podcast for pointing me towards it. But I'm going on a short vacation in at the end of June, and it's gonna land on what would be a news day for Dwarf Fortress. And so I sent her a DM. I was just like, hey, like, if there's anything important that day, let me know. And she goes, oh, well, all of the important stuff's gonna be early June because it's that's when the Summer Games Festival happens, which is like basically like Jeff Knightley's replacement for E3, Summer Games Fest. So it's like, if, keep in mind, Dwarf Fortress Premium Edition was announced at Summer Games Fest in 2019. So if Summer Games Fest was announced in 2013 at Summer Games, if Dwarf Fortress was announced to be coming to Steam at Summer Games Fest in 2019, it would be logical for them to announce a release date at Summer Games Fest. And because Zach and Tarn have been talking about just releasing Fortress mode when it's ready, plus the only screen that still needed to be finished was the Civilization screen, they just posted a blog post stating that the Civilization screen is done, and that really the only thing left after that is bug fixing and art polish. I would actually say, if they're going to announce a release date, it would be very likely that it'll be announced in June. And that's my galaxy brain. Like, I'm looking at like a dartboard covered with like red yarn going from hook to hook. I have a feeling we'll get an announcement in June. Ilda says, on behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my greetings to your people. There's much to discuss. The world is the same as ever. What requests do you have of our merchants? All of the metals that we need to make things look fancy. Someone should just clip that, like me rambling and like pointing at walls about when Dwarf Fortress is going to come out, because and I could just like give it to people who talk about DF, or maybe I could just make it into a short or something. Oi, I have a fix for that. You can just go to not Twitter to look at Twitter. Just go to just go to Knitter, and then type in annoyed Brian, Press enter. And then you'll have his Twitter account. Although you have to be careful because it doesn't filter any adult content out, which I just noticed. Anyway, there it is. Okay. And now you can view Twitter for free, not on Twitter. What, for Knitter? It's literally not Twitter, it's Knitter. Very easy to find. Power through trading. They want crowns real bad. Well, they're getting clothing, so. On behalf of the Merchants Guild, let me extend my thanks to you and your stout dwarves. But yeah, if you ever like want to view stuff on Twitter and you don't have access to Twitter, just use Knitter. Sometimes I go through periods of time where I refuse to log into Twitter because it sometimes gets bad for my brain. And when I'm in a point like that in my life, I just use not Twitter. I go to Knitter. Knitter is new Twitter. I think it was originally not Twitter, was what it stood for. I don't know. They have a Patreon, and you can like look at their page. I think like under their Patreon they call it not Twitter. Ironically, they also have a Twitter. Yeah, it's a free and open source alternative to Twitter front end focused on privacy. It's got no JavaScript or ads. All requests go through the backend client and never talks to Twitter. Prevents Twitter from tracking your IP or JavaScript and fingerprint. Unofficial API, no rate limits and developer account required. It's got multiple themes. It's lightweight. It's got native RSS feeds and mobile support. So, yeah, it's The issue with Knitter is I don't think you can actually post to Twitter through Knitter. At least not directly. Like you still have to use Twitter. It's more like just a viewer for Twitter. But if you just look at Twitter, it is quite useful. Unless there is a way. I've never actually looked into it that closely. Yeah, I mean from a Knitter, it is very useful if you're just going to use it for like its intended purpose of like browsing Twitter, or if you really want like unfiltered cat memes and no ads, go to Knitter. You know. But yeah, I got no issue with promoting Knitter. It seems fine. Any open source Twitter front end is good as far as I'm concerned. Hell of a lot better than like the alternatives to Twitter. You have a Twitter, you forgot about it, and it has 3 tweets and 2 are retweets. I like you calling them retweets. Retweets is great. Thanks for retweeting me twice. I'm glad that I'm 2/3 of your input into Twitter's psychosphere. I don't really encourage people to make Twitter accounts, though. Like, ooh, Navy stressed. Why are you stressed? I'm gonna pray. Restless after being able to fight. Potential release date. Thank you. It's more of a potential release date announcement, but I need that, so thank you. I might make that into a clip. That'll annoy all of the people who don't like it when you upload shorts to YouTube, but that's fine. They can be annoyed. Let's let Navy fight in the main squad, because I just moved somebody to the secondary squad, and get them training. You made the account back in 2010. Oh. Well then. There is some good stuff on Twitter. Like, as a blogging platform, it is probably the best and lightest weight and easiest to use. But it's kind of like saying there's good stuff on Reddit. There's some incredibly good places on Reddit. There's amazing communities and incredible creations and community things that exist within Reddit. It's also like maybe the best source of like local news for events these days outside of Facebook. Like if you want to find stuff that's happening locally to you, it's like go to your local subreddit and see what people are advertising. Like Reddit has a lot of uses that are great, but there's some awful cesspools on Reddit. And Twitter's the exact same way. It's like for every great thing Twitter has, there's 5 things that are disgustingly awful. Unlike Facebook. Facebook's just a trash fire. Your Facebook. Let's see what we can buy. Rose gold. Is that it? Just 1 block of rose gold? Is that all you're giving me? Reddit's great for porn. Reddit is great for porn. It's like weirdly wholesome porn. Bismuth. Gold. Brass. Electrum. Bronze. Need the bronze gold, rose gold, black bronze, electrum gold, brass, rose gold. As the best, least biased news info. Yeah, /r anime titties is great for that. Really solid, like, reporting. World News is all right. World News has good threads, but also has some not so great threads. I'll put it this way, Cutis. If you're used to only seeing CNN, Reddit's a not actually that bad place to aggregate news stories. I mean, shoutouts to anime titties, I think. I guess. That's a safe for work subreddit, I swear to God. I'm not linking porn. Oh yeah, you can read Reddit without account. When Cutis says they want something like Knitter, but for Reddit is Knitter removes all of the bullshit from Twitter. The problem with Twitter is, and it like if I just go to my Twitter timeline, right? I'm not gonna get the most recent stuff. I'm gonna get a few recent things, and I'm gonna get whatever this crap is, which I don't care about. I'm gonna get whatever this is, which I don't know. Okay, that's something I actually care about. It's like that. This is the problem with Twitter is instead of like Twitter just giving you like shit in order, it recommends tweets based on whatever their algorithm dictates, right? That's the problem with Twitter. Is that its algorithm is deciding what I want to see instead of just showing me my following in order. Knitter just gives me my following in order, right? And I think what Cutest is referring to is they want to see a version of Reddit with less algorithm. When setting up an armor farm, what should I do? I don't know what you're trying to get out of your armor farm. What resources do you have available? What are you using? Like, I don't know. Whatever's most convenient? I've never heard the term armor farm. I would just never use Facebook. Save your life. You can also go to reddit.old. If you go to reddit.old, it doesn't ask you to sign up, I don't think. Steal using an exploit? I don't use exploits, so I wouldn't recommend using exploits. for leaked manga chapters. Are you for real that shit's not on like other sites? I don't know. I mean I can't help you with that. My only advice for Facebook accounts is delete your Facebook account, which I did years ago and I haven't missed it, even though I used to use it for some things. The only thing that's really changed about having a Facebook account and not having a Facebook account is I don't know when my friends are dead now, because like that's how funerals are announced. And you know what? Honestly, that's not that bad. Not knowing people I used to hang out with have passed away. There's got to be like some weird like Japanese only site that's more efficient for that sort of thing. I don't know. I used to use a lot of really sketchy image boards to get that stuff back when I cared about manga. Like image boards that you're like, I don't want this in my search history or even associated with my IP. Ugh. But like, you'd get the stuff that you're looking for. But yeah, my advice to you, CCJ, is you shouldn't use exploits. Use what the game gives you, because the game gives you more than enough resources. You don't need to use exploits. People do, which is why it still has relevance. It's just young people don't use Facebook anymore, but people still use Facebook. You can accept them as a mechanic if you want, but I don't accept them as a mechanic. You stated it's an exploit. It is an exploit, yes. It's a exploit that's been in the game for a while, yeah. You don't need it, though. And they will upset your dwarves, because dwarves will get better at making the thing that you're using to dupe your metal, and then they get upset every time you melt them down to make more blocks, so it will upset your metal crafters. So just because it's existed in the game as a while and is accepted as an exploit doesn't mean I'm going to give you advice on how to do it more efficiently, because I don't think you should. You will have a worse experience with the game if you play it that way. If you want to use exploits like that, you might as well just install DF hack and just create a bunch of steel blocks for yourself. Maybe for like the younger generation, yeah, but to be honest, like the younger generations using social media isn't what worries me about social media. The younger generations, like people that were born, like let's just say 10 years before me, or after me rather, or maybe even 15 years after me, like people that are like in their teens right now, they're more savvy and aware of how social media works than older generations. It's the older generations that are having problems with social media. It's actually kind of funny. There's like this graph that shows like the average like teenage mental health, and there's this huge dip happening right now in North America. The exact same dip in the Western world. The exact same dip happened 10 years ago in Korea and Japan, and has since started to recover because people all got onto social media earlier on their phones in Japan and Korea than they did over here, because smart devices gained in popularity faster over there than they did over here. And they're figuring out how to deal with it and how to live with it and how to survive with it. And we're still going through that curve of, oh fuck, social media is screwing all of us. So, all right, well then just spawn in items. Don't worry about duping. If you're going to worry about duping, just spawn in items. There's like literally, like if you're going to cheat efficiently. And my advice to you is if you're going to dupe items, just spawn in a bunch of steel and don't worry about it. That's my advice to you. And you can do that with DFhack. I don't know the commands, but I know you can do it. I've seen people do it. None of your friends use any other social media other than Facebook? All right. What's your point? Just text them then. Do you not have phones? Like literally, like I lived in that world too, where all of my friends used Facebook. And by all of my friends, I mean like the 4 people I know. I deleted my Facebook account and now they all DM me either on Discord or they just text me. Do you not have phones? Is this a sort of season April Fool's Day joke? Ah! Speaking of, did you see that they ported Diablo Immortal to phones? Off of phones onto PCs? You can now run Diablo Immortal on PC natively, which is really funny. You hate the excuse that social media and gaming is ruining the new generation? Okay, I mean, what's a better use of your time? Playing video games with friends on the internet? Or going to a bar and drinking? That's what my previous generation did. It's a nightmare cleaning up after them. So give them cabinets to put their clothes. Do you give them cabinets to put their clothes? Because you need to give them cabinets to put their clothes in. And if they're dumping them everywhere, give them another set of cabinets. And, not like a dump job. I mean, you can make a stockpile for clothing, right? You could go here and you could, or rather that's an activity zone, not a stockpile. I was in the wrong screen. You could make a clothing stockpile under custom settings. Let's just say, why am I like blanking on how this entire web thing works? Just go to armor, and then you could go to quality, core quality, and total quality, and you could set it so that they stop putting them there when they're worn, or they only put them there when they're worn, and then just go that route. But generally, I would just say give them more cabinets to put their stuff in. Because, like, as an example, dwarves like to put their clothes in their bedrooms, right? Except for super messy dwarves, they'll just leave them everywhere, but that's fine. But yeah, they like to put their clothes in their bedrooms, and they put them specifically into cabinets. So all these cabinets have all this clothing in them. Like, this is just one cabinet. And it's like, if you see stuff spilling out the front, give them another cabinet, because they're obviously a greedy dwarf, and they want to put all of their stuff in their cabinets. And when they die, their cabinets get emptied out, and you sell them. It's fine. We'll just give them cabinets in their bedrooms to put their clothing if they're leaving their clothes everywhere. This is a you design problem. That's what we call pinball, little son. I think it was fans that ported it. How's Elomino doing? Satisfied after learning? That's good. How about Navy? Accepting, remembering, retching on miasma. I don't want to kill you, Navy. That would be unfortunate. So, we're trying our best to keep you happy here. Which old Bethesda games? Curious. And like permanently or limited time? Links, please. Apparently Dune Spice Wars is good, which makes me sad that they didn't send me a key, but happy that it's good. But yeah, no, I mean, I give dwarves one cabinet by default, CCJ, and if I see them leaving clothes around, I look at who's leaving the clothes around, and then I give them an extra cabinet, because it usually means that their cabinet's full. And generally, like, outside of extremely greedy dwarves, they don't usually claim more than 150 to 200 items, and between, like, 2 chests and 2 cabinets, like, they're not gonna have problems with that. Did I watch the movie? Yeah, it was disappointing and ended too early. They should stop making just single movies and not advertising that there's a, you know, only a part 1 of 3. They should actually advertise that before the movie comes out. But yes, I watched it. It was fine. Not particularly enthused. It honestly just made me want to reread the books. I'm very, 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 very tired of everything having to be a trilogy and everything having to be a blockbuster movie. They should have made it into a, like, 12-part TV show or something. Stop doing that. It's really fucking annoying. It was a masterpiece? It's a third of a masterpiece. I'll agree with you when the other 2 come out. It's a good movie, but it's ain't no fucking masterpiece because it's not finished. It's like saying that Lord of the Rings is a masterpiece, but you're only talking about the Twin Towers. All right, well, it's a third of a story. You're missing the first half and the second half. And having read that first book, they're not even halfway through the first book. And assuming they follow the book for those movies, I have no idea how the fuck they're going to adapt the actual interesting bits that happen in the second half of that book. So, I don't know how they're going to do that. I can't say it's a masterpiece because I haven't finished the story yet. I don't understand why everybody just holds that thing up on such a high pedestal. I mean, it's fine, but posting in game news. Thank you. Oh, okay. Interesting. I mean, honestly, the only reason I watched it was because it was rented on my Amazon account by my parents. They paid me back for it, but like, so I had access to it, so I watched it. And it was fine. Something concerning worms. I listened to a lot of the original Dune on audiobooks years ago, but don't remember most of it. The only one I really remember was the first one. A lot of disassociation in that era of my life. I'm just, I think the best way to put it, very tired of the current generation's way of, or not generation, but this current generations of filmmakers need to make everything into a series, and their refusal to just like admit that some things are not particularly adaptable. If you're gonna get anybody to adapt Dune, they have the dream team, like, and I'm not gonna lie, but they've already proven that the studio that's working on that thing is incapable of knowing that they're gonna actually be able to finish it because they haven't made a movie. They've started a franchise, and I'm tired of franchises. Yeah, it treats the material with respect, but you can't call an unfinished story a masterpiece. I'll call it a masterpiece if they make that second movie and it's good, and they make that third movie that they've promised and it's also good. Then I will agree with you that it's a masterpiece. Till then, it is a part one and it's fine. I will talk to you and agree with you that it's a masterpiece when part 2 and part 3 are equally as good and surpass it because that had an unsatisfying ending. It's not a masterpiece. The first Pirates of the Caribbean movie is incredible. 2 and 3 are fucking awful, but the first one's great. So when they can prove to me that they can stick the landing with not 1 but 3 movies, I'll agree with you. Till then, I'm expecting disappointment because I've been disappointed with every single fucking franchise of that style in the last 10 years. You know what's a masterpiece? Mad Max Fury Road. Because it's a standalone film with a beginning, middle, and an end. Yes, it's in a larger franchise, but it's a standalone film that's satisfying. That's a fucking masterpiece. You're still listening to the Dune prequel, is almost done with the second prequel. You know what's something that I've wanted to do for a while, just in regards to Dune, because I do love Dune, and I've wanted to reread Dune. I want to do a Dune podcast, but not a single person in my team gives a shit about Dune. And like, I've brought it up a couple times, and they're like, yeah, we don't care. And like, they're streaming the Dune game, but none of them actually give a shit about Dune. It makes me really sad. It's like, I would love to do a book podcast of Dune and just like read through those books like 3 chapters at a time and take 10 years to do it. I think that would be wonderful. Nobody wants to do it with me. Also, I don't really feel like editing another podcast, and I already edit too many, so feel satisfied at work. Wonder remembering my meeting with Fuchsia. Was blissful after sleeping in fantastic bedroom. Last time you were dejected was after decent meals, but that's been a while, so that's good. But Retching on Miasma made you roll over the... What changed with you if it's Miasma? Turn around to Retching on Miasma. Oh, you like parties. Well, that's good. I need to close /r anime titties. Why do I still have this up? I don't have Reddit open while I'm streaming. You will also be sued for that? You don't understand what a book club podcast is then if you think I will be sued for that. A book club podcast is not where you read it out loud on the thing. You read it not on the podcast, and then you discuss what you read on the podcast, right? So it's like a movie review. You watch the movie, and then you sit down with people and you discuss the movie. You don't read the podcast, the book for the podcast. That's called an audiobook, not a podcast. So no, I wouldn't be sued for anything. You just don't know what I'm talking about. It's like all those podcasts that are like watch a TV show and then talk about the podcast, the TV show on the podcast, one episode at a time. They don't get sued for it because it's a fucking book club. No, I don't need to say that. It's inferred. Do you actually think I'm that much of a fucking moron that I just sit down and read Dune on a show? What the fuck? The hell's wrong with you? It's almost like I've created content for years. I know what the rules are and how you can do something like that. Give me more credit than that. Come on. If someone says they want to do a Dune podcast, they're obviously talking about a book club podcast, not making an official audiobook. Although there are open source places where you can make unofficial audiobooks. How am I today? Great until the last 5 minutes when everybody just started treating me like an idiot. But I'm all right. Today's been good. I got to do a lot of gardening over the weekend. What about Blade Runner? I got to go on do a lot of gardening over the weekend, which was lovely. I finalized a lot of my vacation stuff, which is nice. Now I just need to pay off my credit card. I went grocery shopping. I had a shower this morning. That was nice. I didn't really do much this weekend aside from gardening. So, but I'm good. How are you, Armor? Hey, we did that interrogation. No new information was revealed. Subject was naturally inclined to speak and confessed disorderly conduct. Now, do I get another account of disorderly conduct from that? No, I don't. Makes sense. You're okay, you think? What do you think? Which one? Are you talking about Blade Runner? Are you talking about Blade Runner Extended Edition? Are you talking about Blade Runner Director's Cut? Are you talking about Blade Runner the Final Cut? Are you talking about Blade Runner the Theatrical Cut? Are you talking about Blade Runner 2049? Are you talking about Blade Runner 2049 the Director's Cut? Or are you talking about Blade Runner 2049 the Theatrical Cut? Which one? Did you like the movie, inferring there's only one Blade Runner? I'm being an asshole. The original Blade Runner, I think, is a phenomenal film. It stands on its own 2 feet as a standalone film and was written as such, and I really enjoy it. I think that certain cuts of that movie are better than others because some of them just spell out the twist a bit too much. I personally don't really like the final cut as much. I think it's a bit too on the nose with things. I think that there is one sequence in that movie that ages horrifically poorly for the modern era, so there is that. Like that movie gets weirdly rapey in places that in a way that I kind of never enjoyed for the original Blade Runner. 2049 is also a fantastic standalone film that doesn't need the first one to be an interesting film in its own right, that does a good job, I think, kind of tying up the interesting twist of the first film that, again, stands on its own 2 feet as its own movie without a sequel. I don't think either of them need a sequel, and I think that they both stand on their own 2 feet as individual films and are completely unrelated to my opinions and takes on Dune, if that's what you're looking for. So, do I like those movies? Yes. And it's not related to the format of Dune. My annoyance with Dune is purely due to the fact that Dune, the movie, was advertised as a single film. until the day after its theatrical release, where it was then redone. All of the branding, all of the art, all of the advertising added the part 1, because after the initial success of that movie, they got confirmed for sequels. That's what annoys me about Dune, is that leading all the way up to its release, it was advertised as a standalone film. And it's a terrible standalone film. I love that style of movie. I love that kind of sci-fi. I fucking hate the marketing around it. If you're gonna make a 3-part series, be honest about it from the fucking get-go. Don't market your movie as a standalone film if it's not a standalone film. Blade Runner was a standalone film. It was great. I loved it. I've seen that movie multiple times. I think I almost bought the soundtrack on vinyl too. But I can't play it on stream, so I decided against it. How's our newest child doing? Frosty Crystal. That's a good last name. But yeah, no, honestly, like, genuinely, when it comes to Dune as a movie, it's fine. But fuck the way movies are made currently. The way to make Dune is the way they made Lord of the Rings. Film all 3 movies and release them back to back. But no one's going to let them do that. You know? We're never going to get that again. We're never going to get another Lord of the Rings where they filmed all 3 movies in a short period of time and then released them. You're going to have problems with actors aging. It's going to be long gaps in between those movies. It's never going to be perfect. And that's what hurts me about Dune, is that they are fucking capable of just adapting Dune the way Dune needs to be adapted, which is filmed at one time in one batch and release it over X number of years. And they can't do that because everything needs to be a franchise. And what's going to happen is they're going to finish it, and then they're going to start doing what every big film studio does, which is they're going to start fracturing it and making spin-offs. And it does not stop. Just make a thing and release it. Make it be art. Stop doing that, please. Fuck Disney. I know Disney didn't... Fuck Marvel. Fuck Star Wars. But beautifully shot, wonderful music, great acting, phenomenal directing, great filmography, super unsatisfying, unfinished movie. We get that all the time, but the problem isn't somebody having enough confidence to say, fuck it, I'm going to do it this way. The problem is the film studio giving them the budget and the finances to do that. And you don't get that anymore because movies are too expensive and they're too big of a risk. And like, as much as I loved Blade Runner was a financial failure. Every single one of them were financial failures. I fucking hate Marvel. Like, I will be honest with you. Iron Man, the movie, super fucking fun. Great film. Love that movie. The first Iron Man. Every single one of them since then has been diminishing returns. It's like, oh, you're just making that same movie again and again and again. They all have the same character art with different puns and different jokes. And yeah, they're like expanding on it now finally, but they've already burnt me out on that stuff 8 years ago. And I guess I'm not the biggest film buff. I don't have that kind of tolerance for soap operas, I guess. When I'm watching a movie, I want to sit down and see a story, and I want it to have a conclusion and a satisfying ending. The culture of we have to wait until the end of the credits for the teaser, I'm so fucking done with that shit that I just want to travel to a different time period. I mean, you know, we all have guilty pleasures, right? I have guilty pleasures. I watch every single movie Nicolas Cage is in. You're allowed to have guilty pleasures. Like, I've seen Lord of War 4 times and The Knowing. Nobody should watch either of those movies. But it's like, I just really like Nicolas Cage as an actor. Nobody needs to watch Vampires Kiss, though. No, nobody needs to go back in time and watch, like, his film, like, all of, like, maybe, like, you should watch Face Off. Face Off's a good movie. But, like, most of his film catalog, you don't need to watch. You don't need to watch National Treasure 2. I would watch a National Treasure 3. Like, I'm not... Uh-oh, that was bad. What just happened there? Criven was that Criven there? Nope, that wasn't Criven. What the fuck just happened? Is somebody tantruming? I can't tell. Was it Criven? Face Off is a solid action film. I haven't seen it in a while, so I'm not sure how well it ages, but... Wow, it was Criven again. Okay. Damn. Go back to prison, I guess. We need that dwarf gone, I think. But yeah, I don't know. I'm tired of seeing a movie and then finding out later that it was just an ad for the next movie. That's what I want from a TV show. There is a format for that. And it works. And I like that format. And I don't like the format of go see a movie so that you're prepared to see the next movie. And then you don't want to see, and maybe you missed the first movie, and then you don't want to see the next movie because you're missing story bits and references from the I don't like that. Unless it's advertised as such, and I know how many there's going to be in advance. Otherwise, you lose me from the get-go. And the whole concept of the thing. You're going to get taken to prison now, I think. Yep. How long do you get this time? 29? Why not like 50? Only Nicolas Cage maybe you've seen is The Rock. I really want to... I haven't seen The Unbearable Weight of Massive Talent yet, but I'm very much looking forward to it. You know, honestly, when it comes to film franchises, I think I would be more okay with like a Final Fantasy style of storytelling in film franchises. And I know that might sound... Oh no, Axon's dead. Fuck. That actually pisses me off. Criven, I think you're going to get expelled after you get out of prison. Because you just killed Axon. That was a good dwarf. That was our chief medical dwarf. I don't think we can permit that. Dewitt's now the new chief medical dwarf. Crutches and picks. But yeah, I would much prefer a Final Fantasy style. And by that I mean reoccurring characters, but completely different story every time. You know, like Final Fantasy always has Sid. Sid always shows up in Final Fantasy. I don't fucking care about Final Fantasy, by the way. But like, you always have people with the same names that show up in every one of those games. But they're always different people. Yeah, no, this dwarf is very... This dwarf needs to go. I'm sorry, Criven, but you need to get expelled. I can't have you killing 2 dwarves. Expulsion is the cost for that. So as soon as that dwarf gets out of prison, they're leaving. F's in chat for Axon, though. You died too young, dwarf. No, I don't do public executions. It's not good for morale or mental health. Just being expelled into the wilds is an execution in and of itself. And dwarves don't believe in public executions either. They believe in beatings. Expulsion is the price for murder. It could be used underrated. Nicolas Cage is in a lot of underrated movies. I mean, I love the movie Mandy. I would argue that movie's kind of underrated. I know almost nothing about Jackie Chan, so... I've seen like maybe 3 Jackie Chan movies in my life, so. Although the benefit about being a Nicolas Cage fan is that he's genuinely he's a weird dude. He's what I would describe as an eccentric, but like he's a nice eccentric, if that makes any sense. You know what I mean? Like he's just like a weird rich man, but like not a weird rich man in like the Michael Jackson way, more of a weird rich man in kind of the like medieval eccentric kind of way. Like yeah, he's got like an oddly young wife and spends money on strange as fuck things, but like he's wholesome about it, if that makes any sense. So, I don't know. I don't feel bad about being a Nicolas Cage fan. I think it's GQ put up a video of him going undercover on social media and responding to a bunch of comments. It's very funny. Very, very, very well done. Yeah, kind of. It's like Jared Leto is like the almost like becoming a cult leader level of creepy eccentric, whereas like Nicolas Cage like could become a cult leader, but like realizes that that'd be weird and doesn't. You know what I mean? Like he has the self-awareness to go, oh, that's weird. I'm not gonna do that. That's a bad. You don't start a cult. And don't let your fans start a cult, and if they do, don't acknowledge it, which is Nicolas Cage's way of like dealing with that shit. Whereas like Jared Leto's like, wait, you mean 150 women are gonna come with me to a deserted island, and I can build them a house, and I can just go hang out with them, and we can worship the, I don't know, the sparkle god? Let's do it. But rest in peace to the poor Axon. Axon, Axoff. Bad days. Weird rants today. I know, you know, honestly, I've heard like 1 or 2 of Steve Vai's songs, and that's all I know about Steve Vai. I haven't seen Unbreakable or Glass, no. Do I think Elon Musk will get Discord next? No, because Tencent already owns too much of Discord. You know, honestly, like, the one argument I could really see to go delete Twitter is we should all go delete Twitter right now so that Twitter loses all of its value so that it bankrupts Musk. That was one of the only, like, legitimate reasons I could see to delete Twitter right now. But no, I don't think he's going to buy Discord next. Also, he doesn't really have a presence on Discord. So, you know. I'm still just surprised that Activision Blizzard is worth more than Twitter. But Call of Duty, I guess. World of Warcraft. Space Pirate, what up? It's good to see you. Lots of people are way too rich. But like I said, at the end of the day, like, even if he did, who fucking cares? Annoying rich man used to own Twitter, and now a different annoying rich man owns Twitter. Nothing has changed. It's just the voice of the annoying rich man that's changed. Quite literally, that's the only difference I see. Have I seen the shithead that owns Facebook? No, do tell. Jack Dorsey is an annoying rich man. Elon Musk is an annoying rich man. Nicolas Cage is an entertaining rich man. Nicolas Cage should have bought Twitter. Maybe you get more crypto memes now, implying we didn't previously. Web3's going great anyway, so. Besides, Elon Musk doesn't like crypto because Elon Musk can't control crypto. Dude's a control freak kleptomaniac, and the only shit that he likes is stuff that he can have complete and total utter control of. And obviously he can't have complete and total utter control of crypto because it's relatively decentralized. Which part, CCJ? Hey! First bits valued over 1 penny of the stream. Thank you much. You just, like, doubled my revenue today. Cheers, dude. Thanks for the $5. Check, can I get a round of beers? For Space Pirate throwing $5 at me. Thanks for the $5. Appreciate you, dude. Now the frame rate gets slow. Well, what spawned? Weird. Let's just make that last pick. Who's making that last pick? Actually, it might be you. Anyway, we're gonna expel you, Criven. So you'll get released from prison eventually and expelled. I should just make that work so that when you type it out, please don't use words like that in my chat. Like, I know what you're talking about, CCJ, but, like, one of the things that I pride myself on in this chat is that we can have discussions about serious topics without just devolving into insults. So if you're going to start off a political discussion by insulting the other party, regardless of which party it is, unless, you know, you're referring to Nazis, in which case, fuck them. But if you're going to talk about politics in any format and your first thing to do is to insult them with a slur, I can't permit that. Just, people are people, even if they have shit that you disagree with. And also, spoilers, governments can't control crypto. They are. It's literally what exchanges do. Anyway, Darren, what up? It's good to see you. Aw, my mom bought me another peace lily without telling me and then gave it to me. As a thank you for helping her transport soil. So I have another peace lily now. Although my mom has informed me I'm not allowed to get a Monstra because they are very toxic to cats and my parents' cat likes to eat plants. I've been welcomed to the chat room like a dozen times in the last 2 hours. My frame rate go? What the fuck happened? Weird. Something's stuck somewhere. Maybe like an animal stuck somewhere. I'll bet you it's those emus. There's some of those. Yeah, I don't know. I think I just keep disconnecting from Twitch chat briefly, so. That or their servers are blipping, one of the two. It's been a minute. Been a week since I played. There you are. Space Pirate, you're a clother. You're doing all right. We lost like 2 dwarves to murders today. I just had to expel Criven, which makes me sad, but yeah, you're still at it. Your toes smashed open, apparently. Didn't heal properly, but, yeah, you're a clother. Doing your thing. Not legendary in anything. Not super standout, but still trucking. You were in a cafe a few weeks ago and you looked around and this baby was munching on this pothos leaf. You did freak out because the plants can be quite irritable to mouths when chomped on. That seems like problematic parenting, that. Now, when you say munching, do you mean like munching or do you mean like gumming? Like, were they just going, "Arr," like just putting it in their mouth, or were they actually like chewing on it? Because like babies kind of will just like gum things, but yeah, they shouldn't be putting that in their mouth. Not good for you. I don't know if that thing had teeth. I still like the description of a child. That thing, I don't know if it had teeth. I don't know if that thing had teeth. But yeah, no, I would agree with you. I wouldn't recommend chewing on houseplants. Generally, chewing on houseplants is a bad time. Unless it's like some weird edible cactus or something. Crotch goblin? Is that like your term for baby? The undesirable type of baby? As somebody who has no desire to have children, that's all babies. So. I still wouldn't refer to them as crotch goblins. It's just someone's kid. To me, like a crotch goblin would be like a camp stove that doesn't work properly. Mostly because like we used to refer to this one type of camp stove when I used to go camping a lot. That was basically just like a can of fuel, like a mini can of like butane, I think, with a very, very tall burner on top of it, and then like stilts on the edges, and you'd light it and it would just go, and they'd fire out a flame about this tall. We used to all use them because they were great. You could boil water in like a minute. They were super duper hot, but like kind of very dangerous. And like they weren't like an official type of camp stove. It was literally just something that a friend of mine's dad used to make. That's the problem. Just not many pics queued up. Anyway, he used to make them like in his garage, right? And sometimes like you'd put them into a sometimes we'd put them into a like a coffee tin if you wanted to put a bigger pan on them. But we used to call them cock rockets. So when people say crotch goblin, it reminds me of cock rocket for some reason. So, you know, we all have our histories, I guess. Well, that's one of those really kind of not fun things to say out of context. It's just like, yeah, it's like, I'm just going to set up my cock rocket. You're what now? You're pardon the fuck? The what did you... I don't know. I think for the same reason, Troop and Panda, when you walk past a baby bear and you look around for mama bear, it's the same reason I wouldn't refer to a baby as a crotch goblin. Because if a baby is a crotch goblin, I'd be afraid that I would offend mom and mom would punch me in the back of the head. It's like if I see baby bear, it's like, all right, I want to get out of here because mama bear is going to kill me. It's just like if I see an infant, I wouldn't refer to it as a crotch goblin because I'd be scared mom would hear me and then, I don't know, sue me for defamation or something. Cock Rocket is your working name? Well, I'm glad that works for you. Sounds like something that'd be great to put on a resume. It's like, what's your special talents? At night, I go by the name Cock Rocket. I saw LinkedIn recruitment emails are an insult to our intelligence site. I saw you were open to work, and I'm guessing that you would be a full stack JavaScript, React, and Node role. Sorry if it's tricky to work from your Sorry if it's not tricky to work out from your profile. I don't know what any of that means, so. As somebody who doesn't really know what a full stack JavaScript, React, and Node role means, as a non-comp sci person, I wouldn't be able to tell what that means, let alone if it's insulting your intelligence. So, unfortunately, I don't fully understand. Because I know nothing about that stuff. Because I'm an idiot. At least I know it, though. I'm a self-aware idiot. Who's my manager, right? Diamond! What are you doing? Nothing. Bruh. Neither do the recruiters, apparently. I mean, that's just a given, though. Difference between a person getting angry at you for calling her offspring a crotch goblin and a black bear getting angry is that the black bear would know where to find the park. The black bear would know where to find the park manager and still punch me, while the other would only scream at you. Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Hey, frame rate's speeding up. I don't know what I did, but cool. Maybe something got unstuck off map. That's not the direction I was expecting you to go with that troop in, but I'll take it. It's just pretending like an individual reaching out rather than admitting it's a blanket mailout. I mean, in this economy, is any individual going to reach out to you? I mean, it's just like all of the personal emails that I get sent on a daily basis. Like, I received an email from a video game that's leaving early access soon saying, hey, would you like this paid opportunity to promote our game on release day and play it early? And I was like, yeah, sure. So I responded to that email. 20 minutes later, I received the exact same email minus the paid opportunity bit. Like literally my name, everything identical minus the paid opportunity bit. And then I receive an email from them 3 days later that says, hey, did you want a key for the game and the ability to play it early? I'm like, well, I was interested in the paid opportunity part. And then they responded with, well, so we had you on the wrong email list and we corrected that immediately. Would you still like a key? And it's like, well, I already own the video game. And they're like, would you like early access? It's like, no, I don't want to promote your game anymore. I was just like, go away. Thank you. Like, yes, I was marginally interested in your product, but now I'm not. So bye. Let's get that pick done. Space Pirate, would you like the new job of also having metal smithing for weaponry? Oh, you do. Why aren't you doing it? Am I actually just like out of iron? That's impressive if that's the case. Nope, not even close. Could you have a dwarf inside this fort? When one is born and there's one available, sure. The only ones available right now are merchants, and you probably don't want those. So every single dwarf in this fort is named. That's the problem, Star Legend God. It's not like Crimson Pulley stuff where there's hundreds of dwarves. There's only 37 right now. And 3 of them aren't even permanent members of the fortress. Just canceling a bunch of jobs right now. Only one I still want to do is forge the iron pick, but no one's even doing that, so... But yeah, this fortress runs on a first come first serve basis when children are born, so we need to wait for children to be born. But considering we just lost 2 dwarves, I'm actually gonna cancel what I just did. Oh, I think I know what's causing the frame rate problems. You get released. You're probably trying to path out. Watching Johnny Depp react. It is the hottest show on television as Johnny Depp reacts to his ex-partner's faulty case. Whole case is a shit show. I'm of the opinion that it's none of my goddamn business. I don't know. I will never get used to the world of, oh, we should care about celebrities and their personal business. It's like, no, I don't care. Cases like that happen all the time. And I don't need to watch it. So, you enjoy it, but I don't understand the appeal. I don't think I ever will. I will say what I said again. I don't think it's anybody's business. And I don't think it's entertaining. So, you enjoy what you enjoy. I will never understand the world's fascination with celebrity bullshit. Johnny Depp seems like a chill dude, and his ex seems like a psychopath, but it's none of my business. There's lots of free entertainment on the internet, myself included. And I don't think it's anybody's business to give a shit about people's destroyed marriages or whatever. It's just kind of sad, to be honest. You have a good one. We'll see you when we see you. Thanks for giving me information I just didn't need to hear again. Let's see, does that fix the problem? Kind of did, actually. I love how I'm just like, yeah, I don't care about, nor do I need to hear about a thing. And I think that the discussion of it in the public sphere is nobody's business and kind of gross. And then you're just like, here's a repost of that shit. Thanks. I appreciate you, cutest. Yeah, you're very helpful. You want to know the problem with social media? It's that shit is entertainment. It's kind of disgusting. But, you know. What do you order from the Indian? That sounds racist the way you worded that. What do you order from Indian food? Is that what you're referring to? Any kind of red curry. Red curry's best curry. If it's going to be a meaty curry, it's got to have lamb in it. Get some naan bread. It still sounds racist the way you worded it. Like, that wording reads very racist. That's the only way I could say it. It does. And that's just kind of a fact. Doesn't matter where you're from. Something reads like it's racist, it reads like it's racist. Yeah, if you can't get lamb, get goat. But because goat's the goat. Anyway, Gate Nerd, what up? How's things? Happy Tuesday. Hope you're doing well. I'm not even going to get started what I don't like about social media, because I will be here all day. talking about just that, so I'd rather end the subject where it should end, which is where I just tried to end it. This stupid, stupid dwarf. All right, let's go request some more merchants. Wit code. Make a request. Yeah, I feel you there. I feel you there, Pink. I've had seasonal sniffles and like cloggy throat because of it for the past week and a bit now, and it sounds like I'm a chain smoker when I'm not. I hate it. Like my voice just feels like somebody punched me in the throat a bunch. Like it made me paranoid enough that I went and got a COVID test over the weekend. Right? And yeah, it's very much negative, so it's like, well, okay. And also antihistamines makes it go away. This is a neat tweet. So you remember that bundle for Ukraine that was on Itch? Yes, but over here, that is exceptionally racist. And you're in a global stage on Twitch chat. So if you say something that is globally racist, it's racist. Not fine because it's acceptable where you're from. So stop trying to justify it. What you said sounds very racist. It's just a fact. Just because it's culturally acceptable where you're from doesn't mean it's globally acceptable. I mean, yeah, there was context, but that statement that CCJ said would probably get you hit in the head here. So, yeah, just keep that in mind. The last set of flowering bushes are active, and then your allergies should be over until February. Hell yeah, Darren. Oh, what was said was, what should I order from the Indian? Which here would get you hit in the head. What should I order from the curry restaurant? Or what should I order from the Indian restaurant is very different. What should I order from the Indian? Sketchy. Not common terminology. Literally never seen it before until today. So maybe it's acceptable in like the 2-block radius where you're from, but state that it's a restaurant. Otherwise you will get weird responses. Dick Hiborstral. Early Autumn. Stone, we have the tributes. What's a funky human name? I think that you need to remember that you're in a Twitch chat with people from all over the planet, and you need to speak accordingly in a globalist perspective. Yes, but there's a difference between saying, do you want Mexican, Chinese, or Indian? And saying, I'm going to order the Chinese. I'm going to order the Mexican. No. You're going to order Mexican food. Does that make sense? There's a difference there. And that wording reads very racist. Anyway, people are going to get timed out if you keep digging your own hole. I don't like it when people say something that I point out as that not cool. And then you're just like, no, it's fine where I'm from. It doesn't fucking matter where you're from. Also, you responded to yourself, not to Pink Fluffy Llama. CCJ. just pointing that out. So how old are you? Well, number one, that is a bannable offense on Twitch, asking somebody how old they are. Number two, don't be that way. If I tell you that you're doing something that's unacceptable in my chat, it doesn't fucking matter where you're from, how old you are, what's in between your legs, and where you're from. If I tell you something, if I tell you you're saying something racist, say okay and don't keep digging. Right? That's your warning. You can change the subject, or I have to do what I don't like doing. This is a funky human name. I don't know why. You very rarely see humans named DIK. At least I feel like I don't ever. What do you look like, Dick? Anything like Van Dyke? She has a raspy voice. She wants people to, file the paperwork, Mike Wazowski. Her nose is sharply hooked and her lips are thick. Her slightly protruding dark blue eyes are wide set. Her hanging lobed ears are extremely tall. And her head is broad, and her hair is dark brown, and her skin is dark tan. I think, yeah, you are correct there. It is a type of deer, yeah. Dick deer. Don't have them around here, though. That is correct, though. Didn't think about that. Sounds delicious, CCJ. I am watching you, Mike Wazowski. I don't know why I keep... I've been doing that voice all day, and I can't fucking get out of it, dude. It's a problem. Something. File your paperwork. It's the best character in that movie. You didn't offend me in the slightest, CCJ. If you offended me, you wouldn't exist in this chat anymore. What you are doing is exceptionally disappointing, though. Because you're taking your fucking narrow-ass focus and refusing to listen to other people's perspectives on the world. And telling them that they're wrong when they have other perspectives. That's what's disappointing. So, what you need to do is fucking shut up, accept that you're in the wrong, move on. That's it. Last chance. You didn't offend me. If you offended me, you'd be gone already. You don't need to apologize. You just need to move on. That's all that you need to do. You're bringing it up again. And you didn't offend me. That's all good. Move on. Stone, you get it. Nothing happened to Abel Bacon. Move on. How are you doing, Abel Bacon? It's good to see you. Question is, are you able to bacon? Egg-eating snakes? Or this tribute? I mean, egg-eating snakes are adorable. Diggy diggy hole. Let's do it. You baked a cheesecake? Fuck yeah! What kind of cheesecake? What'd you put on that cheesecake? Did it turn out well? Cheesecake's hard to make, dude. I made cheesecake once for birthday, never again. Although I'm not much of a baker. I don't really like baking, but it's regular plain cheese. God, it's just so good. Shit's sinful. It's so tasty. Bacon bad, bones good. Bones make soup. Bones is pretty good for that reason. Come on, you Walk faster. The other human got there real quick. You have a mule. I guess it's a slow mule. Got no new arrivals. All right, well, that failed. Then you back out. The one other thing I will say on this subject is I am extremely hard to offend. But that's not the point. So. Says in the wiki that the species have a word for every color except orange. And dwarves don't have a word for dwarf. You smell? Like, well, currently I do smell, in fact. I smell like coconut and lavender because that's what my conditioner smells like. I've smelled like coconut and lavender for like 4 days. Yep, still smells like coconut and lavender. So, you know. It's kind of lovely, actually. God, I want cheesecake now. God damn it, Abel Bacon. Also, I have come to the conclusion that I have no idea what Cloud Blue smells like, which is my shampoo. I've come to the conclusion that I have no idea what it smells like. It's like, smell the power of Cloud Blue or some whatever the fuck. Shut up, Dove Men marketing. It smells like absolutely nothing. Is my conclusion. After about 4 weeks of using this shampoo, it doesn't smell like anything. Also, good job, Pink, Troopin' Panda, and Gate Nerd. Congrats. Let me know when you got it, Stone. Foxtail Mullet beer. That's actually quite a bit of beer. 25 Foxtail Mullet beer. 5 rhubarbs. 1 bronze ladle. Because I need to, like, get rid of all these fucking labels at some point. You just bet all your tickets and every time it comes out. Hey, well, you know, sometimes you get lucky. Hell yeah, man. Hell yeah. So, chat, something that we need to figure out for tomorrow is I don't know what to do with... I think tomorrow might be the last day for that particular haunted fort, and we might move elsewhere in that haunted zone. And the reason I say that is because that fort's frame rate got so bad the last time we were playing, like it's a bit bad even for me. So we might have to retire that fortress due to the lag. But then again, the lag is understandable because I am pumping lava from the ground all the way up to the surface. I've got shit tons of water physics going on. Shit tons of random animals and trees and undead things in corners and such. I think it might just be time to retire that fort, so. You know, I'll be completely honest with you, Gate Nerd. I've never once actually watched a TikTok on TikTok. I've never used the app. I've never gone to their web browser thing. I've never in my entire life watched something on TikTok. I've seen plenty of TikToks on Reddit, Twitter, Discord, and other places, linked on news sites and whatnot, but I've never actually watched a TikTok. Also, you can't invest things right after investments finish because there's a 45-minute window in between them, and they just finished, so they're not open again. You can't invest them again. Sorry, Darren. And I think that that's actually like a pretty common take on TikTok. It's like, I've seen plenty of TikToks, but I've never actually seen TikTok. Or a TikTok. God dang it. The best ones get posted everywhere. I mean, the best ones just become memes, right? Like, it's just like Vine. I never used Vine. The entirety of Vine's existence, I never once actually used Vine. Apparently, some people did. I wasn't one of them, though. And all of my experience with people who made Vines was cleaning up after them in my McDonald's when I worked there. Because they would show up and make a huge fucking mess. Inconsiderate little twits. Well, I mean, like, realistically, I probably should post some content to TikTok. Like, it's just like YouTube. It's a really good platform to put your stuff on and find new audience members, but it's a kind of a combination of I just feel too old and just, you know, lack of mental capacity to think about another platform, which is why I just kind of don't bother with TikTok, because it's like, I could, but then I'd have to learn how another platform works, and in order to learn how another platform works, I'd have to actually use it. I think TikTok is like the point where if I had the money, if I had the budget, which I don't, I'm very far away from having the money and the budget, I would just pay an editor to make 3 TikToks a week of me and just tell them to tell me what to say. Like, I would just do that if I had the budget. What would I post on TikTok? Fuck if I know. Edited clips, maybe? I don't know. This is the problem. Just doesn't catch on, sadly. You want to know how YouTube works? You get randomly popular. The exact same way you get randomly popular on TikTok. You don't get randomly popular. You don't get popular anywhere knowingly. You just get randomly popular. Except for Twitch, which is why I like Twitch, because Twitch is actually about networking. You go make friends and you grow on Twitch. You can make all sorts of friends on YouTube and never grow on YouTube. So I don't like algorithm-based content creation anywhere near as much as networking-based. But it's all algorithm-based, and even Twitch is becoming more and more algorithm-based, and it's hurting me. And you guys can see that, because back when Twitch was more about making friends and building a community that way, I had 150 concurrents every day, and now we have 50, right? That's just is what it is. It just is what it is, unfortunately. Oh, that too. That too, Taylor. That's the other reason I kind of don't bother with it, is the tinfoil hat stuff. But, like, everything that I do for a living is a data gathering platform, to the point where any social media platform could probably create a convincing AI of me just purely through all the data that they've mined from me over the years. And unfortunately, as part of my job, I just kind of have to accept that and just kind of hope that I make enough money on the side that it's worth it in the long run. But I guess I will never know if it's worth it. You've browsed Twitch once to find a streamer, and that way. Okay, well, I mean, I'm glad I won that one time that you browsed Twitch. And I just have to say thank you to everybody who supports me so that I can be that one DF streamer that people browse Twitch to find sometimes. 393, Gaynard. 393. Also, what the heck did you do to get randomly popular on TikTok? Post a random, like, meme thing, or do you have a shtick? Just kind of curious. Maybe, why are you stressed? You want abstract thinking. Navy, congratulations. You are now a scholar. Go think about things abstractly. Almost 80% of the way to halfway to 1,000, yes. And now that I do it like once a week, it's going to take even longer. Baby Skull, you're not a baby anymore. Well, if 25 is a baby, I guess you're still a baby. Tile set's what you're looking for, Data Snake. Unless you're looking for something else. What are you looking for, Delta Snake? But tile set is probably the command that you're looking for, if I had to guess. Also, the frame rate came back, so that's cool. Ludwig follows you on TikTok. Co-Carnage follows me on Twitch. And XQC called me irrelevant. So those are my claims to fame, as I was told that I was irrelevant by XQC, and Co-Carnage follows me. And you know what? He's not wrong. He's not wrong. Maybe the most truthful thing he's ever said. What color is that stuff's purple, right? I'm a Twitch partner. He's a Twitch partner. I've gone to TwitchCon. He's gone to TwitchCon. We were in the same room. And I asked if he was looking for people to hang out with because he looked like a lonely little lost puppy. And he said, sorry, I'm waiting for somebody relevant. So that's what that connection is. Besides, as far as I'm concerned, he's still a noob on the website. Like, dude made his account in 2016. Didn't really start streaming until 2017, so still a newbie as far as I'm concerned. I've been doing this about 5 years longer than he has. Which have a command for that. I spent an equal amount of time pointing out that there's a command that you should have. Yeah, so many streamers have commands for literally everything that I've kind of made it a point to like have some absolutely useless commands like !tits that have no practical purpose existing whatsoever and exist as a visual pun. But like, you could just ask. Like, I see everything that pops up in chat. So many streamers, I guess, just don't look at chat ever. But that's the actual thing, is like they just don't look at chat, so it's easier to have a command for stuff. We also have Booby, yeah, that's true. Although Booby is significantly less sketch because it's actually like the Wikipedia page for Booby, whereas Tits is sketchier because it's a tiny URL. The tiny URL is what makes it. Why are you such a perv, Paper Cuts? Like, there's places to get porn if you want that. It's not here. Jeez, man. Come on. Gosh. That's a gorgeous, healthy booby. A beautiful foot, I would say. Nice bright and red. You know, these birds are, like, notoriously stupid. They're notoriously dumb. There's really good photos of, like, boobies just falling off of things on the internet. If you ever want to, like, laugh at a bird, like, falling, go look up some blue-footed boobies and red-footed boobies just, like, bumping into shit. They're not the brightest animals. They're, like, pigeons minus 15 intelligence. It's called a booby. That's true. Because, yes, it is indeed a bit of a boob. At a weird time. Boobies are stupid. Any questions, Space Pirate? Are there boobies in Dwarf Fort? I don't know. Talking about burbs. Yeah, burbs. Why are you carrying a cage from down there? What the fuck was there a cage down there? What? Eh. We're gonna request some more merchants. And hopefully get ones that actually show up. Because I have to convince them. Not from a blue-footed booby. So. That's what exclamation point tits are for. I mean, bush tits are a type of tit. Like it's a subspecies of just normal tits. You can get a link to the bush tit. What's the word? You can get a link to the bush tit Wikipedia page from the tit Wikipedia page, so I don't need to link to both. Who wins a fight, a booby or a penguin? Leaning penguin. Like if this is like a WWE wrestling match, I'd be leaning penguin over booby. Because you can't see him! Dun, 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 dun. Bam, 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 bam. Saw that ichor. A one ladle. And baby penguins could cause most humans to just keel over and die from their cuteness. Have you given your hamster vodka yet? Somebody actually like commented on like my ramblings about hamsters being able to consume absorbent amounts of alcohol. We'll see you later, Troopin. Probably totally missed you. Well, see, if Crypt Calcium or Calcium Crypt is posting a censored link, you're the one who has it set to be censored. The link isn't censored. And also, it's my bot, so... I mean, look at how sharp this penguin's beak is. You wouldn't want to get bit by that. That would take your finger off. Also, look at those jagged thingies. I don't know if the bit rate's gonna... Very high definition picture. Look at that. You don't want to get bit by that. Hold on. I have an article for you. No, so as actually, just for confirmation's sake, the article that I read about hamsters and their ability to consume alcohol states that hamsters can consume up to 1.5 liters of alcohol per day, when the reality is it's actually closer to 250 milliliters because they can't actually drink that much liquid in a day. They're too small to drink that much liquid in a day. But you could forcibly give them that much and they won't die. It's just not good for them. But they won't willingly do that by themselves. Rating with Erdim. But hamsters in the wild are used to eating fermented food because they live in the desert and all their foods rot. Twitch by default has a bunch of sensors on. So certain links will pop up as like star. Because Twitch thinks that they might be suspicious. The link that my bot puts in chat with the exclamation point tits command is literally a link. It's a bit.ly link, so a shortened URL, or a tiny URL link that links to the Wikipedia page for the bird species tit. That's all it is. So that censored link that the bot's putting into chat is literally just a tiny URL that links to the tit Wikipedia page. It's a visual pun. So that when people going around, so because like years ago, when Twitch added bits, there was a give me bits and I'll show you my tits, like kind of joke. I guess it was like that era's version of the hot tub meta where it's just like, yo, if you give me your bits, I'll show you my tits kind of shit. So I made that command way back then for exclamation point tits. It's like, oh, hey, they gave us bits. Show them your tits. It was that shit. If that makes any sense. Because of course, you know, bits rhyme with tits. So naturally that's the direction people are going to go because that's because people think with their junk, not with their brains. And admittedly, it is pretty funny. So thus I made that visual pun of if you type an exclamation point tits in the chat, you get a bit.ly link, and it's like, there's your tits, and you get this. You know, a tit. That's your tit. It's a beautiful tit. Look at it. There's another tit. Also a beautiful tit. So, shoutouts to photographer Ken Thomas. That last image. So, you know, it's a burb. But if you go to your account settings, it's usually underneath the it's usually under what do you call it? User privacy settings, I think. But a place where you can post links. Not the Legend of Zelda subreddit. Links aren't permitted here, but links are permitted here. Man, that's the second time someone's asked me if I want to be famous. Hey, chat, you want to help me be famous? It doesn't involve anything that bot just posted in the chat. But if you want to help me be famous, you can go over to your Twitch channel and you can type in /host, BLIND-IRL. And that will host me on your channel, which does help the Twitch's bullshit algorithm and thingy-diddy, because it says that people are watching me and hosting me, which means that I must be getting activity on my channel, which means they must promote me. So that's a free way that you can help me at absolutely no cost to you. Otherwise, if you want to help me be famous, again, unrelated to that pointless bot, you could check out patreon.com/BLINDIRL, or maybe share around one of my YouTube videos or something. I don't know. There's many things that you can do to help me be famous that don't involve getting scammed like that bot wanted you to. Or if you just want to help pad my checkbook, you could try and get that third spot on the leaderboard. Only costs 1 bit to get that third spot on the leaderboard, or $5.01 to take number 1. Or you could gift a sub, which puts you to number 1 on the leaderboard automatically because there's nobody else on there. Sellout second is done. Stream can continue as per normal. Wait, don't users need to have a checked mail before they can post this in chat? What? Oh, I mean, yeah, that you do need a verified email to type in my chat, yes. So I guess that bot has a verified email. I'd get more of them if I didn't have verified emails. I haven't seen any of them in months. Like it's I don't think I've this is like my first stream this month I've seen one. And we've just had 2 in one day, which is a little odd. What, like, what's stopping somebody from just verifying a whole bunch of them? Not much, I'd say. Less likely, not impossible. All right, I'm going to take a minute's break. I'm just going to go use the restroom, and I'm going to pull my insulin out of the fridge. BRB chat. If I could get a round of beers while I'm gone, that'd be fantastic. Back in a moment. I really want to like go get notsuspiciousemailservices.com so I can have like random string of like 250 characters at nonsuspiciousemailservices.com. I got just because like that wouldn't be that hard to set up. That'd be very easy to set up, in fact. Like exceptionally easy to set up. Yeah, I think that dwarf trying to leave the map was what was impacting the frames. King wants one pick. Oops. Good news, everybody! We have a bunch of new merchants that are all married. Our new baby-making dwarves have arrived. Welcome to the fort. To the newbies. It's better to work alone when possible. I think cooperation breeds weakness. Whoa. I don't like you. 56 years old, straight hair, very girly. Okay, did you bring your hubby? Yes, you did. His eyes are cobalt. They're narrow, close set. It's the very, very, very standard traits of all of these dwarves. Blind is still watching the chat. Well, I mean, I wasn't when I stood up to go use the restroom, but not suspicious mail services is indeed unregistered. I like how you went and checked. How much is it? That's my second question. I'm not gonna take it. But generally, like, the longer and sillier it is, the less likely it is to be taken and the cheaper it is. So, absolutely not suspicious mail services in the slightest. .com could probably be fine. 8 to 10 money. 8 to 10 money. Now, are we talking Zimbabwe money or Canadian money or American money? Because, like, regular prices for a .com? Fair enough. All right, so not too bad. It's not a premium one? Yeah, like my stupidskull.com. It's premium in my heart. That stupidskull.com costs me like $2 or $3 a year-ish. It's very cheap. Nobody wants stupidskull.com. Let's give these dwarves a break. Trying to make Navy happy. What are you doing? Smartskull.com? Smartyskulls.com? Although Smarties would probably screw you over because of the candies called Smarties in various regions. This dwarf shouldn't be depressed. Banana, you should absolutely be happy. I realize you got into an argument like 6 months ago, but like, get over it, man. Come on. Smartskull.com is taken. Goddamn. It's probably like an NFT thing. I mean, if Crazy Skulls, Crypto Skulls, and there's another one. There's at least, I can think of at least 2 NFT projects off the top of my head that have the word skulls in them. And I'm mad that I know that. Chat, what's a piece of information that you have at the front of your brain very quickly whenever you, like, that you can't get rid of, that you hate? No comment. Does anybody remember the era of hot gay dads looking for hotgaydads.com on Witwix's stream? Does anybody here remember that shit? Because I used to watch Witwix quite a bit back when he used to speedrun, and one of his mods bought hot gay dads looking for hotgaydads.com. And routed it to his stream as a joke. And it became such a consistent chat meme that it almost got him banned from Twitch. It was very amusing. Leading to the joking desire to buy. I mean, the joking desire, like the joke of like all our skulls are stupid, led to the desire of me to buy stupidskulls.com, and I eventually did. Also, this just in, Jack Dorsey is getting $970 million from the buyout of Twitter. $970 million. Which apparently is enough to buy all 19 million Bitcoin 50 times over. I need to do some math, but I think that's not wrong currently, actually. Well, Jack Dorsey is now a significantly more annoying, or a significantly less annoying rich man instead of an annoying rich man. Turns out there's a lot of them. Not even a Dr. Evil 1 billion? Is Dr. Evil 1 billion? I thought that was 1 million. I thought that was $1 million for Dr. Evil, not $1 billion. What? I mean, I haven't thought about that film in a while, but... So I may be mistaken. Sorry, I'm gardening in Cookie Clicker. Wait, what? I'm confused. Does who retire from Active Blaze? Jack Dorsey? Jack Dorsey's involved with Activision Blizzard? Because that's news to me. Although I will say that Jack Dorsey was the person who sold the original, like a link to a screenshot of the first tweet as an NFT that then resold for like almost nothing in comparison. It was like 2 point something billion or $1 million it sold for originally, and it just resold for almost nothing. Oh, yeah, I don't know. I don't actually think I've ever seen that movie outside of the memes. Like, it's one of those movies where I feel like I've seen parts of it, but I don't think I've ever actually seen that entire movie in one sitting. Like, ever. Probably closer to 25. Yeah, that's why I said I need to do the math. But, I don't know. All right. Apparently, Green Man Gaming suddenly decided to start sending me marketing emails again. I get to unsubscribe from this now. Phew. Opt me out. Thank you. I don't want you to send me shit constantly. Thanks. You're gonna make a bad meme? All right, go make a bad meme. Do good work, sir. Speaking of bad memes, chat, my plan for the remainder of today is I think we'll work our way through till spring. And then once we get close to spring, I'm going to go do lunch. And then when we're done with lunch, we're going to go play some Peglin because I want to play Peglin. I don't think that game's worth the money currently, but they sent me key for it, so I want to play Peggle. So we're going to play run-based Peggle with dungeon crawling elements. As it's fun enough. I mean, I unknowingly quote lines from those movies. I'm just pretty sure I've never actually seen them. It's like, chat, do you have something that you quote or reference frequently that you actually have no knowledge of? Because I'm pretty sure that's quite common, you know? Like, how many people have actually seen a lot of movies that are commonly quoted? Like, there's a lot of really old references out there that are just, like, part of verbal lexicon that never actually get, like, said outside of that. I love when I actually see dwarves playing the instrument. Like, this dwarf's playing this Obsidian Lyre. Obsidian Lyre. The yoke is made from silver. The sound chest is made from obsidian. The strings are made from copper, and the plectrum is made from earthenware. It's a handheld metal stringed instrument. It's basically like a lute. That doesn't mean you don't use any. Well, I mean, like, $1 million is one that I use all the time that I don't actually think I've seen that movie. Well, the thing is, Shrek is kind of like... Well, actually, here's one that probably a lot of people haven't ever heard of. I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. A lot of people say that. And I'd be willing to bet the majority of people saying that are saying that because of Duke Nukem, not because of what Duke Nukem was quoting, which is "They live." Right? That quote comes from "They live," but the majority of people who are quoting that are probably quoting Duke Nukem and not "They live." That's probably like the best one that I can think of off the top of my head. Most people who say that reference probably aren't thinking about "They live." You definitely quote Duke Nukem. That quote is originally from the movie "They Live." I'm here to kick ass and chew bubble, or I'm here to kick ass and chew bubblegum, and I'm all out of bubblegum. It's literally that line is from that movie. Lots of people unknowingly quote the Bible. Probably, actually, yeah. That's actually probably a very legitimate one. Although the Bible is a wonderful piece of human lore, we shouldn't knock it. Some Bible quotes are pretty good. Sure. I mean, yes, actually, there are some pretty good quotes from the Bible. I'll bet you some people, like, unknowingly quote Lovecraft and probably unknowingly reference, like, Edgar Allan Poe without thinking about it. I accidentally referenced Dwarf Fortress in normal speech now. But that's just like a side effect of playing enough Dwarf Fortress. You play enough Dwarf Fortress and eventually you will start to quote it. Just moving hosts around to Bellinair on my team. There we go. Done. Oh no! What is this? Well, I mean, it's not wrong. That is what we're doing, is keeping the fort alive for 1,000 years. Welp. Sending this to Clino. Thank you for the meme. That was a really quick and dirty one, though. Normally it takes you longer than that. Yo, Lovecraft is your favorite writer, and you think critically engaging with his rotten side is the fullest way to appreciate his stuff. Yeah, no. If you recognize that he was a horrible person and an excellent writer, and take it for the time and place that it was written, it's an absolutely incredible dissection of a lot of the problems with humanity and the way that media in that era spread hatred and distrust amongst people. If you don't realize the context of what was written and what he's actually talking about and acknowledge that he's a horrible person, it can be just as effective as propaganda in the current year. In regards to Lovecraft. But yes, I do agree his writing is incredible. As much of a piece of shit as he is. So. Or was, I suppose. He was also kind of like a genius when it comes to marketing. Like. Rise to Ruins is getting patches. Geez, I get this email from a developer, right? And it starts off with, video game name redacted is a challenging magic-based roguelike. Ooh, bullet hell. You lost me. God damn it. remember when Clino Dev invited you to the Kitfox Discord? They sent a few British memes. That's good of them. Clino's a good dude. I'm just not allowed to post memes on the Dwarf Fortress subreddit, so thus I just DM them to the mods directly. Is that like a political opinion or a statement or what? Okay, nerd, because they're not, but okay. What? Or are you quoting Austin Powers? You have a good night, cutest. You know what's a movie that like I unironically quote quite frequently, and I sometimes forget what the quote is from? Is carrots. Why is it always carrots? I didn't even eat carrots. You turned yourself into a bed to be the sleep. You have a good sleep night. Chat, everybody say goodnight to our friendly local Russian moderator, Cutest Ghost. For helping moderate somehow. Not like my chat really needs that, but it's usually me that needs moderating, if I'm being honest. It's generally, chat should just be like, Blind, shut the fuck up, dude. One pick and 2 crutches. But yeah, carrots. Why is it always carrots? I didn't even eat carrots. And I got your 4 basic food groups: beans, bacon, whiskey, and lard. Whoa. Why did that work? Apparently we do have beep. I haven't changed it. Hold on. What? Scared me too. Hold on. It never existed. So you can bleep, it just has to be, why does it, what? I didn't even know my bot could do that. Hold up. I think we may have just, I mean, you have to be on Patreon at tier 2. Is this Chabba? What? I'm so confused. Hold on a second. What? What the fuck? What? I'm so confused by this bot. I am at all of the losses. Weird. Yeah, apparently we do, but I'm not gonna try and figure it out. Little Osan, are you at tier 2 on Patreon? I can't remember, and I'm too lazy to go look. Because if you are, it should work. If you aren't, then you don't have access. And if you are and just tier 0, okay, then no. As I know you throw some pennies over at me over there, but I can't remember what tier you're at. Then no, that's $7 a month is the one that does that. That's for patrons and tier 2 subs only. Man, this isn't against anybody in chat. Chat's been super active, but like, I can't believe that we're below 47. Like, we're below 50 viewers. Like, that's brutal for today. What happened today? Yes, everybody's just watching bullshit celebrity court dramas. Not little blind Edge. I was kind of hoping for a bigger turnout today because of the YouTube channel doing well, but not all that we can ask for, I suppose. We'll see when we see you, Lilo. That'd be good. But today's just been very slow all around. Outside of chat, chat's been great, but all of the question marks. Because people like soap operas, and they especially like real life soap operas that are real. I don't think it's anybody's fucking business. It genuinely creeps me out that people are so fascinated by that shit. Like the Apple Epic case, that's interesting because it's between corporations. This is about someone's marriage. Like that, it's just gross. I need to go down here and we need to shut the fountain off. We're into late autumn. I might have actually waited too long. Soundscapers for 1 money on Humble? I think I already own it. It's also on Game Pass and a few other things. I wonder what story you're telling. Where was the listen to story person? Oh, I guess they finished. A little bit worried I took too long to shut the fountains off. Okay, there we go. That's what we need. Invest 2,000 tickets and good luck with your tickets. A lot of tickets to invest. How many do I have right now? I don't even know. Go with 94. Don't fail you. Not gonna disappoint you before you get your hopes up, but prepare to be failed. It's generally my logic these days. But my complaints about today being slow aside, thank you very much, though, everybody who's, tuned in today. I'm still, iffy on how much I like/dislike this stream schedule and whether or not it's good or bad for me in the long term. I'm hoping it's good because it has been better for the YouTube channel and better for me as a person, which is good. So, thank you to everybody who, still watches the stream and still supports even though I stream way less days. I did actually lose some patrons because of the schedule change. Because there's a few people who only can watch on the weekends. So, is what it is. But thanks to those of you who still watch, still around, who support me. Here's Jan. Getting close to my lunch break. My tummy's starting to grumble. And tomorrow, I think the plans for Dwarf Fort's probably going to be try and finish up that haunted fort, and then maybe start another haunted fort in the same haunted forest, just elsewhere, because we're still just trying to expand the Crimson Pulley, and maybe go a little bit less silly on the water/lava physics. So we'll do attempt 2 in a similar biome. I mean, that's fine. You're permitted to do the sleeping thing. Depending on how long you sleep, I might even still be on when you wake up. Because, I mean, we're 6.5 hours in the stream right now, which means in times that if you sleep for about 5 hours, I'll still be on probably, but you should sleep more than that. So sleep for about 8, and we'll see you tomorrow. Take care of yourself, dude. And I appreciate the moaning about life. It reminds other people that other people moan about life too. No matter how good things get, there's always something to moan about because our brains are broken and not used to being in such a perfect environment as we are right now. Good night, Pink Fluffy. Sleep well. It'll be King's Day, birthday of the king. You have a king? Or is that like a previous king? What? I'm very confused about the Netherlands all of a sudden. But if it's anything like Canada Day, I feel like there would probably be more because who the hell goes outside on national holidays? Dutch King is for PR. Okay. I mean, it sounds like a restaurant. Celebrate kings by going to like your local. The Netherlands has a king. Hold on. No shit. Well, I just learned something. We have another useless royal family. Can you tell that I don't pay any attention to royal families anywhere? Well then. TIL, I suppose. He was born in 1967. His name isn't anywhere near long enough to be a king. William Alexander Claus George Ferdinand. He needs like 5 more names to be a king. There's no like the seconds in there or anything. The Dutch king is actually a commercial pilot and has been for decades. Really? Like he flies planes? I mean, I'm not like discounting his legitimacy as a human being, but I'm just shocked that I had no idea that this was a thing. Huh. So what you're saying is he's significantly more useful to society than the like British royal family. If this person's an airline pilot, then yes, they are more useful to society than, you know. Most other royal family members in most other regions. Ponder wind patterns. Oh, okay. Dwarf, Arch, you need to go be a tavern keeper or something, because you hate that gig. Hey, Pocket Dread, what up? Still not have a president? True, yeah. You just get a prime minister, I guess. Although, like, what's really the difference? At a point. But in Canada, we don't have a president, but we do have president's choice. Nope. I did not. Okay, nerd. Audio, did you know that Audio, 10 seconds ago, I learned that the Netherlands has a king. Literally, like, I feel exceptionally stupid right now that I didn't know that, but apparently I didn't know that, and they have a king. Did you know the Netherlands had a king? I knew that Sweden had a royal family. And obviously, like, the British royal family. Didn't know the Netherlands had a royal family. Since France doesn't have a king anymore and the Prince of France is the Prince of Andorra while in office. This sounds like a lot of annoying paperwork, Gate Nerd. I probably, yeah. Recent redetermination shock where the big jets is a hobby. Huh. Letting all these dwarves out. Let's go make crutches for the king. Speaking of kings. I don't know. I guess I've been under the delusion recently that most countries had dissolved their monarchies because they're I don't think this is a controversial statement. Somewhat antiquated. Like, it's like having a professional full-time salaried museum. I feel like I knew that, Stone. Not really, not royalty, but, there's this GIF flying around of the, actually here, I'll just link it. Just go grab it. There's a GIF flying around of the Prime Minister of Finland doing chin-ups. I just want to see how many prime ministers around the world can actually, like, lift their own body weight on a chin-up bar. It's just something I want to know. Like, what is the average number of chin-ups that a prime minister can do? Because I'll bet you that, like, Trudeau could probably do a couple chin-ups. But then there's other people where I'm just like, that... I think you have to be able to do one chin-up to be a prime minister. That's just... That's my request. Is like, you have to be fit enough to be able to do one chin-up. Yeah, Macron could he seems spry enough that he could do a chin-up or 3. I mean, I can do 8 chin-ups and I'm not particularly fit, right? Like I can just go up to a chin-up bar and I can do 4 like this and 5 like this pretty consistently at a time between breaks. Just getting up on the bar is kind of hard sometimes, especially if they're designed for a really tall person, but like I can do chin-ups. I want to know what the average number of chin-ups a leader of a country can do. Like the new cam setup? It's about the same as before. It's just a little... It's the exact same angle. It's just... I swapped the lens out. Once he was the king of Spain, now I eat humble pie. Sorry. I mean, I tell you that I was the king of Spain. Thank you for getting that song stuck in my head. It's dumb. I know you didn't do that intentionally, but also thank you, Soggy Toes. I hope that you've had a good week so far. Once I was the king of Spain, now I eat. Tell you that I was the king of Spain. Welp. That's gonna be in there for a bit. Just need to make one more crutch. Malden's on it. And... done. No. Okay. Done. No. Okay, the game's saving. I'm gardening in Cookie Clicker. What you call multitasking, chat. But the game's on pause, so I can minimize Cookie Clicker. Excellent. King's Day is their open market, and everyone is free to sell their shit. Sell their shit they have on the streets. Wait, like outdoors markets? Those are just super common around here, just year round. Like every Friday, basically, in Chinatown is a street market. Actually, it's like the only time I really like going to Chinatown is during the street markets. You love Vancouver's Chinatown? We do have a lovely Chinatown. Actually, the first time I ever used a 3DS was at the Chinatown night market. Nintendo had like a van thing set up. Oh, I was trying to look something up on Steam because I was curious and Steam's offline. It's that time. To just open a shop on the street. So yeah, you're not allowed to just open up a shop on the street and start selling, unless you want to get fined. People do it though sometimes. But there are organized events where certain streets will be closed and you can just basically have a yard sale outside. You can sell whatever the fuck you want outside. And people will just go from street market to street market, and they happen in organized events or in parking lots or specific areas. And then you just sign up alongside of the street market and you just take part. One of the more popular ones happens in Chinatown. There's one that happens out in Richmond, which is with the Richmond Night Market, which is a very similar thing where you basically just pay for a pass and you show up and set up, and, or rather you pay for a table. You pay the night market for it. The night market does all of the leasing and the licensing to do it. And then you just sign up and you take part. 3 more crutches. I'm just trying to like clear the crutches that we need and then trying to lock the dwarves up because I need them to make babies right now. We're at that point where I want that population to get back up to 40. Tomorrow's a free-for-all? That does sound fun though. Not a lie. Sorry, are you going to go out and try and buy anything, Diamond, or? I know Animals never mentioned it, so probably about the same, just normal day at work. He did say he has work tomorrow, so. Although Animal works at a used things store anyway, so. Might have fucked that in the last few years. True. Kind of fucked everything in the last few years. Kind of screwed everything the past few years. You still feel terrible? Are symptoms getting better at least, or is it about the same? Okay, nerd. You know, it's really funny. It's like everybody seems to just not worry about it now with, you know, I understand people's desire to not worry, right, and not be cautious, but I take what my neighbor said a couple weeks ago when I was outside talking with him. And he said, you know, we survived 2 years of lockdowns. I don't see the reason to throw all caution to the wind. And I still kind of agree with that. Oh, like, and like extended fatigue symptoms? Oh, that sucks, dude. Extended chronic fatigue symptoms is like the worst. I get that sometimes just because of diabetes, but yeah, I don't know. I think we worked so hard to like keep that shit down for 2 years. It doesn't make sense to like throw all caution to the wind at this point, which is what a lot of people have just kind of done, which I think is a bit of a shame. I'm just gonna agree with myself to not look at my view count for the rest of the stream because it makes me really depressed right now. Today's bad, but it's fine. You got it at work? Oh, that sucks. You haven't gone to restaurants and bars for 2 years to stay safe and you still got it? For my coworker? That sucks. It's like I've lifted a lot of my caution. Like I go to restaurants now. I'd say like the thing that I've still retained is like if I'm on public transit, I still wear a mask. I'm one of those people. But that's more just because then people leave me alone. Like, honestly, like, I'm the kind of person that random people, like, ask for change and, like, try and get cigarettes from. But if I wear a mask, people leave me alone, so that's why I still wear a mask. It's more of just a way of telling people to stay away from me. And then I still put on hand sanitizer like a maniac. Yeah, I don't know. I'm one of those people who I think masks are almost more of a placebo of safety than anything, but they do certainly help. It's not the biggest effect, but you know, if it gives you 25% better protection, fucking use them. I don't know. That sucks though. I'm sorry. The biggest issue is that just nobody takes it seriously, so people like don't go get it checked now when they get sick. You're going bowling? Oh, really? That sounds fun. Yeah, absolutely. Okay, nerd. Because it stops you from getting other people sick. It doesn't protect you. The important question is, though, are you bowling for soup? Because it's 1985. That's a reference no one will get. That's not true. Someone will understand that reference. Your bowling league just ended last week. Yeah, you were mentioning it. Oh man, smashing pumpkins. That's like the best part of Halloween though. I wonder how many sentences you could hold together with just saying like, if that, like connecting words and then band names. It's like, I'm not bowling for soup, but I'm smashing pumpkins. Well, that's great. Just wait until you see my Iron Maiden and stuff like that. Like, I wonder how long you could keep sentences going where you have to put a band name in every single sentence and don't repeat a band name. Probably do that for quite a while. Because, like, you know, there's things like the Police, Sting, and that's just one person. AC/DC, you could reference electrical currents. Band rap, not even a band rap. It's more like how many band names do you know off the top of your head? Eleanor, thank you much for the raid. How was Flotsam? Like, you were playing that yesterday, and I saw that you were playing a bit more of that today. How is that? I know that Vampire Survivors is terrible, so I want to ask you about that. But thank you much for the raid. Goes a long way. Cheers, dude. Check, can I get a big round of beers for the Raiders? It's quite nice now. I remember the launch version of that game being rough, right? But thank you much, Bellinair, for the raid. Cheers, dude. And if you guys don't know Bell, he's a lovely Finnish lad who plays many video games that you may or may not be interested in watching. And even if you're not, you should go watch because he's entertaining and he rolls his R's. So go give Bellinair a follow. We're going to be playing a bit more of this. Then we're going to play some Peglin, which, again, I like I said earlier, I don't think is very, like, super worth your money right now. But also they gave me a key for it, and I want to play more Peggle. So, fuck it. I'm going to play more Peggle. It is very much just Peggle, though. It's Peggle with, like, a goblin. Who's looks like a very lovely, aspiring mayor. Not quite a gremlin, but he's a very much an aspiring mayor. AC/DC both went out for the weekend so that they could have a Black Sabbath. Oh, well, I mean, they had to attend the Black Sabbath, naturally. Because that's where they worship Gojira. But fortunately, their sacrifices will be avenged sevenfold. As they worship that cradle of filth. I feel like I could do that for a while. Flotsam, yes. Wreckage of Ship. Flotsam is the game that Bellinair was playing, and it's... here, I'll just show you on Steam. Now that Steam is back up. Flotsam. It's this. It's Waterworld the Town Builder, basically. It's like Waterworld if Waterworld was bright and colorful, the city builder. You build a little floating city, and you go around and collect... Or it's like Raft the city builder, I guess. But yeah, it's a little city builder. You collect Flotsam and Jetsam, and you build a city. That's what Bellinair was playing. He also played some Vampire Survivors, I think. Flotsam was an area in GTA 2? Huh. I don't remember the names of any of the areas from GTA 2, so. Borderlands Raft City Builder? Sure. Waterworld is a neat concept for a movie. I don't know if I'd quite say that Waterworld was a neat movie. I would actually argue that Waterworld is a kind of a bad movie, but it has such a neat concept for a movie, it's worth talking about. Does that make sense? Making a bunch of clothing. It's neat, yeah, but a bad movie. Yeah, no. But like, you know, there's things to like in bad movies. There definitely is. Yeah, just like Willy's Wonderworld. That's a bad movie. I fucking loved it, but it's a bad movie. I will be the first to admit that that is a bad movie, but I fucking loved that bad movie. It was a very good bad movie. A very, very, very enjoyable, terrible movie. I love all of the people talking about the amount of stuff that you could do for $44 billion on Twitter right now. And then Brian Becklew, Caves of Cud guy, tweets this. With 44 billion, you could buy every American a huge chunk of amethyst. You could buy every American a huge chunk of amethyst. That's the direction he goes with this. You could also buy Nicolas Cage his skull back, probably. Because he bought a dinosaur skull, which was then confiscated by the government. Of Mexico, I think? I can't actually remember which government it was, but there was it was removed from his possession and he didn't get a refund. And he's not thrilled. But I wouldn't be either. Was it Mongolia? I don't know. I need to look into it again. That's one of those factoids that I read about, chuckle to myself, and then immediately forget seconds after reading it. I mean, amethyst is pretty cheap for whatever it's worth, but yes. You're probably 100% right, Gay Nerd. You are probably 100% correct. Then again, who doesn't want to own a dinosaur skull? I mean, come on. You want to acquire something? Let me know. Well, you'll be able to acquire something very soon. You like dinosaurs, and I like Nicolas Cage, so we have something in common. So what if we get a sequel to the movie Dinosaur, but featuring Nicolas Cage as one of the voice actors? Or maybe like we get an actual third National Treasure movie, except where he steals his skull back. I'd watch that movie. I have to steal a Mongolian dinosaur skull because obviously it's got like the coordinates to an alien spaceship in it or something. I don't know. I could bullshit that script together in about 20 minutes. Let's go. Chat, is there a terrible movie that you absolutely adore, even though you acknowledge that it's a terrible movie? Because National Treasure 1 and 2? 100%. Especially that scene in National Treasure 2 where he puts his hand into the thing and screams and he's like, what? I had to. It's too easy. Pulls the thing. Spider-Man 3? Wait, which one? Are we talking about Andrew Garfield? Did they make a third Amazing Spider-Man? The National Treasure movies are brilliant. They're hilarious. I don't know if I'd say they're brilliant. I would also say that, like, I like Nicolas Cage as an actor. He's really bad in the first National Treasure. Like, he phones that role in entirely. The second one, he actually tries. Evolution? That is a bad movie. Yeah. What? Another one that off the top of my head here. Fighting Eagle. I have no idea what that is. Maybe. Another terrible movie that I adore is Hawkeye, which is like I think that might be 1981 or 1982 or something like that. I'm gonna Google this. Tor the Fighting Eagle. Heck is this? I'm not gonna show this on stream because I fear it for some reason. Well, I mean, it's got pretty good cover art. I mean, this looks like a couple metal album covers I've seen before. Is this what you're referring to? This looks like some pretty good Dwarf Fortress fan art. Actually. Or like a mid-90s beat 'em up. Mortal Engines? That's kind of like me enjoying Wild Wild West. Is that movie good? No. Does it have giant steampunk robotic spider? Yes. Find me another film with a giant robotic steampunk spider. I figure that movie's about the same tier as Mortal Engines. I would also say like the same thing about certain Men in Black movies, but Men in Black isn't meant to be taken seriously, so it's supposed to be stupid, which it is. It succeeds very well at that. Actually, here's two movies that I know are bad that I love anyways, Matrix 2 and 3. I know that those are bad movies. I love those movies. Like those are really bad movies. But I adore those movies. Like the whole robot thing in Zion and The Matrix 3 is one of the best video game boss fights in a film I've ever seen. Like right down to they have to like kite around the edge and shoot the shiny bit. Like literally it's like there's these bright shiny things on the legs of the giant drill which they have to shoot. Specifically, they have to shoot the giant shiny things on the legs to make them fall off naturally. You know, I also unironically enjoyed Matrix 4. It's like, is it the best movie I've seen in the last 2 decades? Absolutely not. Did I enjoy it from end to end? Yep. Will I watch it again? Absolutely. Like, that was a stupid movie, but I loved it. I'm just, actually, my one, like, gripe with The Matrix 4 is they didn't find some way to cram Jeff Knightley in there somewhere. Which, like, Chad, who here has seen Matrix 4? Can I talk openly about The Matrix 4? Am I at that point? Are we at that point yet where that movie's been out long enough that I can just, like, blurt out Matrix 4 bullshit? Are we at that point? Because I'm going to talk openly about The Matrix 4, so if you haven't seen it, I don't know, shut up. But, like, the whole, like, opening shtick of that is he's been put back into the Matrix, right? The robots put him back into the Matrix after they drilled his brain out and did the stuff at the end of the third one with the Chosen One and all that crap and fixed everything. But they put him back into, like, his own self-contained Matrix, and the whole beginning of it, he's, like, the head of a game development studio, and it turns out that all of the people in the game dev studio with him are, like, agents and shit. But anyway, he developed a game called The Matrix because he has the memory of all of the Matrix, and the code for the game looks like The Matrix, and they reference him winning awards for The Matrix, and like they say The Matrix like 100 times the first 30 minutes of that film. And there's a scene where he's receiving an award for The Matrix, and it's the exact same statue that they hand them at the Video Game Awards. Like, Jeff Knightley's the fucking Video Game Awards, they hand him that statue. So if you've watched the Video Game Awards, they hand Keanu Reeves as Neo that statue, and they don't put Jeff Knightley in the movie anywhere, which bothers the hell out of me as somebody who is obsessive over this stupid industry. But it's really funny to me. Just really, really, really funny. That's all I wanted to say about The Matrix, and I'm really sad they didn't cram Jeff Knightley in there at all. For reference, it's this. This is the Game Awards statue. This thing. That thing. They hand him this in The Matrix. What are my goals with this fortress? There's the short version. If you want the long version, I can tell you. Currently, we started on year 5 and we're on year 393. I started in August 2020, meaning we've got a long way to Texas. I don't know why I said Texas, but we got a long way to go. We're almost the oldest fort ever. We've got about 104 years to go until we're the longest recorded fort ever. When we hit year 510, we will be the oldest fort ever recorded. There's one person who claims that they have a 600-year-old fort, but what's it called? It's just one single screenshot. There's Arch Crystal, which was heavily documented up to year 470 and retired at year 500. And then there's this one, which I've kept alive now for, well, 393 minus 5, so what? 388, I guess, years? 388 years, yeah. We got like 5th generation dwarves from the original 7 in this fort. But yeah, this fort's very self-sustaining and not the most exciting fort. Like there's never any combat or anything, but I mean it biggins. It is a big fortress. I do mean big. Like really big. Yes, that is the one with tamed dragons and cleared out clowns. We haven't been so lucky to get dragons in this. And I haven't dug down to the 3rd cavern layer yet, but I am planning on eventually figuring out how to clear out the clowns. Probably with an extremely long rib Goldberg machine filled with drawbridges is probably how I'm going to do it, but we'll eventually get that far and do that. Probably in the 8 or 900s, but so that'll be in like 4 years, I guess. But yeah, no, it's a very large fort. Although I'm kind of thinking about going down to the 3rd cavern layer sometime in the next year in game. We don't even get Forgotten Beasts anymore. Also, I built a labyrinth that even it's full of minotaurs and ettins. So yeah, no, it's a V big fort. V big fort. But yes, that is Archcrystal. And Sethados, the guy who made Archcrystal, has been cheering this fortress on for the past like year and a half now, 2 years. So we'll get there. We will surpass at the very least the age of Archcrystal. I don't know if I will achieve the same level of crazy success. As for cool constructions, I built this lava tube. That's probably the coolest thing we've built. Aside from like the underground maze. But we're working on a few things. A vampire bookkeeper? Vampire bookkeepers are kind of dangerous, but just make sure that's just your bookkeeper, not your broker or your mayor. So if he becomes your mayor, you're gonna have a problem. Because then dwarves will need to go and see him. But welcome to the stream, Adam Milan. Good to have you. Although we are kind of winding down for the dwarfs period of the stream today. We'll finish winter and probably go a little bit into spring, actually, looking at the clock. And then I'm going to play a little bit of a game called Peglin, which I put up a video on YouTube about this morning, which is essentially just Peggle, but it's like a dungeon crawler, so we're going to play dungeon crawler Peggle for a bit. So, you know, since we're in midwinter, chat, I think now's actually a really good time for me to go get lunch. Yeah, I'll go do lunch now, and we'll do a brief record when we swap games. But I'm gonna go do lunch right now. So you guys can just watch the dwarves run around. In fact, I'll let you follow Rory. In fact, I will be back in a couple of minutes, chat. Don't go anywhere too quick unless you really want to. We will do a little bit more dwarves when I come back. I will be gone for about 5 minutes-ish because I have to go give myself an injection and then eat a sandwich. But when I return, we will continue with more of this. Enjoy the dwarves as they run around. If I can get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic. Hey, wait, what? It's good to see you, dude. If I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic. And if you happen to have access to the sound commands, now's a good time to use them to entertain the chat room. I will be back in a few moments. Streamer returns from lunch. That was quick. Now that I'm back, it's good to be back, chat. Hope you didn't miss me too much for the, like, 4 minutes I was gone. That was actually quite fast. All things considered. Considering in that time, I got up, pulled my sandwich out of the Ziploc bag, cleaned the Ziploc bag, put it on a plate, checked my blood sugar, wrote down my blood sugar, gave myself an injection, and then ate the sandwich. Journey into animal diets. As long as you're not becoming part of the animals' diets. What time of year are we in? Still late winter? Good to know. Lock everybody back up in the tavern. Sandwich consumption speedrun any percent. That used to be a joke a while ago, back when I used to go get lunch. And this was like a number of years ago. But there was a joke in my chat where chat would count to see how long I would be gone for. So they just start counting in the chat when I'd get up and leave. It eventually just stopped being a thing, but because I used to make the sandwich as well. Now I pre-make all my stuff. So like the days that I stream 3 days a week, right? I stream Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursdays, and those 3 days I stream 12 to 14 hours. It's more like 14 to 16 hours, or somewhere between like 13 and a half to 16 hours. So I have breakfast, lunch, and dinner pre-made. So I have breakfast ready to go. All I need to do is pour hot water on it, and then I can just eat it. Lunch is a pre-made sandwich, which I made yesterday, and then dinner is a bowl of pasta, and I eat all three of them basically on stream, with short breaks in the middle for that period of time. And then the rest of the week, I either do YouTube stuff or go outside and get a life. Otherwise, it's like shockingly difficult to actually operate as a human while, you know, streaming full-time. It's oddly difficult. So this allows me to actually be a human sometimes. You know, like get some sunshine, go outside and such. You know, chat, you guys have broken my Amazon algorithm. I opened up my email, right? And I have 4 different emails about this. This is your fault. I want you to know this. This is entirely your fault. If I screenshot this, I can show this without showing my address at all. Let's pop that up. Whoop. All of this, chat, this is your fault. Just want you to know that. All of this exists, like being constantly promoted to me via Amazon. It's your fault. You guys did this to me. Business expense. Multiple copies of the same rubber duck? I think not. No, I shouldn't. I have absolutely zero interest in collecting rubber ducks. What is that? Mwah. The duck game? Mwah. Maybe. 24 is enough ducks for the records gimmick. That's all that it needs to exist for. Oh, also, since I was going to do it earlier, and then I kind of forgot. And then I kind of was thinking about it, and I've been thinking about it since. I'm going to do a thing, chat. I'm going to give you guys a new toy. What do you guys think of having a new toy? because I figured out a way to do this. There you go. You guys have a new channel points redemption. For 1,000 channel points. You might have to refresh to see it, though. If you want a duck in Discord, you'll find a duck. That is true, yeah. Although, I just realized I need to put a cooldown on it. So don't start spamming it, yeah? Oh no, I got a frenzy first. Hold up. I gotta click things. I will not refund any channel points you guys waste on that right now. But I've got an important frenzy that I gotta click a bunch, so I'm gonna do that. Also, welcome back, Pilot. You're here early. Are you on a break or something? That's fine. So that's it. All right, let's just go back over here. Go to channel points. Yeah. Edit. Cooldowns. Hours. 1. All right, there we go. Cooldowns are there. So there is now... Sure, a break. You're on break. Well, that's good. Glad you're definitely not getting yourself in trouble with your management. For the sake of my stream, you know? That's good to hear. That is a big duck, jeez. Anyway, yeah. You guys have a new channel points redemption. You can now make me drop my hair down if you want. Because I've come to the conclusion that, like, nobody actually knows how long my hair is. Partially because of the dark-ass background, but... Once every 2 hours for 1,000 channel points, twice per stream, you can make me get rid of the ponytail or not. If you want to. But I will probably still always start with it up. Except for while I eat dinner. How much for pigtails? $5,000. Maybe a charity incentive in the future. I don't know. That's not something I'll do on an average basis because it would get in the way of my headphones. Like they'd have to like come out here, which would be really weird. But yeah, I consider that as a charity like incentive. Maybe for my birthday. We'll think about that. It's not a bad idea, though. But as for usual, probably never. There was one stream, and actually, I wonder if I could get Erica to help me with that. There was one stream years ago where I did a charity fundraiser, and it was like every 50 bucks donated, my ex would put a ponytail in my hair. Or like a little, not a ponytail, a little braid. Wonder if I could get my my sister-in-law, Erica, to come over and fucking do braids in my hair for every X amount donated. It's not a bad idea. Princess Leia buns would look good on me too. I'll be completely honest with you. I have no idea how to actually do that. Like, I have a hard time tying a bun in my own hair, let alone Princess Leia double buns. But also then I wouldn't be able to wear my headphones, so that seems suboptimal. They'd have to go underneath my headphones, which means they'd probably end up just flat. Satisfied at work. Didn't feel anything after being unable to pray. Well, that's good. I'm glad you're satisfied at work, Dwarf. Satisfied improving music. I improved music. That was satisfying. The scoid. Needs red. I need more glue, and that was satisfying. Are you sure it wasn't sticky? Wait, you do? You made me think I do for a second there. Now I don't. But those poor dwarves. You should chain them next to each other so that they beat each other up. You know what? In one fort, in Hotbeards, I actually put my prison in my tavern, which was interesting because if they're chained up in the tavern, they still get served alcohol. Number one, which I think's neat. Number two, they will dance with dwarves that are dancing around them. They'll sing. They'll take part in performances. And they will listen to poetry and tell poetry and have conversations with their friends. I'm wondering if, like, Dwarf Fortress Happiness meta is actually just, like, put your prison in your tavern. Just, like, lock them in front of a table with a bed next to them. Because they'll still get served booze, and they really enjoyed it. The one problem was, eventually a dwarf tantrumed while chained up in the tavern and punched a dwarf, which kind of ended with, like, problems everywhere, but you knows. Man, so that's almost to the point where I would expect dwarves to commit crimes to go to prison. That's lovely. You got a throne, a table, a bed, a cabinet, a statue, food, and booze. That's probably better than like the average dwarven bedroom. Should try the library. The problem with the library though is they don't get delivered booze in the library. In the tavern they can if you have a tavern keeper, but like they don't get delivered booze in the library. That's like the main issue. Is the booze thing. And also, like, they can't go get books unless, like, they were all right. I don't think they'd be able to get books, which is, like, the main, like, mood positivity thing about the library, is they leave and they go get, uh-oh, that's a dwarf tantruming. Yeah, you were cheering up, too. Come on, dude. Just gonna let the dwarves at it. Oh, he punched somebody. Elomino attacked the naturalist, but the naturalist dodged. Well. That just means you have a bunch of nerds in your fort. I don't see that as a bad thing, though. Nothing wrong with having a bunch of nerds in the fort, maybe. But yeah, maybe we should try one on the library. We could like try and like organize it in such a way so that the bookshelves are surrounding the chains or something, so that they always have a couple bookshelves in reach and a table and somewhere to sit so that they can read. It'll be like the Shawshank Redemption, but Dwarf Fortress. Okay, where are you headed, Dwarf? You went and started a fist fight. Okay, so you injured Rory. You got one count of disorderly conduct. I'm going to interrogate you. We're going to interrogate Elamino. I want to try like increasing my interrogation skills. So I'm going to interrogate dwarves when the option presents itself. So where's Zetsuki at? So whenever the opportunity presents itself, I'm going to interrogate dwarves. Yeah, I wouldn't say that that's a surprise that your libraries are more popular than your taverns, because dwarves really want to read books that they haven't read before. Most dwarves are very avid bookworms, right? So if you have like more than like 4 or 5 books that are new, all of the dwarves are just going to flock to there because that is the optimal place for them to go acquire book knowledge, right? Two counts of disorderly conduct. Stone was the witness. Just curious to see if they admit to the guilt before they get arrested, if that's better for their mental health. I don't think it is, but I'm curious. We've made it to spring. Heads up, Stone. You did witness, indeed. Will alchemy actually deliver? That'd be interesting. I hope so. Although it wouldn't be the first time that like somebody didn't deliver a couple years in a row. Although I am convinced that part of that is like them bugging out and getting stuck on the edge of the map. Because that happened. Remember when the elves didn't trade with us for like 10 years? And then suddenly just like a bunch of berserk elves walked onto the map because like they just like had been going insane, like stuck in limbo between the edge of the map. Keep an eye on them when they pop up. Probably not a bad idea, actually. Although we haven't jumped up to them yet, so they haven't popped up yet. I'm gonna arrest Elamino. Watch them just like not show up. Like just at all. Well, we've made it to the second. There was no combat log or anything. They have failed us. Group of alchemy. What now? Not now, then when? I really wish I could send them a messenger without attacking them. Literally, that's the only way I can send them a messenger to ask what's up. Yes. We are. I just checked, but I can check a little slower. Hold up. I'm just doing this real quick. Group of alchemy. T. Yeah. We are indeed still on the T screen with them. And it shows Earl Grey, so odd. Odd indeed. That is bizarre. Well, hopefully we'll see them next year. So how long does Elamino get this time? 57 days for their first offense. Question is, do they like their time in prison or nah? You're done driving. So what are you doing now that you're done driving, Stone? Or not Stone, Orange. I was looking at Stone's name when I said that. Orange, what are you going to do now that you are done driving? Are you done driving forever or just today? Bow, bow, bow. Just, I don't know, it's just it's such a forever statement. I'm done driving. Like for the moment? But I hope it was a safe drive. Are you back home or are you somewhere in the middle of goddamn nowhere? Hold up. What is happening right here? So I understand that a child does as it pleases. But why is Disco the Third willingly sleeping in a prison cell? Was blissful after sleeping in a fantastic bedroom. Are you... Apparently, I made that a publicly accessible bedroom. That dwarf claimed the prison cell as their bedroom. Whoops. Anyway, it's now unassigned. Let's see what Elamino thinks of being in prison. They're gonna get interrogated first. But you can't because you're sleeping. Subject confessed. No information was revealed. Met with the subject to build rapport in order to elicit information. The subject agreed for the love of interrogate. Wait, hold on a second. For the love of the interrogator? Okay, well, your pilot's lover is Zetsuki. Do you love the interrogator? Hold up. What's your relationship with Zetsuki, hello? Oh, they're good friends. Okay, so admitted the crime due to them being friends. All right. Well, you are repentant after being confined, so hopefully it has a better effect on you. Let's actually... just realized that this one doesn't have a bed. Tommy? You're at a mall and you found a copy of Tommy. Is this a record or something? Also, be careful with that record collecting hobby and accumulating too many records too quickly, because it's definitely a hobby that can get out of hand if you let it. Just a warning. Oh, that Tommy. Okay, this makes sense. I understand that, Tommy, now. I now know what you're referencing. Did you buy that copy of Tommy? Was it a nice copy of Tommy? Repentant after being confined. Anvil vices. Anvil vices. Meditating on lust. So, I think my neighbors are at work. Their cat is outside of their apartment and I can hear him meowing through my window. I can hear meow. 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 He's just like bitching. Pretty loudly, actually. I can turn the fountain back on. I mean, I wouldn't expect it to be original. Dude, if you found that as an original, it would be ridiculous. Although, question. And I'm probably going to judge you depending on how you answer this question. Navy gets to pull the lever. Orange, what store did you find it at in a mall? You're not shopping at Sunrise Records, are you? Because if you are shopping at Sunrise Records, stop giving them money. I've never heard of FYE. But don't support Sunrise Records. They overcharge for things and don't have a good selection, and they pay their employees terribly. Support independent record shops. I don't know what FYE is, but I'm assuming it's similar to Sunrise. The beauty of record collecting as a hobby is it's one of the few industries that still survives almost entirely off of small community shops. And if you are even remotely able, you should support small community shops and not major companies, because those bigger brands and bigger companies are usually owned by major record labels and slowly destroying the small family-owned shops. So if you can, support mom and pop shops and try and avoid supporting like mall chains. So what I would do is either use Discogs or like Google Maps, and whenever you're in a town or a part of town that you're new to, look up privately owned smaller record labels that have physical storefronts and go check those places out. They'll have better selection, bigger used sections, stuff will be cheaper, and you'll be supporting local businesses. Like I could go to the Sunrise Records in the mall that's close to me, but I could also go to Neptune, Red Cat. I can go to the Vinyl Shop. I can go to Audiophile. I can go to 5 Minute Records or Beat Street Records. Those are all privately owned record stores in the Vancouver area that I go to instead of going to Sunrise Records. They're all cheaper than Sunrise Records. They'll have better selection than Sunrise Records. And, you know, they're good places to buy records. And like, at the end of the day, I'm not gonna knock you for buying a Who repress at a shop like that, but like, try and avoid it. It's like the cool part about the industry of record collecting is that it is mostly powered by mom and pop shops. You have a Nava gift card that someone gave you. Oh, then fuck yeah, whatever. Who cares? And at that point, then yes, go spend your goddamn gift card. But just for future reference, try not to do that, because they are going it. If they win, they will destroy the coolest parts of record collecting, which is bin diving and going to and talking to people, which is the coolest part of the hobby. Is just going to a shop and hanging out with the owner and babbling for an hour. Like, if you ever come to Vancouver, we can go do the record collecting trip, which is you go to all the major record shops around here. If I have the budget, I might end up doing that on Friday, because a friend of mine wants to go to a particularly nice brewery, and if I have extra money, we go record shopping, but we'll see. The elves have arrived once again to trade. While on a plane? Depends on how many records you have and whether or not you have checked luggage. Check luggage in a... If you're willing to check a box separately and you mark it as fragile, they'll be fine, but... I just wouldn't take a lot of records with you, and I just take them as a carry-on. Like, I would take them as a carry-on and put them in, like, a... what's it called? Put them into a pretty big bug bite on my wrist. Check that out. Anyway, yeah, I would take them as a carry-on and just put them into like a reusable shopping bag and just don't buy a lot, because otherwise they get heavy. Oh, also, Dwarf Romantic is releasing from early access on the 28th. I already have a video scheduled, but it's releasing from early access on the 28th, right? So they put out this tweet saying, "Hey, we've got new music," and then I did this, And Black Screen Records and the founder of Black Screen Records and the Dwarf Romantic account all liked it, so fingers crossed. I would love to have that soundtrack on vinyl. That would be fantastic. So, you know, that would indeed be fantastic. But yeah, I mean, when I go out to Montreal, I'm probably going to try and find a record store. Because I know that they exist out there, so I feel like that'd be fun. Probably could find some cool jazz out there. And I'll just carry them on the plane on the way home. In a reusable shopping bag. That city seems very similar to Vancouver from the research I've done, so. I know that, so the king is socializing. Dude, I need you to go trade. Also, hopefully being in prison fixes Elamino completely. Oh, it says they were fine, but they repent. Feel pleasure, happiness. Hopefully, Dwarf, you are 100% stress-free by the time you're released from prison. That is a sentence that will never be said in real life. Not only is the king socializing, and he's purple socializing with an exclamation point, which is like the most dedicated socializing activity, but he's socializing alone in his dining room. I'm not going to say that my king's kind of sad, but I think the king is kind of sad, chat. Don't you ever say that Toronto is like Vancouver. Toronto is the worst city in Canada. I have to stay. Actually, no, it's Edmonton. Second worst city in Canada. And the only reason I have that opinion on Toronto is because the last time I was in Toronto, I was stuck unwillingly in Toronto for almost 30 hours because my flights kept getting delayed. Flying back from PAX, I was there for, it was like 26 hours or something. My flight kept getting delayed and delayed and delayed and fuck that city. Stupid goddamn city. Hate that city. Worst city. Also, I was hungover, so that didn't help. But, fuck that city. Terrible city. Also, their hockey fans are annoying. Alright, King, go get drunk and then you can trade with the elves. Meanwhile, Elamino, I repent, I was confined. Con hangover and flight delays? It was PAX East. And the last night, fuck, what did I even do that last night? Right, yeah, that last night, we just hung out way too late at the hotel bar. And a friend of mine kept buying drinks for everybody, and I got kind of blasted. And we flew out red eye, so that didn't help. Hey, Sigil, how are you? But yeah, no, it's kind of funny. Kiri posted on the Halcyon private Discord this morning that TwitchCon NA early access sale tickets are for sale, which is true. Like if you're an insider or a Twitch partner or something, you have access to buy TwitchCon tickets right now, which I'm not going this year. One, because I can't afford it, and two, because I don't want to go to TwitchCon. But she posted that. I'm like, I'm waiting for 1.0 next year. I'm gonna wait for a couple patches first, see how they do. You'll love Montreal. See, I'm not bothered by the Canadians. I'm not bothered by the Habs at all, right? I'm bothered by Toronto Maple Leafs fans because there's a lot of them here. And they are annoying. Like, back when I used to watch hockey, there was a couple times where I would go to events to watch hockey, right? And you'd go, and like 80% of the people there would be Canucks fans, right? And then there'd be the rest of them, which would all be Toronto Maple Leafs fans. And throughout the entire period of time that I watched hockey, every single time I communicated with a Toronto Maple Leafs fan, it was an insult that I got. It was an insult. It was like just them insulting us for no good reason, because our team was always better than theirs. And so it's just like ingrained in my brain that they suck. I got no problem with the Habs. They're fine. It's just old stupid hockey rivalries that don't matter. Being awake is good, Sigil. So it'll be interesting. Yeah, and I've heard what industry you work in, so... Out of curiosity, do you do the one in Vancouver? Because I know there is one in Vancouver. Maybe because I've been before. Can neither confirm nor deny that one. But yeah, no, I'm just making the executive business decision to not go to any work cons this year. Mostly because I want to go on a vacation, and I kind of have the decision every year of either going to conventions or going on vacation. US Cider, you don't expect to visit Vancouver? Gotcha. You hate hockey and hate the Habs especially? Fair enough. I mean, I feel about the same about Toronto as I do with the Flames. How is Longdeath today? It's pretty good. We're in year 394, so the fortress is 389 years old. Diamond made a low effort meme, which I sent you. You know, just chilling. I'm gonna be staring at Twitter though to see how many people get sick post PAX East and if it's a considerable number. That's what I'm kind of curious to see, is if there's lots of reports of people getting sick, because GDC happened, and I saw a lot of people complaining about getting sick after that. So for me, it's less about COVID more than anything, and more just I don't know if I want to go to a convention by myself as a type 1 diabetic. It's like I know a few other type 1 diabetics in the industry that go to conventions, and they always talk about how much work it is and how careful you have to be with what you can do and where you go, and like always because meals are not always confirmed at certain times, and it's like I know what that can do to my body and how badly that makes me feel and how unpleasant that shit is. So yeah, I'm not totally certain. I want to deal with that anymore unless I absolutely need to. And the way that I used to run conventions was I basically just wouldn't eat the whole time. I would just like in order for them to be worth it, I have to do so much. So I'd basically have to just like relegate it down to just being a very expensive trip to hang out with friends, which is fine to a degree, but at that point I'd rather go to TwitchCon EU, and I can't afford that this year, so. I mean, why would it be illegal to hate any sports team? Isn't like hating sports teams half the fun of being into sports? Orange? Or like not caring about sports is just like being annoyed by the hooligans? Like isn't that kind of the whole point of sports fandom? Is you either love to hate it or you hate to love it? That makes any sense? Oh, to hate them. Oh, I see. It's illegal not to. I get it. Yep. Okay. Yep. I've caught up now. Part of the fun of getting into F1 is deciding the team XYZ is full of adult babies. I mean, I'm looking at you, Aston Martin. Seb, you're cool though, but I'm looking at you, Aston Martin. Although I now have like almost nothing left to care about in Aston Martin because of the fact that like the best part about Aston Martin is that their team, is it the team principal, I think is his title? His name's Mike Crack. And I know it's very immature to laugh at that, but dude, your name's Mike Crack and you don't go by Michael. It's like also they have maybe the biggest adult baby in the entire on the entire grid in the form of Stroll. Mike Crack, not Mick Crack, Mike Crack. Mick Schumacher is a different person. And Mick is starting to look really bad considering like his teammate is just driving the balls off that car. Both Strolls? I mean, I don't know much about Lawrence. Lawrence just seems like a really shitty boss, but that just kind of feels like most billionaires, so he just seems like a hard to deal with rich man. I was imagining the other day what it would be like if Tesla bought into F1 somehow. And if I would be more or less annoyed by Elon being a presence in F1 than Lawrence Stroll. You're not wrong. Just seems like a shitty boss? I mean, like, I can't really say much more about him because, like, I don't know. He's a pretty reserved dude from what I can tell. Like, he doesn't talk a lot, but every time he does talk, it's like, oh, I would not want to work for you. You know? It's that kind of thing. Versus, like, I feel like working for you is like working with Darth Vader, but, like, minus the comedic relief occasionally. Like, Toto Wolff also seems kind of similar as far as, people that are high up in teams go, but at least Toto Wolff kind of, I don't know, he seems like he has a sense of humor in there somewhere. Toto Wolff seems like he'd be a scary guy to work for, but if you're friends with him, he probably is cool as hell. I don't know. I mean, I don't know about that. I don't know about that. I feel like Stroll would look down on Elon. I don't know why. Toto's weird? Why? Just remember, at the end of last season, while everybody was arguing on the internet about whether or not Max's victory was legitimate, this was Toto. Just I feel like Toto's probably a pretty chill dude in real life. I feel like he's probably pretty chill. You can't do that and be an entirely self-serious asshole all the time. Like, if you're willing to crowd surf and party like that after winning a championship, you can't be that uptight. Christian Horner's the one that's weird to me. I can't tell if he's a really nice guy or secretly a Bond villain. Like, I don't know if I would trust walking through Christian Horner's house because, like, He has like this like front of being like this really nice family man, but at the same time, like I would kind of be afraid that he has like a crocodile pit in his living room or something. How's Alamino doing? But then again, I don't know. I don't trust exorbitantly rich people. They just kind of scare me, especially public figures. People that are quietly really wealthy, I don't know. They're just people trying to live their life generally. But when you're famous and also extremely wealthy, I don't trust whether or not you're going to have a trap in your house. Even if it was for some old TV gag, I'm still worried I'm going to fall into it, you know? Diamond Destruct made friends with Red Octobear. And that feels good. Some rich people. Oh, yeah, totally. I mean, I know some nice rich people. Like my aunt. My aunt's pretty well off, and she's cool. Buys me beer sometimes. I show up to visit my Oma, and she just hands me a pint. It's like, thanks. It's like, we know that you needed to talk to your grandma for an hour. And then I tell my grandma that it's apple juice. She takes me at face value, bless her soul. Yay! Prison fixed Alamino. All right, so that's like almost 7 hours of Longdeath, chat. We're into mid-spring. Just need to do the trading. And I think it's time for us to swap games. You've had a regular who was a billionaire who would not only remember you, but remember things like who you were dating the last time he saw you. You must have seen him frequently. Damn. Unless you, like, dated the same person for a really long time. That's nice. Did he tip well? For reference, Orange used to drive limos, so it makes more sense when you say that in that context. Having a clothes making demonstration. Is Navy still stressed? Navy, are you still stressed? Where are you? All right, you're a scholar. Anxious after pondering diseases. I would be too, man. That's like the last 2 years. Once a month? Damn. Wonder if he had like a notebook that he like kept notes about all of his drivers or something. Neat though. All right, chat room. So for Dwarf Fort, tomorrow we're going to play that Haunted Fort that we were playing. And we're going to try and see if we can't finish that one up. And yeah, for tonight we're gonna go play some Peglin because I want to play some Peggle style games. So we're gonna do that. So that's it for Longdeath. If you are here specifically for Dwarf Fort, I recommend you go over to the YouTube channel where I have more Dwarf Fortress that you could reasonably watch in a lifetime. And we will do more dwarfs tomorrow. But if you're sticking around, if I could get a round of beers, that'd be fantastic. We're gonna go bounce some balls off of pegs after the game's done saving. Of course, I appreciate it if you stick around, because your eyes are what keep this channel moving. Believe it or not. I'm powered by human stares. And of course, you know, subscriptions and bits and Patreon and ad revenue and all that jazz. But regardless, you made the effort. Yeah, no, I mean, it's the effort that counts, right? It's the effort that counts. Yes, I make a living off of you guys making human pyramids and me walking up you like stairs. That is how I pay my bills. Damn, that's such an old fortress. That is such an old fortress. So. Yeah, naturally. That is indeed how you become a billionaire, is by walking all over people. So I'm using you guys as stairs to wait. This isn't making me look very good, is it? I'm never gonna be a billionaire. I'll be content with, like, you know, a solid 50 grand.